But the thing is, there's a few dry and bare patches as well, which means that the batters will have to think twice about hitting the line. They have to be wary about the two-pace nature of the pitch. But generally, it's pretty dry. And like I said, it's quite hot. So the sun will beat down on it. And we hope for a great game of cricket. It looks quite good. And with the star players in action, only the players with the best quality will be able to do better on this pitch. कहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम कहाँ हुई यार वो तो मैंने पॉज आपको कहा था कि मैंने रखना है पॉज हाँ चलो उसको रख लो अगर उससे अच्छी हो गई तो कर लेते हैं ठीक है ठीक है Absolutely delighted to be here in Faisalabad. It's been a long time coming, but finally we are here for the action-packed Champions Cup. It's pretty warm and humid here in Faisalabad, but the things will get better as the evening draws in. It must have been a monumental task for the curators, Tony Hamming and Ashraf as well, to come up with a decent square because there hasn't been much cricket played in Iqbal Stadium for quite some time. That's why if you have a close look at this pitch, there's plenty of grass on it, but it's not an even covering of grass. Some patches of grass are dry and some patches on the pitch are pretty bare as well, which would suggest that it may be having a two-pace nature to it. That's why the batters will have to really adapt to the conditions. But like I said, it's a star-studded event with plenty of quality on show and all the players able to adapt to the conditions on hand. We look forward to a cracker game. Absolutely delighted to be here in Faisalabad. It's been a long time coming, but finally we are here for the action-packed Champions Cup. It's pretty warm and humid here in Faisalabad, but the things will get better as the evening draws in. It must have been a monumental task for the curators, Tony Hamming and Ashraf as well, to come up with a decent square because there hasn't been much cricket played in Iqbal Stadium for quite some time. That's why if you have a close look at this pitch, there's plenty of grass on it, but it's not an even covering of grass. Some patches of grass are dry and some patches on the pitch are pretty bare as well, which would suggest that it may be having a two-pace nature to it. That's why the batters will have to really adapt to the conditions. But like I said, it's a star-studded event with plenty of quality on show and all the players able to adapt to the conditions on hand. We look forward to a cracker game. Absolutely delighted to be here in Faisalabad. It's been a long time coming, But finally, we are here for the star-studded, action-packed Champions Cup. It's been pretty hot and humid as well here in Faisalabad, but things will get better when the evening draws in. It must have been a monumental task for curator Ashraf and Tony Hemming to come up with a decent square here after a long inactivity here at the Iqbal Stadium. Having a close look at the pitch, it's got plenty of grass on it, but the thing is there's a few dry and bare patches as well, which means that the batters will have to think twice about hitting the line. They have to be wary about the two-pace nature of the pitch, but generally it's pretty dry, and like I said, it's quite hot, so the sun will beat down on it, and we hope for a great game of cricket. It looks quite good, and with the star players in action, only the players with the best quality will be able to do better on this pitch.
बाद यहाँ पे आपका फेवरेट चैंपियंस कप हो रहा है और आपके फेवरेट प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे परफॉर्म करेंगे, तो फैसलाबाद तो तैयार लग रहा है मुझे। अब देखना ये कि किस टीम को परफॉर्म, आप किसे सपोर्ट करेंगे, किस प्लेयर की टीम को सपोर्ट करना है।
जल्दी आओ, चेक कराओ।
और ही जिथे टेबल लगे जिथे उस्मान भाई जा रहे हैं।
R2 हेलो हेलो चेक चेक 1 2 1 2 1 2 पीए पे आउट खोल देना। हेलो हेलो चेक चेक हेलो 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 अरे भी माइक दे। R1 चेक 1 2 3 हेलो चेक चेक 1 2 1 2 R1 1 2 हेलो हेलो चेक चेक R1 1 2 1 2 R2 चेक 1 2 3 हेलो अभी वो पीए पे वो चेक कर रहा है बाहर क्राउड चेक कर रहा है वो। अरे पहले आ रही समझ नहीं आ रही। हेलो 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 अंदर जा रही है ना। हाँ अंदर तो जा रही है। काशी उनका माइक दोनों चेक कर रहे हैं शायद भाई। मैं उनसे पूछ रहा हूँ दोनों कंफर्टेबल है इंग्लिश में क्वेश्चन। आप दोनों कंफर्टेबल हैं इंग्लिश क्वेश्चन भाई। ड्रोन के द्वारा हमारा इंग्लिश इसलिए तो हम कैसे सुना रहे हैं इंग्लिश फ्लो डॉक्टर विलो को इंटरनेशनल ब्रॉडकास्ट इंटरनेशनल में यहाँ किसी हमारे पाकिस्तान के में पाकिस्तान का जो नंबर इंग्लिश में बोलेगा। हां नहीं है मगर आप सवाल इंग्लिश में जवाब उनको मजे नहीं होगी क्योंकि हमने के लड़कों को सुनाना है ना यार। सही बात है। हां मैं तो आप कहते हैं तो मैं उर्दू में पूछ लेता हूं। नहीं मुझे इशू नहीं है मगर मैं कह रहा हूं कि हमने भाई हम इंग्लिश बोलेंगे तो आपका भी तो हम दिखा रहे हैं ना सबको कि है कि भाई यार ये नहीं जा रहा है नहीं जा रहा है। अस्सलामुअलैकुम ठीक ठाक आप कैसे हैं लाइकवाइज टेंशन शादी की टेंशन चेक 1 2 3 चेक 1 2 3
हेलो हेलो चेक 1 2 1 2
ये अब अली भाई बताएंगे आपका स्पॉन्सर आ तो गया पैंथर्स में
अभी नहीं अभी मार्को यूएमटी मार्को वर्सेस पैंथर है रिजवान तुझे पॉइंट दे दिया मैंने
Yes, the excitement is loading here in Faisalabad for the first Barrier Town Champions Cup, and we're all set for the toss. The two captains alongside me, Rizwan for UMT Markhors, and alongside him is Shadab Khan for the Panthers, and ICC match referee Mr. Ali Naqvi, all in readiness to flip the coin. Rizwan is gonna give it a spin. Heads. Head is the call. Head is it. Shadab has won the toss. What have you decided and why?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We wanted to bowl first because this is the first game and we don't know how the condition will play. So we try to assess him in the first bowling first. So that's why we.
Not much time for the preparations, but how has the team gelled up?
Alhamdulillah, very good because we have a very young team. Very exciting for them to play here in front of the crowd and play along with stars of Pakistan. So it's good opportunity for them as well, for us as well to build up our bench strength for the Pakistan as well. So it will be exciting games for us.
What is the total that you would like to chase?
I tell you before as well, we don't know how pitch will behave, so we want to restrict them as low as possible.
And what is the combination of the team?
How I tell you, because we are playing the first game.
But how many bowlers and how many batters or spinners?
3 fast bowler and 3 spinners as well.
Right, all the best.
Thank you.
Rizwan, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
I think also we want to bowl first, but it doesn't matter for me. It's batting or bowling, but we want to play our good cricket.
And we've heard a lot about AI being used in the selection. Have you used any AI in the playing 11?
No, just you just think about that and we see the condition and the things like that. So it's good for the team. Obviously we're gonna take help from that.
And how does the surface look like?
Surface look like very good, but it's the first match is always is difficult for anyone condition because you don't know the condition, the area, the things are. So, but we want to play our good cricket in the batting and the bowling as well.
Right, have a good one, Rizwan.
Thank you.
Right, the news from the toss is that Lake City Panthers have won the toss and they will be bowling first. Yes, the excitement is loading here in Faisalabad for the first Barrier Town Champions Cup, and we're all set for the toss. The two captains alongside me, Rizwan for UMT.
champions rise, legends return, and the heart of cricket beats again in Faisalabad. Nearly 2 years of silence, Iqbal Stadium shall awaken with the roar of the battles between the ferocious five. Five teams guided by the greats of Pakistan cricket. Decades of wisdom and a wealth of experience with a passion to deliver. Leading the charge on the field are five captains, formidable warriors in their own right. The tension is palpable, stakes are high. With a fire in their hearts and passion in their eye, the excitement is abuzz as the Champions Cup promises raw power and relentless competition. One must rise above all to reign as the champion. The time for talk is over, so let the games begin.
Well, the sound of dhol tells you that here we are with a lot of celebration, the start of a brand new domestic season and the start of a brand new tournament. Barrier Town Champions Cup will provide a lot of action, a lot of entertainment, and at the same time, the venue, Faisalabad, it will provide the people in the city to witness their stars playing in front of them. And with all that, the Barrier Town Champions Cup, we have our first encounter all set and ready with UMT Markhors taking on the Lake City Panthers. Hello and welcome to the coverage of today's play. As I said, there's the start of the brand new season, of course, domestic season, and it starts off with a tournament which has been talked about, discussed a lot, and today we are in all reality, flesh and blood. It is the Barrier Town Champions Cup. And lots to talk about, 5 teams participating. You've got the top players who are representing Pakistan or have represented Pakistan, and you've got those 5 mentors, of course, who will lead these guys through these 17, 18 days, and eventually one of them will be lifting the trophy. Lots to talk about. It's the starting, so instead of going into the details of individuals and teams, let's talk about this tournament. 150 odd players, the concept of it. I've got Salman Bhatt alongside me. Salman, lovely to see you at the start of the domestic season.
Thank you, Sikandar. Likewise.
Tell us a little bit about what you feel this particular tournament will provide to the youngsters, to the established cricketers, and a different kind of a competition. Mind you, it's a one-day cup.
Yes, indeed it is, but it is something which has been talked about a lot, a tournament which comes in with a lot of hype, and obviously it provides a huge platform for the best existing 150 players and a lot of youngsters there as well who have a big platform, a base where they can make their name from. And as you mentioned, the top cricketers, the players who are playing for Pakistan currently, their presence makes it more special. And to perform among them will give the youngsters, a big boost and a chance to make a name for themselves.
All right. Like I said, we've got 5 teams, 5 captains and 5 mentors, and we know them. They don't need any introduction, but let's go through them one by one and talk about them. Shoaib Malik, Misbah ul Haq, Waqar Yunus, Sarfaraz Ahmed, Saqlain Mushtaq. Some of the greats of the game, some of them who have recently retired, and one of them who is still an active player. But these people will surely pass on their experience to the lot who will be playing out here.
Well, exactly. Their massive experience and the amount of success that they have had while they were playing for the country will serve as a lot of information which is valuable for these youngsters to how to cope at international level, at different scenarios, how to take them, bring more awareness to these young children and, take them as closer to the international cricket as much as they can.
All right. Talk about the 2 sides that are playing today, Lake City Panthers and UMT Markhors. Let's have a look at the Lake City Panthers and what squad have they made available to themselves. So quite a bit to pick from. It's a big buffet out here. Shadab Khan is leading this team, and then you have, quite a bit of talent. Saim Ayub currently playing, representing Pakistan. Let's go through them and see the balance that can be created and the options that the captains have.
Well, as we all know that it's a tournament where the teams have been picked like, if you had the choice, you had to pick players from different places like the draft. So these teams, whenever a team is made like that, a lot depends how their first initial games go, how much the combination starts to catch up together. And I think it's a huge opportunity for some. Look at Haider Ali, for example, played for Pakistan, got quite a run, wasn't very successful. Now is the time because the places are open and somebody like him can make use of this thing. And same goes for Usman Khan. He also needs to get a lot of good performances in to remain in the mix.
Let's have a quick look at the UMT Markhors, the other side in action today. And that's been led by Mohammad Rizwan, the captain. Fakhar Zaman. When it's white ball cricket, you'll see him in action. Again, a very nice spread of choices that the captain has.
Yes, Sikandar Abdul Samad there, the third name, a very powerful hitter, something that the people look forward to these days, and he is someone I saw in one of the tournaments really hitting the ball to all parts and to long distances. So he is somebody who might be a very interesting one to see.
When you look at these two sides and the options that they have available, talk a little bit about Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad, and the square, how it reacts and what kind of 11 we would expect. Now, I was going through a few numbers. Of course, it's a day-night game, one-day game. It's very much dominated by sides winning the toss and deciding to chase under lights, and they've got results to themselves. But in terms of the surface, you see a fair mix of spin and pace attack, or it's going to be lopsided?
I think it has to be a mix. It's a one-day game. You need to be up with the over 8 as well. And then obviously you're playing in Asian conditions with this sort of heat coming down. Definitely the spin somewhere is going to come along and, you know, play a part in picking up wickets and maybe stopping the run flow, which might be there. We shall have a look at the pitch when it comes, and then we can speak more about how and what sort of mix should be going in.
Some of the players who've been around the Pakistan cricket circuit have travelled a lot with Pakistan cricket, and they've just suddenly been in some hiding. Shahnawaz Dani is one name who's come out very promising. He's gone through some injuries. Now he's back, and good to see him in action. Let's have a listen.
ये एक आसान सफ़र नहीं था कि एक छोटे शहर से वहाँ से आप अपने क्रिकेट को, अपनी फिटनेस को डेवलप करके आप अपनी कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करते हो. इसके लिए काफ़ी डेडिकेशन चाहिए होती है और मैंने उसके लिए काफ़ी मेहनत किया और पेशेंस रखा और बिलीव था कि मैं पाकिस्तान खेल सकता हूँ. तो टू बी ऑनेस्ट के बिफोर मुझसे पहले कोई भी इस तरह छोटे शहरों से आके पाकिस्तान के लिए कभी नहीं खेला, तो थोड़ा मेरे लिए मुश्किल था उस चीज़ को एक्सेप्ट करना. उसमें मैंने अपने जो परफॉर्मेंस थी मेरे अंडर 19 में, उसके बाद लाड़काना रीजन ग्रेड 2 में मैंने 2-3 साल वहाँ पे खेला, वहाँ पे मैंने परफॉर्मेंस की. उसके बाद मैं सिंध के टीम में शामिल हो गया, वहाँ पे फर्स्ट क्लास पे मैंने टॉप किया. उस टॉप करने के बाद उसका मुझे रिवार्ड PSL में एज एमर्जिंग प्लेयर मुझे मुल्तान सुल्तान ने मौका दिया. बीइंग ए एमर्जिंग प्लेयर, आपका पहला सीज़न और आप बेस्ट बॉलर ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट और उसके साथ आपकी टीम चैम्पियन बने, तो उसमें आपकी भी कंट्रीब्यूशन हो, तो मेरे लिए वो बहुत ही बड़ा अचीवमेंट था. नसीम शाह एक बहुत ही बड़ा बॉलर है, अभी पाकिस्तान के लिए काफ़ी उसने परफॉर्मेंसेस दी हैं इवन PSL में, और माशाल्लाह हमारा पाकिस्तान का एक बेहतरीन बॉलर है ऑल 3 फॉर्मेट्स. तो उसके साथ बॉलिंग शेयर करना मेरे लिए भी काफ़ी खुशी की बात होगी. मिसबा भाई के साथ मैंने 2 साल उनके साथ अंडर में खेल रहा हूँ, वो SNGPL में भी एज अ हेड कोच हैं, तो मुझे काफ़ी मज़ा आया और मैंने उनसे बहुत कुछ सीखने को भी मिलता है. चाहे वो बैट्समैन हैं लेकिन उनको माशाल्लाह बहुत नॉलेज है क्रिकेट के फील्ड में, तो उनके साथ जो मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है वो काफ़ी ज़बरदस्त है. और उनको भी मेरा नेचर के हवाले से मतलब पता है कि दहानी ये जो हरकतें करता है ग्राउंड में, सेलिब्रेशन करता है, रनिंग करता है विकेट लेने के बाद, तो ये जानबूझ के नहीं करता, ये इसका नेचर में है.
Well, Shahnawaz Dani, hope to see more of him in action in this tournament. Now, we spoke about what is on offer out there in the center in terms of the pitch. Let's have a closer look with Shah Faisal.
Absolutely delighted to be here in Faisalabad. It's been a long time coming, but finally we are here for the action-packed Champions Cup. It's pretty warm and humid here in Faisalabad, but the things will get better as the evening draws in. It must have been a monumental task for the curators, Tony Hamming and Ashraf as well, to come up with a decent square, because there hasn't been much cricket played in Iqbal Stadium for quite some time. That's why if you have a close look at this pitch, there's plenty of grass on it, but it's not an even covering of grass. some patches of grass are dry and some patches on the pitch are pretty bare as well, which would suggest that it may be having a two-pace nature to it. That's why the batters will have to really adapt to the conditions. But like I said, it's a star-studded event with plenty of quality on show and all the players able to adapt to the conditions on hand. We look forward to a cracker game.
And no matter what the condition is, it's always understood that when you're playing under lights or a day-night game, the captains feel that there's some comfort zone. Chase, one, you know the target, and that is, I think, the most deciding factor more than the condition of the surface.
Well, at times, yes, in white ball cricket, it is a factor, and it also depends how much dew comes in, when it comes in, if it comes in, and whether if there's a cloud cover, because we've had so many rains in Punjab in the last month or so, you never know, they can come uninvited at any moment. But there are a few bare patches, there are some grassy patches, so that means it may be a two-paced pitch. It may be. And for then, the players that play out there, they need to adapt. They need to see, spend time, and then see how they go. And very important that the guy who becomes set should bat longer.
And it's always the case that when it's the start of a new tournament, a fresh surface, the teams that are playing the opening game, they are touch tentative. They don't really know what is a safe score, how much far do we go. If you go on to the stats, what suggest over here, average first inning score is around 280 odd, which probably is a good score under lights over here and might produce a fight.
Well, it is. It's always that sort of a score which teams feel that they can defend and the other side feels they can chase. So it makes the game very interesting. But definitely it's a new pitch, new tournament. The team's tentativeness, it makes sense. But again, if you do what is necessary, apply yourself, your batters bat through the 50 overs, things become much easier.
All right, time for us to go out there and get the all-important toss with Ali Yunus and the two captains.
Yes, the excitement is loading here in Faisalabad for the first Barrier Town Champions Cup. And we're all set for the toss. The two captains alongside me, Rizwan for UMT Markhors, and alongside him is Shadab Khan for the Panthers, and ICC match referee, Mr. Ali Naqvi, all in readiness to flip the coin. Rizwan is going to give it a spin. Heads. Head is the call. Head is it. Shadab has won the toss. What have you decided and why?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We wanted to bowl first because this is the first game and we don't know how the condition will play. So we try to assess him in the first bowling first. So that's why we.
Not much time for the preparations, but how has the team gelled up?
Alhamdulillah, very good because we have a very young team. Very exciting for them to play here in front of the crowd and play along with stars of Pakistan. So. It's a good opportunity for them as well, for us as well, to build up our bench strength for the Pakistan as well. So it will be exciting games for us.
What is the total that you would like to chase?
I tell you before as well, we don't know how pitch will behave, so we want to restrict them as low as possible.
And what is the combination of the team?
I tell you, because we are playing the first game.
But how many bowlers and how many batters or spinners?
3 fast bowlers and 3 spinners as well.
Right, all the best.
Thank you.
Rizwan, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
I think also we want to bowl first, but it doesn't matter for me. It's batting or bowling, but we want to play our good cricket.
And we've heard a lot about AI being used in the selection. Have you used any AI in the playing 11?
No, just, you just think about that and we see the condition and the things like that. So it's good for the team. Obviously, we're going to take help from that.
And how does the surface look like?
Surface look like very good, but it's the first match is always is difficult for any one condition because you don't know the condition, the area, the things are. So, but we want to play our good cricket in the batting and the bowling as well.
Right, have a good one, Rizwan.
Thank you.
Right, the news from the toss is that Lake City Panthers have won the toss and they will be bowling first.
Well, no surprises there. Side winning the toss, deciding to chase. Now, this is the 11 on each side. UMT Markhors, have a look at this, Salman.
Open Fazan, another very promising hard hitter. Kamran Ghulam comes in, provides the experience and a lot of runs in the middle order. So does Rizwan. Salman Ali Agha, the all-rounder, obviously, and Iftikhar. They have the luxury of these two who can bowl a bit. Abdul Samad can really tonk the ball, and Zaid Mahmood, with all his experience with the red ball cricket, can be a handy customer. Naseem Shah, Shanwaz Dhani and Akif, their pace battery. So pretty balanced side there for the UMT Markhors.
Lake City Panthers.
Lake City, again, you see at the top two people who can really hit the ball long, Sam and Usman. Bangalzai is a technically very correct youngster. Arslan Ash from the under-19. Haider Ali, Shadab Khan, Mubassir Khan, Ahmad Butt, and Hasnan Usama Mir. So two frontline leg spinners, potential match winners over there. And Zishan, I think, is the emerging player.
So we're all set for action out here for the Barrier Town Champions Cup. It's the Lake City Panthers and the UMT Markhors taking on each other. And the first game, as you just know, that the Lake City Panthers have won the toss and they've decided that they are going to bowl first. So let's find out what kind of score UMT Markhors can put up batting first in this opening game. Lots of fireworks, lots of cricket to be played here at the Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad. Thank you very much, Salman. Let's enjoy some good cricket action.
What a time, what a day for Faisalabad. All these pictures you can see, they've been waiting for a long time for these stars to come and perform in front of them. And what a time to do it. This Barrier Town Champions Cup, the first game just about to get underway. Lots of stars being included in this tournament. It's the best against the best. Well, without wasting any more time, we'll be talking about the teams. Just a little bit wait because all the teams are ready for the national anthem. Goosebump stuff. This is what we've been waiting for, and we've been waiting for Shah Faisal all the way from USA. A very warm welcome and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Aline. Good afternoon, all. Faisalabad has been buzzing for quite a few days. Since the teams have been here, they've been practicing every night, and people have come out in numbers to watch them. National anthem really was spectacular here in a domestic event. It's been after a while that we're seeing such kind of enthusiasm and fervor from the fans. Look at the sides on your screen. The Markhors, Fakhar Zaman leading the charts. Mohammad Faizan, Kamran Ghulam. You look at them, the names are big. Salman Ali Agha, Iftikhar Ahmed will be the middle order alongside Abdul Samad, Zahid Mahmood, Naseem Shah, Shahnawaz Hani and Akif Javed. Formidable bowling lineup.
Absolutely. And on the other side, it's all that flair in that side. Lake City Panthers will be openers. The two exciting batters, Saimayu, Usman Khan, Wahid Bangalzai, all the way from Balochistan. Arslan Ash from Pakistan under 19 side. Haider Ali, we were talking about his performance because it's very important that he gets some runs, gets some touch, because Pakistan badly needs a better like him. Shadab Khan, we all know what he's capable of. Mubassir Khan, the all-rounder. Ahmad Butt, very exciting name from Sialkot. Really looking forward to him. Hasnan also in the side, Usama Mir and Zishan in that side. So a very exciting game in our hands in Barrier Town Champions Cup. This is game number 1 all the way from Faisalabad. The two openers, well, we know what he can do, Shah Faisal. Fakhar Zaman, he can be a destructor.
The world beater Fakhar Zaman. He's been welcomed to the ground by rapturous applause from this Faisalabad crowd already. They'll be looking for some fireworks from this man who is a flamboyant opening batter. He'll be coming out to bat to entertain this huge crowd here, which is building. It's pretty hot out there, Ali, and humid, but the weather is set fair and it will get better during the evenings. The outfield looks in stunning shape. The pitch, everything, all the settings promises to be making it a cracking event.
Now, a very important tournament for few players who are looking to make a comeback to Pakistan side. Well, not him, because we know that he is a permanent member of the side. Fakhar Zaman, these are staggering numbers. Look at that average, 47.65, 6,672 runs. Strike rate, very impressive. And that highest runs of 210. His partner, Faizan, well, he can be a destructor. He is a six-hitter. We've seen him in local cricket a lot of time. He's represented Lahore Qalandars in Pakistan Super League. He's a talent too.
Mohammad Hasnan, this is someone that I really want to watch out because Pakistan has really struggled for pace in their bowling lineup, and Mohammad Hasnan is expressed, there is no doubt about it. Just the 27 matches, he's been around for a long, long time, but just 27 games, 43 wickets, that average is good, the economy is good, and the 6 for 19 will suggest on his day he could be a match winner.
Absolutely. It's the best against the best, and all these facilities, all in readiness. The umpires, very experienced. Aleem Dar, we know about him, as he suggests, just waiting and making sure that everything is in order. Waleed Yaqub, the leg umpire, alongside Aleem Dar. We will be talking about the importance of this tournament, Ya Faisal. We'll take on your take as we go along in this game. That's Waleed Yaqub, another very good umpire. 2 slips for Arslan. First ball of the Champions Cup. On target. He'll be running hard to get the second one. He does, quite easily in the end.
Couple of runs for Fakhar Zaman. There was a hint of movement inward there from Hasnan. This is his go-to delivery with the new ball. He does get a beautiful shape to the right-hander, away from them, into the left-handers. Fakhar Zaman will look to be a bit watchful to begin with. There's a little bit apprehensions about the wicket being too paced, but early exchanges will let us know that all these pre-game assumptions, how they turn out. As they say, the talking's been done. It's time for action.
Again, some swing. Just a little one. Not some exaggerated swing, but he'll take it. Fakhar Zaman is better when he's looking to take his time early on, because more he bats, destructor he gets.
It's kind of strange. We see a lot of Test cricket and then we see a lot of T20 cricket. This is in between.
Pitch, you've been the expert for us all these years. What do you make of it? Shah Faisal, one more time for us.
It is not an even covering of grass. There's some bare patches you can see and some dry grass as well. Batters will need to watch out for that.
That's played in between the two fielders. He will come back for another cupper, Fakhar Zaman.
Again, that movement in, but talking about the pitch and the uneven nature of the grass, that is the concerning thing for the batters early doors. But we can understand there has been no high-profile cricket at this venue for a long time, and the curators must have been working really hard to get this square ready.
Just a little delay, umpire just making sure that the batters took the complete run, because the suggestion is that maybe there was one run short. That is what the delay is about. Well, what a moment for Faisalabad. We have to say this, because we just got a little delay so we can talk about this event being held here. And this is why the delay is about. I think that's fine. Shouldn't be a problem here.
Yeah, well, he didn't get himself into the greatest of angles. Probably that's why he wanted to double check it, just to be on the safe side.
Slip has gone out. Just one slip now. Started off with 2, remember. But because of that in-swing that he was getting to a left-hander, he's placed that fielder at mid-wicket catching. That can be a good move against Fakhar Zaman.
That could be, if there was better communication between the skipper and the bowler, because for the first time in the over, Hasnan angled the ball across the left-hander, for which 2 slips would have been handy, although started out quite wide and went away. But yeah, again, that in-swinger, that's why that mid-wicket is in place. If anything goes in the ear, that fielder will be in action.
Check drive. Beaten the fielder. That doesn't have much to go to a boundary, but another couple for Fakhar Zaman. He's been very careful so far. And that is a good news for UMT Markhors.
Talking about Hasnan, he hasn't extended himself just yet. Looking to bowl well within himself. Nice seam position. He's got the length right for majority of this first over. First look at the outfield, the way it went. Faisalabad traditionally is a very, very fast scoring ground. The outfield is fast, although the boundaries are 70 yards all around.
Straight away apologizing. Some aggression by his man. End of the first over. 6 for none. Ahmad Butt. He's been around for a while. The numbers 80 matches, 109 wickets. Economy 5.62, best of 5 for 54. He's an all-round cricketer. He's a very good batter too. I believe Pakistan has missed out on him, on his talent. He's still there, still got cricket in him. 2 slips to start off. Good area.
Excellent areas and a hint of movement as well. Sometimes we cover a lot of domestic cricket and we have a lot for few players that we all thought, if given chances at the top level, could become the real deal. Ahmad Butt was one of them. He threatened to break into that Pakistan team. Still, the skill is there. There's no doubting the skill. Good start from the all-rounder.
Nicely bowled. Just that hint of outswing to Faizan. Well, watch out for that long on and cow corner area when Faizan is batting, because he hits them big and hits them hard on that area. But this is his opportunity. We've been talking about it, Faisal, that we know about all these established players who played for Pakistan. But it's about people like Faizan, people like Ahmad. But this tournament is so important. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Could have been nasty. I think he's pulled up all right the way he's walking. But that could have been very nasty. Look at that right leg. Wow. He could easily have ended up with a broken ankle. Very lucky, Ahmad Butt.
Very lucky indeed. Fuller this time. Yeah, we're talking about people like Faizan, people like Ahmad Butt, Mubassir Khan, all these players. It's very important for them to perform, because you don't get such stage now and then, because this is an opportunity being staged by PCB.
Well, this is the man, Aleem Dar. He's supervising this game, former first-class cricketer, former best umpire of the world for multiple years. And Walid Yaqub giving him company on field.
One slip for the left-hander. But Fakhr was not ready. There's so much happening right down in front of the batter's eyes, because everyone is excited here in Faisalabad, and rightly so. It's been 2 years that cricket has not been played here in this city. So everyone, we can tell from the hotel members that we have been traveling, there have been people around watching for the players, and the pre-hype of the tournament. They've been stands full just to watch Babar Azam practice. How cool is that?
Absolutely. I came down here last night, Ali, and there was the Markhors were practicing. There was huge buzz here. Everybody wanted to get in, even to see the practice. And it was very humid under lights as well. One thing that we mentioned in our pre-match show about the dew, but there was none 9 o'clock last night. We'll have to keep an eye on that as the tournament progresses. But again, you mentioned Faisalabadis. They need to just get used to the rituals of cricket and not going across the side screen when the game is on. Nasir Hussain is in action. He's directing traffic in that area.
Because this ground has been very fruitful for Fakhr Zaman, would want everything to be perfect. It's going down and a little high too. So he's at 5 innings here, 297 runs with an average of 59. 102 50s, 115 the best for Fakhr Zaman here at Faisalabad. So he likes playing here.
Most of the batsmen do. Yeah, that appeal, not a lot was going for it. It's pitched in line, a little bit of movement, a little bit of bounce. Ahmad Butt was interested, but no one else was. That's another thing we need to keep an eye on, the bounce on this pitch. We've discussed about the pace. But the general consensus, talking to Misbah Haq and the other coaches around, they reckon it is pretty hard, so we can expect to see good bounce and the pace that the batters would need to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. And that is why the captains were not sure what to do. Both the captains, they wanted to bowl first. They didn't want their batters to be in trouble early on, just because they could not tell how the pitch will behave. Punches it. Excellent fielding too. This is what Faizan can do. Punches them very hard. But Bangalze doing a good work there. 2 done, 8 for none.
Snan will continue from the far end of the ground.
We just noticed the change of stance. Maybe now Fakhr Zaman is standing on the middle end off. He started off from leg stump because the ball is swinging. So now he's just made a little bit of change. That is what experience is. Just quickly realizing what he needs to do at this level. That is where the learning is for the youngster, somebody like Faizan, that if you realize something, just make a quick change. Swing again. That is what that was about, because he was so close of it, just getting through that defense of Fakhr Zaman.
The first time I felt like Hasnan bowled an effort delivery. He just rolled in his first over within himself. Talking about the pitch, last ball, last over, there was a firm drive off the back foot, almost on the up. There you see some bare patches, but towards the far end of the ground, where now Hasnan is bowling from, there's a slightly even covering of grass. So hitting through the line from that end against Butt will be slightly easier than when it compares to from Hasnan.
There's a chance, definite chance there was. But a direct hit was required, not to be risky, but they'll take it.
Half a chance, you reckon, in the field. Again, the way the standards are, you'd have to set yourself, as a fielder even, higher standards. Just the one stump to aim at, but he was way wide. That was a poor effort.
Saim Ayub, the fielder. Direct hit was required. Well, Faizan was another thing that these youngsters need to learn, batting alongside Fakhar Zaman, because Fakhar is very good at judging the runs, so you got to be there with the partner.
Faizan is taking a liking to staying at the back foot. Once again, good bounce there from Hasnan. You mentioned about Faizan. He would feel unlucky that you think when he was playing his best cricket, he just withered away from the scene. He was given his opportunity very early when he was very raw. And like I said, when we covered domestic cricket, we thought that he was coming towards playing his best cricket. And that's the time where Lahore Qalandars got rid of him. And he didn't have that platform to excel.
Beautifully driven. That's the first boundary for the Beria Town Champions Cup, coming from the bat of Faizan. This is what he's capable of, just leaning into it and playing it through the gap.
It's evidence of the talent of the man. We've been talking about the difficulty of hitting through the line. It wasn't a half volley, slightly wider, but just a small stride. But the hands, he's a tall lad, good reach. Just angle face to find that gap, just square off the wicket. Excellent batting, Faizan.
Putting the pressure on the bowler. That's what Faizan can do. Trying a little too hard, Isnan. We've been talking about his talent. You just mentioned lots of things about him. When he gets going, he gets them big. I've seen him play some big innings. And he can be a big six setup. Very wristy he is. And he must take advantage of this opportunity that has been provided by the PCB. Because if you perform against these competitors, it means you got something in you.
Overcorrection from Hasnan on a couple of occasions. He got driven for that boundary by Faizan. He tried to tighten up on length, too tight. That would also suggest that coming back into cricket after a while, it's hard to find your rhythm. He's bowling well within himself until Faizan played a good stroke and put the pressure back on him. Hasnan hasn't reacted well to that.
That's better. Guided it towards the third for one. This will come to an end of the third over. 16 for none. Markhors. Ahmad Butt will continue. Gave away just one run in his first over. He specializes in that line and length, Ahmad Butt. He'll just keep on bowling those teasing length where batter just cannot decide where to go. Toured with Pakistan side to England in 2016. Ahmad Butt didn't get a game there. Lots of talent at that time, but still is talented. I still believe that he's got lots of cricket in him, and Pakistan has definitely missed out on Ahmad Butt. Wristy. Second boundary for Faizan. Beautifully clipped.
Too straight from Ahmad Butt, looking for that magic delivery to swing it from middle and leg. It didn't come back enough, and Faizan held his shape beautifully, kept his balance, his roll of the wrist, and look at that outfield go. It's pretty quick. Faizan has got himself a good start here.
Pulling back his length a little, Ahmad, but realizing that Faizan is now comfortable, looking to score runs.
Excellent bounce there for the batters. Like I say, Ali, when we cover a lot of domestic cricket, we want to keep an eye on the bounce of the pitch because that allows everybody to show their skills. Good batters can really enjoy bounce. Good bowlers and spinners, pacers and spinners, they really like the bounce. And having seen that, 45, fine leg is coming up into the ring. The square leg is gone back. The slip has moved to mid-wicket. Plenty of changes in the field. Early signs that the ball or the bat would have to really dominate the way things are going. But again, more field changes from Shadab.
Well, for once he realized you don't need a slip, but then probably Ahmad Butt stepping in and saying, I need a slip. So the fielder now from mid-wicket going back to the slip. It's beautifully bowled again. Shadab Khan, very proactive. Remember, he won the Pakistan Super League. And his opponent, Rizwan, was the losing captain in the final of Pakistan Super League. So we were witnessing something similar there. The teams, lots of settled team, Markhors if you talk about. But I'm really looking forward to see Panthers, how they play. Lots of exciting players in that side. Saim Ayub, one of my personal favorite there. Haider Ali.
Ball is coming on to the bat very nicely. Like I said, this end of the ground where Ahmad Butt is bowling from and where Faizan is batting is slightly even covering of grass. So from that end, length deliveries have been dealt really nicely. The other thing in early exchanges that I really have liked so far is the bounce. It seems pretty even.
You just love it, talking about the pitch. Your favorite thing. Again punches it, but could not quite find the gap. We'll talk more about it, don't worry, we're here. 4 overs gone, 20 for none. Look at the crowd in the background, Faisal. That is why it is very important to have cricket in stations like Faisalabad. Because they just love watching these cricketers, love watching them. They've come in numbers. Remember, it's very hot, and as the day progresses, I'm expecting a full house here at Faisalabad. Wonderful to see. He's been very careful. That's maybe not a good sign for Panthers, because we know what he's capable of doing. It is taking his time.
I think lately Fakhar Zaman has become like that. He likes to take his time early doors.
Right, we've been talking about the points. There's a lot of incentive if you play some positive cricket. Well, you get 10 points if you win the game, but if you win it by 8 wickets, you get 1 extra bonus point. If you win it by 9 wickets, you get 2 extra points. If you win it by 10 wickets, you get 3 points. We'll talk more about it. That's high as 9. So yes, lots of incentives as far as the bonus points are concerned, because they want them to play that positive cricket and play for big wins. And flashed it outside the off stump, didn't get the connection. Fakhar Zaman.
First signs from Fakhar Zaman. He went hard at it. There was little room on offer. City of Faisalabad, the third largest city of Pakistan, is seeing the revival of cricket and plenty of incentives for teams to play ruthless cricket. Put your foot down on the pedal when you're on top and not let this.
Beautifully played. And great effort too. That's Osama Mir. Another couple for Fakhar Zaman, but I'm sure umpire will have a look at that boundary check because it was very close to that skirting. Osama Mir did his best. He's not sure, of course, yes. One can never be.
Tall and lanky Osama Mir with pretty long limbs. He got himself away from the ball. Away. Yes, he did. Nifty footwork. And now did that knee touch the ball. Very, very close here.
One has to be very unlucky.
Did the ball move, Ali? I didn't see it move.
Did touch. But that handkerchief that is there was touching the skirting, or maybe the leg. He's taking his time, but you've got to give the effort for Osama Mir.
Well spotted, Ali. I think the ball probably was so close to the knee but didn't touch, but that hanky hanging out of his trouser is still touching, and the back foot is also coming back. The ball, that's the knee is the only part in question, I think, in my opinion. Not an easy call.
Asif Yaqub, the third umpire, in action, and a tough one. He'll have to give a boundary. There's Aleem Dar signaling it for it was a great effort. Fakhar Zaman will take it. It's hot. It's not easy there in the middle. Not finding the gap one more time, Fakhar Zaman. End of 5, 24 without any loss. UMT Markhors. Quite a batting lineup, Shah Faisal. Got Kamran Ghulam, Ahmad Rizwan at number 4, Salman Ali Agha at number 5, Iftikhar Ahmed at number 6, Samad, he can bat too. It's a huge middle order.
The way the strike has gone so far, Fakhar Zaman hasn't played many deliveries for Ahmad Butt. With his gentle pace and that inward movement, and we've noticed that the ball comes on a bit better from this end where Ahmad is bowling. Fakhar Zaman would want Faizan to turn over the strike and let him have a look at Ahmad, because Fakhar has been in for a few deliveries now and he showed first signs of aggression in the last over.
Beautifully done. Lovely shot by Faizan. That's what he can do. He's got lots of talent, lots of potential, this lad.
Boundaries of the front foot and this one off the back foot. He rode the bounce beautifully. Very tall. Not a lot of width, but that bat speed was superb. Shift of weight into the shot, and this outfield is going very fast. Looking very, very good, Faizan.
And the use of wrist, Faisal. Waited enough, then placed it. Good run. Quickly realizing that the fielder was coming right from the circle. That's good cricket. He knows, he realizes the importance of this inning for Faizan. Got to make use of this.
Good cricket, Faizan. He's looking good, but now the matchup that I was looking for, Fakhar Zaman against Ahmad Butt. For the first time, the left-hander will be on strike. There's a deep mid-wicket going back. And there is a fielder at 45, third man rather. Keep saying that angle 45, it is 45 degrees, but way outside into the deep. Still slip in place.
You can see, you can tell that he's eager to go after the bowling lineup. He's had enough. He's been there for a while, Fakhar Zaman. Maybe that patch that you were talking about early on, he's just quickly realizing that that is the spot where the ball might stuck a little. Maybe a two pace in that spot. What can a batter do in a spot like this? It's just right in front of you.
It's actually quite far back. It's just behind that slot area that we would call. So anything upward of that to Fakhar Zaman will be right in the slot. But Ahmad cleverly is bowling into those patches. Back of a length. He's getting good bounce. To keep Fakhar Zaman quiet is a big deal here since Fakhar Zaman is in.
You need to score 100 runs in the first 10 overs to get 3 bonus points. Scores, beg your pardon, 1 point if you score 100 runs. Beautiful Faisalabad, formerly known as Lailpur. Big day for them. We're expecting lots of people to come to stadium just to support the cricket. We've already seen lots of people here. The buzz is around. "29 after 5. This is match number 1, live from Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad. It's UMT Markhors versus Lake City Panthers. As we see the first sign of spin being introduced, it will be Mubassir Khan, another very talented off-spinner. Good all-round cricketer, can bat too. 41 wickets, best of 4 for 51. Still very young, lots of cricket in him. It's good that Usama Mir is there with him, the experienced member. Shadab also the leg spinner with him. This is what this tournament is about. The blend of seniors with youngsters.
Absolutely, and Mubassir is a very good red ball cricketer as well. This should come naturally to him, this 50-over format. Been on the fringes of Pakistan team, has been with the Shaheens for a couple of years now, Mubassir. Big stage, big opportunity for him. Bowling from the right hand, I think.
And it will be interesting to see how Faizan deals with him. Still in the power play. Just give it the ball a little air. Mubassir has got a fielder at long on and a fielder between mid-wicket and square leg. That's where he likes it, just checking it in the end. Faizan playing it towards long on for 1.
Letting the bowler know early doors that he's going to come after you. Faizan did.
No slip for Mubassir against a left-hander. Ideally, I would want to see a slip there because Fakhar Zaman hasn't been at his best so far. So why not to put a little bit more added pressure on him by having that slip.
Hint of turn. Really, at least let him get away with one big shot and then you can go back a little bit on the defensive. But Shadab has already put the 2 fielders out, long off and deep mid-wicket. Obviously very formidable Fakhar Zaman against spin.
Huge appeal, huge appeal. Limdar not interested. Going with the angle.
Fakhar was advancing down the pitch, so he was a long way down first thing first, and probably that's what the doubt would have been in Aleem Dar's mind. That came in with the arm though, bit quicker through the air. Good reception from Mubassir.
Yeah, it did come down the track, but let me tell you, it hit straight. It did hit straight. So putting some pressure, Mubassir, early on. That's a fantastic start. Fakhr Zaman not at his best, I tell you.
Hint of turn on the first delivery and then coming in with the arm. Good variations from the young off spinner.
Clever. Very clever by Mubassir. After 7, it's 30 for none.
Unlucky the bowler, brilliant line, good delivery, took the outside edge and the keeper wasn't good enough. Usman Khan there, dropping a sitter. Have a look, just fending to a delivery, going away just a touch and no feet there in the stroke. And Usman, well, they don't come much easier. You could understand the frustration of Ahmad Butt. It's hot out there and the fast bowlers are working hard. Worked on the leg side, just a single. Been a stable start for the UMT Markhors. Oh, wonderfully bowled, jagging back and cutting in half. Fakhr Zaman didn't know much about this one.
Every time you see Ahmad Butt, it takes me back to that tournament, National T20, which is on the same ground back in 2018-19, and he was at his peak at that time. Got his opportunity to be in the Pakistan side. I'm not really sure how many games he got, but he's such a complete package. Can field well, good bowler, can bat down the order. Down the wicket, gives the charge, had enough of that. Created that length. Quick movement of the feet and got right underneath that.
Yes, this is something Fakhr Zaman really knows better than most people. Dances down the track and puts this one straight over mid-on for a flat 6. The first 6 of the tournament, and see him again, holds the pose just for a bit. Not much time there for the photographers. After a jaffa of a delivery, he has decided not to allow any movement to disturb himself again.
Yeah, coming back to Ahmad, just a complete package, an all-round cricketer. He's kept himself fit. He's been around in the circuit for a while. He's usually the first choice in these domestic sides.
Yes, Ahmad Butt, a very super fit, very capable all-rounder. Hasn't had many opportunities, but he's certainly somebody who carries a lot of talent, a lot of promise. And he's only 29 Sikandar, still a lot of time on his hand if he's utilized in the correct manner. Once again, attacking the stumps, bowling to his fields, and Fakhr Just a bit defensive on this time. Overbowled, 37 for no loss. Mubassir Khan there into the attack. Very first delivery. Fazan looking to go after him. Did not succeed.
Another handy cricketer, Mubassir, with the bat, with the ball. So important, especially in white ball cricket, that you've got to be a bit of everything. And then you can squeeze your way into the 11.
Also depends, Sikandar, what resources you carry in terms of your 15 or whatever the squad is, and then the mindsets of the captain and the management. Remember, Shadab comes from Islamabad United, and they do prefer people who are three-dimensional. Another single down the ground this time. Both the openers have started carefully, just building on. We heard both the captains were tentative about batting first. Both wanted to bowl first. And I think they've taken the right approach as a batting side, just to spend some time and see how it goes.
Yeah, white ball cricket, especially the shortest format, has become a choice of players who are three-dimensional. Specialists usually are a very rare thing to see, unless you're someone really outstanding. Even someone like a Rashid Khan can bat as well. Should be out. It is out. Tried to clear that mid-wicket fielder. Well-timed jump, and the first wicket falls. Fakhr Zaman walks back.
Yes, a very important wicket there. Fakhr was looking dangerous, just danced down the track, hit a six of the faster bowler, and this time trying to repeat what he did in the last over, did not succeed. The inside edge, and it went straight to the short mid-wicket fielder, and I believe it was Usama Mir who took the catch. And last ball of this over. There we see Fakhr. This is he's coming back. 17 he got of 28. Mubassir picks up the first wicket of his last ball. 9 gone, 38 for 1.
Kamran Ghulam at number 3 for UMT Markhors. So his numbers just crossed that 3,000 mark. Average of 42. The conversion is not, well, very wow. 20, 50s and 600s. You bat at 323, not out his highest.
Kamran Ghulam has been around this first-class circuit for ages. Very experienced and used to bat down the order. Later on became a prominent batter. And Zishan, the tall guy, start off in the good areas. A wicket has just fallen, Sikandar, and there's just a little bit of movement there, and we've seen the batters not being very confident. I would like to see one slip there at the moment, because they've just picked up one wicket. It's the new bowler, probably tall Zishan, might extract some bounce. Maybe a good idea to have a slip there.
Yeah, he bowled it too full. Just way too full. He's been driven nicely through extra.
Yes, too full this one, and to a batter who's been there throughout the innings, this is too easy. Driven through the covers for a boundary.
Again, too full. This time, even a better shot. We'll wait for the umpire. Probably a bounce to the fence. Yeah, he's leaking runs here. You got the men up in the circle, so it's easy pickings for the batter to just elevate that over the 30-yard marker.
Yes, Zishan seems someone who is having problem warming up to the occasion. It's two looseners now, consecutive looseners, and too easy for the batter who's in form. Looks good. Fazan striking it hard and getting the boundaries for his team. Some sort of momentum gain here now for the Markhors. 46 they have got to. It's the 10th over, last over of the first power play.
And didn't quite bounce much as he would have liked to play it over that mid-wicket zone. That one wicket that fell is again a clear example of disciplined bowling. Just one run given by Mubassir. Quite a few dot balls that pushed Fakhar Zaman out of his comfort zone, tried to get a boundary going and lost his wicket there. That's that last ball. Again, that bounce, getting that inside part of the bat.
Yes, Zishan seems a bit rusty so far. The 4 deliveries that he's bowled, he hasn't been full throttle, not going through the full follow-through after delivering. And this one is pulled. The fielder is at the boundary. Cut off this. Just a single.
Yeah, I couldn't get that timing right on that shot, otherwise would have been another boundary, because the man in the deep is very square. End of an over, which is the first one. 47 for 1 after 10. Ten overs have been bowled, and they've lost Fakhar Zaman in the process. Mubassir will continue his bowling from the far end.
easy single between short mid-wicket and square leg. Mubassir Khan, to start off his first over, he had two men, one on square leg, one at short fine, and now after watching that there isn't much spin on offer, there's an extra man on the offside and just two in the ring on the leg side.
That's a good call. Kamran wanted that single. Faizan was a touch slow in taking off, but they've completed it.
Well, you got to say that they caught the fielder napping. It was a firm push, and the fielder just reacted late. Saim Ayub it is, and that really shouldn't have been a single. So good on the part of the batters. They were aware to the fielder's delayed response. They took the single. Faizan has played a few shots and is just gained a bit of momentum, and that's why we see mid-on going deep for him, deep mid-wicket as well. Pushing it flat within the stumps. Anything in zone is likely to go for Faizan. That's the kind of player he is. There we see, didn't get it in the middle, just a single too long on.
That's 50 up for UMT Markhors. Strange now the one-day games have 3 power plays, so the power play never goes away. There's now the second power play, which is the longest one. You can have 4 minimum inside the circle. And then in the last 10 overs, you can have 3 outside the 30-yard circle.
Talk about classic spin bowling. Nothing in the air given by the bowler Mubassir Khan. All flat and quick, targeting the stumps. Once again, bowling on the leg side, and lucky. Ball went to square leg. 11 gone, 51 for 1, Markhors.
It was a very sedate start from the Markhors. And then when they decided to go after the bowling, they lost Fakhar Zaman. Now Faizan will take that lead, of course, who's batting well at 28. And it will be interesting to see how Markhors operate in terms of their batting order. From what we've got, Rizwan should be next.
Yes, the deep square leg comes in to short mid-wicket. There's one in gully, and this one was short, and Kamran Ghulam couldn't time this one. So Ishan has been up and down a bit, Sikandar. He's hasn't found his permanent length, just looking for the right areas. Either he's been too full or a couple of times on the shorter side.
As soon as the circle opened up, Shadab got young Zishan. We'll talk more about that. Oh, that's a beauty.
That is why I was talking about having a slip there. I've seen this boy bowl in the T20, in the Under-19 World Cup, in that T20 league of PJL. He's somebody who can swing the ball away and from a length. And that's why, if he can be consistent on this line and length, you might see the slip come in. But he has to be consistent with this line and length.
Yeah, talk about Zishan. Of course, we know that he's got that extra height, so he is expected to get some extra bounce. He bowls the new ball. He played for Pakistan under 19 and then the PJL you mentioned. Here, of course, the captain giving him the ball once the circle has opened up, giving him more protection because he's young to this. And of course, when he saw that Fakhar Zaman and Faizan are going great guns, didn't really take a chance on him with inside the 10 overs, the first power play. He seems to be now gathering a bit of rhythm and the area he wants to bowl, and compared to that first over where he was all over the place. 2 full, was hit for 2 boundaries, and then a little shorter delivery. He was lucky that the batter didn't time it well. But now he's bowled a couple of good deliveries. Let's see what he has up his sleeve now. And he's better off bowling to Kamran Ghulam in his first few overs because Kamran is fairly new. But it'll be a tough ask to break through his defenses because he is a solid bat.
Yes, 4 decent deliveries. Just the last one, a touch up, maybe looking for that edge. I think he'll be better off maintaining his line and length, which is just a touch short. The ball is doing a bit. And Kamran Ghulam, although very experienced, but it's never easy against this sort of line and length. Short this time, a lot of time for Kamran Ghulam, who pulls it convincingly for another boundary. 4 more to the total, and it's 55 for 1.
It is so important, you know, I was just about to say, when you bowl 4 good deliveries, then keep bowling in that area. It's the discipline that will reward you with a wicket. You suddenly, as a youngster, try to do something different. You pull a length back fraction, and then you get put away like that. It's just someone needs to be talking to him every delivery. We bowled good 4 deliveries, finish it off well. Let's see what he does in this last delivery of the over. Yeah, driven. At least a couple here. Probably the television umpire would like to have a second look, but they've completed 2.
Yes, this one was well driven. After that boundary, certainly the new batter feeling good, driving this one on the up with a lot of control. And this is where the umpire might have to just check whether it's a boundary, whether Heather Ali was connected to both the ball and the boundary at the same time, and I believe it was, and he will have to signal this as a boundary. Yes, visible very clearly. So 2 balls, 2 boundaries to end the over. It's 59 for 1 at the end of 12.
Mubassir will continue.
It's all flat trajectory from Mubassir Khan. No variation. Not looking to spin the ball, just darting it in. And if he doesn't find his line and length, then the margin of error is going to be very little for him. That's where he'd like to be, mostly within the stumps. Ask the batter to take chances. Kamran Ghulam, 10 of 10 he's got, off to a good start.
I like this from Shadab's side, that he has been using his resources pretty well as of what we've seen up till now in terms of the choice of bowlers, at what time he wants to bring them in.
Well, it's twice now he's bowled just around that leg stump and the batter hasn't scored off it. Lucky Mubassir on 2 occasions. This one again, another dot ball. So dot balls are good.
You can understand he got him for Fakhar Zaman, but once he got Fakhar's wicket, he didn't move him out of the attack.
Oi, good bowling.
Another good over from Mubassir. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 7. It's 60 for 1.
So that's the bowling card for the Lake City Panthers. Hasnan bowling 3 overs, 18 runs he gave. Ahmad bowled 4, he was pretty decent, 17 he gave. Mubassir, the wicket taker, 4 overs, 7 runs only. And Zishan 2 overs, 17, and that is where they need to improve. Well, they still have 2 very experienced leg spinners, Shadab, the captain himself, and Usama Mir, both current Pakistan players and both potential match winners.
Picked up. He will earn himself a maximum. I think it has landed on that skirting. If that's the case, it has to be 6.
Well, the umpire is being kept busy, having to see the replays and decide what to give finally. This one looks like it's hit the skirting, but obviously the replay will make it clear to all. Zishan again on the shorter side isn't doing himself any favor at all. He's been shot 3 times and it's been a 6 and 2 boundaries. It's hot and the players are feeling the heat. The shirts are already wet. They're using the towels. But as fast bowlers, you need to have the hand grips on. And that would keep your palms less sweaty and give you more control on the grip of the ball. We saw the great Waqar Yunus, Wasim Akram, when they used to bowl in such conditions, especially cricket being played in Sharjah in those days. They used to have those armbands. And that is how they managed to keep their sweaty palms dry, and they were in absolute control of the ball. And Zishan is not having it even on one of his hands.
Whoa! He's deceived him completely. Oh, he's given him out. That ball probably surprised the batter. Thought it was almost a beamer, but that dipped in.
Well, it's coming from so high. There are chances that a batter might be deceived, and this is something he hasn't done. He's been bowling short mostly, and just the front foot check, which is perfectly fine. So wonderful Yorker brings the end of a set Faizan. And hitting on the back foot. Would have been interesting had there been a review option. But at the moment, second wicket gone for the Markhors. And they've just lost Faizan. So it's 64 for 2. Faizan made 34 of 37. And just as he started to look dangerous, he's gone.
Mohammad Rizwan, the captain of UMT Markhors, in at number 4. And Zishan has 4 deliveries to go in the over. Now, it's important how the youngster will bowl at a star cricketer. That's well done within the set of the stumps.
Yes, a decent start. But I was hoping to see a repeat of what he just did in the previous delivery. Just a full one, a Yorker one. Can take anyone by surprise. Doesn't matter how good or experienced you are. And he had his square leg on the boundary. But he took the other option, which wasn't very bad as well. Dot delivery. Rizwan, the leader of his team, is very vastly experienced. 174 games. Loads of runs. Well bowled again. This is where he needs to be most of the time. And after 4 on the first delivery, he's made a good recovery. A wicket and 2 dot balls.
Soft hands there, rightly sent back. Good start for Zishan, keeping it fairly simple within the stumps to the new batter Rizwan. Got that wicket of Faizan. Probably feel in replays that would touch unlucky. But you talk about naked eye and in full motion, you just get a feeling when the batter is falling over that he's in front of the stumps. You always try to look at the keeper's movement and got to make that decision very rapidly as an umpire. It was a good ball indeed, yes. Slightly leg stumpish will allow Rizwan to keep strike. It's into the over. It is 65 for 2.
So Mubassir to continue into the 15th over. This is the time where the game is being made or lost, the middle overs. And on the one hand side, there is the steady hand of Rizwan. Runs for him, and then this is going to be interesting that how he's going to feature in this partnership with Kamran Ghulam, who's really looking good. 2 boundaries so far to his credit, already into his double figures, and the strike rate is going to be the key. Ali.
Absolutely, I think Rizwan holds the key from here on till the end. But how smart Mubassir Khan has been. He's just given away 8 runs and taken a big wicket of Fakhar Zaman. I think he will be the key for Panthers. Pulled so tight to Fakhar Zaman, gave him nothing.
Wow, once again there was an edge, and this is running down towards the boundary rope. 4 runs. Lucky escape for Kamran, but he will take it. And a delight for Faisalabad.
Yeah, no slip. That surprises me, because Mubassir has been so tight with his line length and his angle again straighten up. Played for the spin. There was no slip. The way he's bowling, you can have 1 slip for him. It's the wickets that matters. He's disappointed, but he's bowled beautifully.
The good thing about Kamran Ghulam is that he has been the run machine for domestic cricket. Obviously, a couple of years back, he was the most prolific run scorer. He made the record of the most runs in first-class cricket for Pakistan. And this is really reflecting upon him, that how he's finding the opportunities to score some runs. This was going to be dangerous right from the get-go, but in the end, I think he landed safely.
Yeah, that was Zishan, the fast bowler. A little tired after bowling a couple of overs. It's not easy for the fast bowlers, very hot and humid. But what about the running between the wickets? From the Superman, Rizwan, quickly realizing there was an opportunity, although Kamran Ghulam was reluctant, but he just took off straight away. Look at that, he just realizes here, and then quickly made it to the other end. That is where he's been brilliant, in this full length dive from Rizwan. But you got to give it to Mubassir. He's just bowled some excellent deliveries, fantastic spell.
A better over for UMT Markhors, 72 for 2. Ali, a crackerjack of a delivery by Zishan to get rid of the set batsman Faizan. We have seen him bowling during the Under-19 Asia Cup, and obviously he made the roar by playing some extraordinary cricket out there, but this is going to be a good learning curve for the youngster. He is still to get that 19 years of age mark, and this is the best moment for him. Performing in his home ground, in front of his home crowd, under the tutelage of these legends, especially his team, being mentored by Misbah, who has been playing in domestic cricket, who has seen in and out of all this. This is a great performance by him. But now bowling change. Hasnain is now coming back to bowl for his 4th over.
Yeah, it's important that Shadab Khan uses his fast bowlers very smartly. So just give him about short spells. Hasnain was bowled for 3 overs. And now again, Zishan also bowled 3 overs and then taken off. It's important, but let's have a look at the 2 wickets that have fallen so far. This was courtesy to some beautiful bowling. He frustrated Fakhar to play that shot because he was so tired with line and length. And then Zishan, that was a beautiful setup to Faizan. He bowled those short length deliveries and then surprised him with that Yorker. So that shows that Zishan has got a good head on his shoulders. Remember, he was the find of Pakistan Junior League. He was the best bowler there and was rewarded with a place in Pakistan Under-19. I saw his one spell against India in UAE. The pitch did support his bowling lineup, but the way he bowled it fast and that length he uses with that height and high arm action, so heartening to see. And it's important, I repeat that, it's very important for the captain to use these fast bowlers smartly.
So for Lake City Panthers, this is crucial time. They've lost 2 wickets in regular intervals, but 72 for 2 in 16th over is still good going, and that can give them a projected score of about 270 to 80. Obviously, they would like to go beyond that. This is the very first game. The pitch is still fresh, but still tricky times, and the one problem is that they are not ideally sure that what total is going to be good for them, and that was the moment, I think, when you were at the toss, that they clearly decided that whoever is going to win the toss, they will be bowling first.
That was a smart move, just to bowl first, because this is the first game of the tournament. You just quite don't know how the pitch will behave, and we have seen that happen from this end where Hasnain is bowling. It's a change of hand for him. Previous one, he bowled from the far end. Shah Faisal mentioned at the pitch report there is a patch available. Rizwan, typical Rizwan. He's never happy. Never. That just annoys the bowlers. Probably there was somebody at the gully fielder was talking to each other. But that's Rizwan for you. Can't help it.
Yeah, if somebody is talking and Rizwan of all people is disturbed by that, then that is going to be a little bit of a question mark. But he himself is trying to explain that what was that all about. Now how Hasnan is going to react. Wow, wonderful pace and stretch Rizwan outside his comfort zone. Hasnan is looking good. The only question about his bowling was that how he's going to control that bounce and direction outside the fourth stump. But so far, especially into his second spell, I think he's been right on spot.
It's the length, Akil. The length he's bowling at. 4-dot balls, not bowling at full. That 6 to 8 meter mark we've been talking about always. That's the length bowling. Can he surprise like Zishan did to Faizan with a Yorker? Or he will go with the length delivery. Oh, Fuller. Rizwan missed out on that.
Rizwan has been steady and a good run scorer, no doubt about that. But then there will be that one little question of the strike rate or the final total, which they are going to get. We have seen in the games in the World Cup that sometimes 300 was a regulation mark, but at times teams have won after even scoring below 250, and that is everything up to the condition being offered in different stadiums. And this would be the question mark, that how they are going to win. And I think that is why PCB has also allowed them the bonus point by margin through which they will be winning. That would be counting them a lot.
Great bowling. Superb bowling by Hasnan. It's a maiden. The first one of the inning. 16 done, 72 for 2.
So this is the point system for this Champions Cup. If you are going to win by 8 wickets, that will give you 1 point. That would be in addition to the 10 points which you will be getting anyway. If you win by 9 wickets, that will give you addition of a couple of points. But I think the margin of the runs through which you will be winning is going to matter a lot. That is when you will be bowling second. If you are ideally winning by a margin of 100 runs, that would give you 3 points, plus 10 points, 13 points. What else you want in Faisalabad, Ali? A bit of palau.
One of the 2 leg spinners in the side, Osama Mir, recently been picked in Big Bash League, the only Pakistan player to be picked up there. Just fantastic with the white ball. 81 wickets, best of 5 for 23. Just a wonderful story of his comeback to cricket. They just capitalized on it. And now he's a regular member wherever he goes, especially the franchise cricket. He's in demand now.
Yeah, interestingly, though he has played his part in the Pakistani team, but that place is still up for grabs. It is going to be a matter of how you're grabbing up this opportunity during this cup, where you will be most likely getting a full opportunity of playing more than 5 games in a row. The good thing about Osama is that now, as you have mentioned, that he has also picked up in the Big Bash League, that now he have played in different parts of the world, almost in all 4 corners of the globe. So he has got the experience of different situations, played under the tutelage of different coaches, under different setups. And maybe now it's the time to make it count during this Champions Cup and find his place back in the national team.
Now you make a good point. That opportunity is there for Osama Mir to make a comeback to Pakistan side. But ideally, I would want him to be a better red ball bowler, because that is where Pakistan needs a leg spinner desperately. Having so much talent, having so much control, I just cannot figure out why he's not been there in the red ball cricket. Why hasn't he played enough red ball cricket? And that's not for the national side, I'm talking about the domestic side. Why hasn't he played more red ball cricket at domestic level? We'll talk more about it. 17 done, 77 for 2.
Lovely setting in Iqbal Stadium, basked in the late summer sunshine. Here in this late afternoon where the temperatures are now going to drop, and we are expecting more crowd, maybe a chock-a-block during the mid-innings break, when I think there will be some musical program also arranged for your delightful ears, Ellie.
Yeah, what more do you want? There's good food around, there's music, there's cricket. Doesn't get any better than this Faisalabad. So if you're anywhere around the stadium, hurry up a little, because the stadium is almost filling up quite quickly. So better quickly come to the stadium, because Aima Beg will be performing in mid-inning break. But at the moment, it's Hasnain. Got to have your eyes on his length, the way he's bowling, the length that he's using.
Some chase there for Heather. Interesting that Kamran Ghulam has not put on his dancing shoes so far. He has got that ability to make good use of his feet, going to the pitch of the ball and find the gaps. But since the loss of the previous wicket, he has been quite and trying to find those scoring opportunities, but not being able to find. But this crowd is definitely waiting for a lot more 4s and 6s in anticipation of all that.
Little swing, but wide call by the umpire. He's been very consistent with that length, Hasnain. Almost giving nothing to the batters. This one a little too wide. Won't be long that you'll see batters try to do different things. Try to come down the track, maybe just to cater that length. He's appealing for it. He's appealing for it, but he's never going to get that, because that is clearly going down. Or maybe bat involved. But was surely not hitting the stumps.
Sudden change of direction, almost in the same fashion when Zishan surprised Faizan, coming back from way outside the off stump, slightly deviating down the leg side. But Rizwan was once again falling over, and that will create a lot of doubts in his mind that how he's going to feature in the next delivery. Very close, but maybe a bit of height and also down the leg side.
Sweetly driven, just for one. Well, they've got plenty of batters still to come. UMT Markhors, they've got Salman Ali Agha, Iftikhar Ahmed, Abdul Samad, all three formidable batters. But It's when they decide they need to go after the bowling lineup. At the moment, they're steady. Not in a hurry, just taking their time. 23 ball, 24 ball, 19 for Kamran Ghulam. 17 ball, 6 for Rizwan. Well, in case you are in a hurry this morning and could not charge your phone, we've got a great facility for the fans. Now you can charge your mobile phones or tablets through Inverix solar energy while watching the match.
Impressive stuff. You're already charged up. So is the crowd. Barring that wide, good over so far once again by Hasnan. Is following it up after a maiden. And so far so good in his second spell. Off the back foot, played into the gap. There is going to be a huge chase for Azanovic, and in the end, he was able to stop that one. But some runs nonetheless for Kamran Ghulam. 18 gone, 82 for 2.
It is just the beginning of the tournament. It will build up. And we will see pack houses. We will see that because people of Faisalabad, they love their cricket and the cricketers. Fantastic scenes. Well done, PCB.
Yeah, this is what happens when you take cricket to relatively smaller cities, obviously known for its textile and maybe some citrus. This is Faisalabad for you, just the beginning. Remember, this is a working day and only late afternoon. But they are going to build up and we are expecting a day in, day out. This is going to be more than 2 weeks of an affair where you will be seeing a fresh new champion from the Champions Cup. The best of the lot is playing in this tournament, which is another huge success on part of the organizers.
Few suggestions for Shadab Khan from Sahim Ayub. Came all the way to Shadab. Just gave him a little suggestion that you can have a fielder at cover and extra cover. 2 fielders now for Isam Amir. Just Kamran Ghulam because he likes playing in that area. And that is where he sets himself up towards that offside. Looks to give himself room and look to play there towards offside. So that is smart. And that is good that a youngster like Sahim Ayub has come up to Shadab Khan, gave him that suggestion. That is what we want to see. 2 is the call. He's not going to get that. They're not just cricketers, Akhil Samar. We're looking to create or build some leaders also, some captains out of this tournament. Because we want these youngsters to step up. And whatever they're thinking, they should be allowed to just convey that message or suggest the captains what they think about the game or the reading of the game. So it's very important for the captains to have those youngsters around. And listen to what they say. It's very important. That's how you make those captains or the leaders.
Yes, the remarkable aspect is that the teams are almost equally divided. Obviously, you will be seeing some teams with a bit of strength towards their bowling, some towards their batting sides. But overall, this has been even Stevens. Great over by Osama. Kamran struggling a bit to find some connection. 19 gone, 85 for 2. Lake City Panthers, after winning the toss, decided to bowl first. So far, it has been even Stevens. UMT Markhors trying to find their feet on the ground. Two relatively new batters on the crease. 2 boundaries for Kamran Ghulam so far. And since then, shift of gears. Rizwan in his typical steady pace. And good to see people from all the backgrounds, youngsters like Ali Self and myself, and then working people are expected to join us after the closure of their offices and work and shops. And obviously all roads are reaching towards Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad, where this is just day 1. Ahmad Bhatt back into the attack.
Just punched down the ground. Great bit of fielding too by Shadab. Very smart captaincy. I've been making this point again and again. Just a couple of overs for Hasnain. He bowled 3 in the first, 2 in the previous spell. Ahmad Bhatt has been brought back from the same end. He's using those fast bowlers from this end because he realizes that there is a patch where the ball is misbehaving a little. It is holding up a little from this patch. So he's using those fast bowlers from this end. We saw Zishan bowl from this end, Ahmad, Hasnain. All the fast bowlers are bowling from this end and the spinners from the other. We saw the previous delivery, the last delivery of Osama Mir's over, keeping low. So he realizes what is required on this pitch and he's exactly doing that. So that's great captaincy by Shadab Khan. Because all these youngsters, he doesn't have much experience in the side. So all he has to do is just deal with himself, make decisions. It's good to see Saim Ayub just giving him suggestions. But mostly it's him taking all those decisions.
Yeah, so this is a handshake between the bowlers getting into their rhythms and the batters trying to find their feet on the ground. Ahmad Bhatt is getting back for his 5th over. He started the proceedings from the other end along with Mohammad Hasnain. Then Zishan, just after getting that brilliant wicket of Faizan, has been taken away from the attack. He also was almost getting to that mark when he was hitting the right tunes and was impacting the batsman. But so far it has been quite good for Lake City Panthers.
It's just not happening for the Markhors at the moment. Both these batters, Kamran Ghulam and Rizwan, they're stuck. They've just not been able to rotate the strike. Either they've been block, and no hit even. So just blocking. Hasnain bowled a maiden from this end. Ahmad Bhatt has just given away 1 run. So they'll have to decide when is the time. The 3 batters still to come. Up he goes, one, goes big. Will get a boundary.
Rizwan clearly is the heartthrob of this Faisalabad crowd, which was in anticipation of some such shot. Finally, he made use of that feat, but couldn't ideally reach to the pitch of the ball, but still managed to get those 4 runs.
It was bound to happen, Akhil. He was searching for it. So that's what I was saying. Just getting to the pitch of the ball. It's the length that these bowlers have been brilliant with. So he had to do something different with it. And back to the length. 31 deliveries it took to these 2 batters to get a boundary. 20 overs done, 91 for 2.
Yeah, they were going in 4th gear, 47 runs in the first 10 overs. but since then it has been a shift of gears. They lost wicket, and in search of the momentum, Kamran Ghulam is their best solution to this problem. Osama to continue. And this is where the partnerships matter. Rizwan has been in and out and seen all the challenges. Kamran Ghulam is also being a regular affair in the domestic cricket, and he knows how to find those scoring opportunities. And a boundary here or there will keep you on track. So with a run rate of better than 4.5 in an over, they can still go bang bang in the final 10 overs or so.
Turn. It's been an excellent pitch for the bowlers. It has got that turn, and odd ball keeps low too. So bowlers are liking bowling on this. Have a look at that for turn and that area that he turned from. Any bowler would like bowling on this track. Well, if Rizwan has scored 24 ball 9, you can tell it's not an easy pitch to bat on, because he's somebody who's always busy looking for runs, always looking to rotate strike, but it has definitely not been easy for the batters. And it's just the first day of the tournament, Akil. It will be a great learning for other teams. Lions takes on Stallions tomorrow. Babar Azam will be in action. Shaheen Shah Afridi will be in action. So they will be keeping an eye on this game, how pitch behaves. They'll just get an idea.
Once again, great use of feet and out of the park. This is Kamran Ghulam for you. Unleashed his power. Brilliant 6 to end the over.
Skipper Shadab Khan into the attack. 86 games, 108 wickets. That economy of 5.3. Seen plenty of purchase there from Osama Mir. Shadab starts off with a nice loopy delivery. Hint of turn as well.
Cut away, and that single will bring the 100 for UMT Markhors. 100 in the 22nd over. Into his first over, Shadab. First over of spin from the commentary end. Seen Mubassir operating from that far end.
Kamran Ghulam down the track. Solid connection. The pressure was building. Breaks the shackles.
Beats that point fielder. Down to the boundary for 4. This outfield is quick. It's rapid. It was good timing on that. It was a quicker delivery. Gets a boundary, Kamran Ghulam.
The ball will slide on a bit better from this end, from where Shadab is bowling. Upper length is good even covering of grass. This one was wrong line as well. And Kamran indicated it slid on very nicely onto his bat. All he needed to do was to find that gap behind square. done that to perfection.
Bye. 64 deliveries for both the 50s for Markhors. Oh, that's a good ball. He's first looking to play that onto the onside. Quickly checking his shot.
Even spread of the 50s through the innings so far. You would think that with the new ball, it probably would have been a better opportunity to score more. But first game, nerves early doors.
Oh, well done.
Two openers really were keen to take a good look in at the pitch. Shadab finishes off with a dot, just a boundary of the over. 22 gone, 105 for 2.
Osama Mir, so spin from both ends. Two leg spinners. When was the last time we actually saw two leg spinners in a one-day game in operation?
Good call, Sikandar. Don't normally see this, but this was the stadium where Osama made his name.
Chance here. No, he beats the fielder for a moment. The one in the deep thought he was in the game.
No justice for the bowlers in this game. Osama thought he had beaten him in flight. Kamran Ghulam was reaching out to that delivery as he advanced down the pitch. Couldn't get to the pitch. But to his credit, went with the stroke. Mid-on was interested, but it went dead straight. Just to the right of side screen. Barely over the line, but it still counts as 6 from Kamran Ghulam.
Leg by signal by umpire Aleem Dar. Osama has gone for some runs here. Good pitch from what we have seen of it in the 22.5 overs. Yes, it's the first game of the tournament, so the sides playing that opener are just trying to gauge and figure out how the surface is responding. And the teams that are going to play in future will be watching this game, so you'll have a better idea and better scores. But usually in the one-day games, Faisal, we see the sides do get to around 100 if you're playing well in the 18th over or so. And they have been a touch careful, as I said, 64 balls each for the 250s. But you almost then get yourself a solid platform if you have wickets in hand, and then you can go after them in the last 10 overs, say 70 odd or more. Good sides get 100 in the last 10 if you have wickets. End of the over, 113 for 2.
Projected score 246 at current rate. Definitely the Markhors will be eyeing something between that 275 and 329. Depends on how good the partnerships work for them. Oh! Shadab's googly. Have to wait for the umpire's signal. It has been a real struggle for Rizwan so far. 13 of 33. Has the ability to turn it around, but at the moment, he's really struggling to rotate strike.
Oh, very good ball. Kya baat hai, Shade? Shabash, Shade.
It's a great atmosphere inside the ground already. Sun is setting here in Faisalabad, and the crowd is building steadily.
Well done, Shade.
Yeah, he's a good fielder. We know that. He's saved a single for sure.
He's one of the very best that Pakistan has ever had, Shadab. Very agile, couple of decent strides, and then the full length dive.
This will build some pressure. Good over. You're getting 3 dot balls going in. We saw that in Mubassir's over as well. Forced Fakhr Zaman into a false shot. How does Kamran Ghulam react to this now? He's looking to pierce the gap somewhere through the offside. Yeah, moves back. He surely had a feeling that he's looking for a boundary somewhere. What he did smartly was he moved across and opened the onside for himself.
Picked up the slightly slow leg spinner from Shadab. It wasn't a terribly bad delivery. It wasn't a long hop. See, but short enough, and Kamran, being a short man, low center of gravity, came down hard on it. He had the gap in mind. He needed that boundary. Like Sikandar said, the pressure was building, and he released it.
Yeah, it should be 50 for Kamran Ghulam, his 21st one-day 50 and his 3rd at Faisalabad. He's done well at number 3, his size that he's featured in, and that's the first 50 registered in the tournament as well. That single brings the over to the end, 119 for 2.
Ghulam brought up his 50 in the last over. Crucial partnership though. Work is only half done.
Again, the weight on that back leg and pulls it away for a boundary. Heather didn't have a chance to cut it off.
Repeat of the stroke from the far end though. This time it was shorter and slower. Kamran Ghulam doesn't need a second invitation. Couple of boundaries brings the innings back on track, you feel, using the depth of the crease beautifully, allowing himself all that time to rock back and then find the gap as well.
Oh, he's gone through. Zishan couldn't bend down enough to stop that. Osama doesn't like it. And he's given away 2 runs.
That's the second blot on his card for the day in terms of fielding for Zishan. It's a long way down, all right, but you're expected to do better, young man.
I'll tell you what, he's planted the bat, Kamran Ghulam. Not a brightest of idea to do that. Going upstairs to have a second look. While completing the second run, he comes and plants his bat instead of dragging it into the crease, and that's always not a good idea.
Schoolboy stuff, really. Gotten himself a 50. If he's found short here, he will be livid, and I'm pretty sure Misbah Haq will also be livid. That is not the right way to do it if any young boys and girls are watching. Not a good piece of cricket all round. Ball's been dropped by the keeper. That followed the misfield from Zishan. tighten up, boys. Should be the call from Misbah Haq and his staff. Usman is the wicket keeper. Remember, he's not a regular wicket keeper. He does that from time to time.
Should be 4. There's no point chasing those because the outfield is very quick and Usama is offering some pace.
Yeah, with Usama's pace, his lines are really important, and that was wide. Allowed Kamran to use the pace. 32 of the last 16 deliveries from Kamran Ghulam. He's found new lease of life and rhythm. Ball seems to be chasing the young Zishan. Sam Amir has gone for 34 of his 4.5 and more. A maximum. It really sounded beautiful off the bat of Rizwan. That will bring us to the close of the halfway stage. It's 136 for 2.
The tall fast bowler Zishan has been brought back into the attack after he went for 22 in his 3 overs, but he got 1 wicket of Faizan. He's going to bowl from that same end, which is our commentary box end. Runs are now coming in very freely, especially from Kamran Ghulam's bat. He mentioned his 61 runs, his last half of that has come in no time.
Ran straight down the middle of the pitch. Kamran Ghulam. Walid Yaqub just moved away from the action pretty quickly. Yeah, Kamran Ghulam has found that rhythm. One of the things that I was listening to you guys earlier, that the batters who get in will have to make it count. And Rizwan also took his time, but now he seems to be finding the middle of the bat. That really hit the sweet spot of the bat, and it went and went and landed in the crowd.
He's been a little wayward in terms of his length. He's young, he's trying different things. So, yeah. There we are, the first Pakistan's purpose-built tourist city. Something to look out for. You and your families and people in big numbers can be a part of it. Something that is a huge necessity and something that feels big and great.
Looking for 2 was Kamran Ghulam, not there. These 2 are very short and quick between the wickets. We're talking about Kamran Ghulam's resurgence in this innings, the later half of his innings. He's really found the boundaries with ease, and Rizwan having hit that last boundary. Shadab really felt the need to change the pace. That's why he brought the tall fast bowler in. Very interesting to see young Zishan. He's very talented. This is a big stage for him.
He's bowling the middle leg line, so it's just once again nicely worked away. Both the batters are finding it easy, closing the face of the bat. All the deliveries in this over gone for those singles on the onside. I mean, that is the time when you start becoming a touch predictable as a bowler. He's got Shadab captain and Ahmad to his right and left to give him a bit of advice at the top of his mark. Should be a wide. Oh no, it isn't. That surprised everyone, including the batter.
Everyone indeed. I make this point that it's a huge test. We all know Zishan is very talented, but it'll be a test of his character and temperament in front of this big crowd and against some big names. Well, height, line, everything was going against Zishan. Umpire Wali thought otherwise.
Kamran will keep strike. It's 141 for 2.
Crowd has steadily built. I'm pretty sure when the lights are on, this ground will be absolutely full. Still almost half full. Huge crowds to the right of us. Faisalabad has never disappointed when it comes to attendances at cricket ground. This iconic venue at Iqbal Stadium. Seen plenty of history over the years.
Shadab now has changed ends. He's taken that side far end from Osama Mir. He's into his third now.
Always had a feeling that far end is better for spinners, although Osama went for plenty.
Asking for 2. And pushing it and completing it nicely. 70 meters the boundary. All rounds, the big boundaries can always easily squeeze a single on the throw.
That's Azana West. Poor effort in the deep from the youngster. The throw was lifeless and very inaccurate. Kamran Ghulam, very steady performer at the domestic level, be it with the red ball or in 50 overs in particular. Reached his 50 in a flurry earlier on, studded with strokes all around the wicket. Pretty good against spin generally.
Yeah, that's a bit of a slog, isn't it? Against the spin, playing it to square leg. Just a single.
He's looked better when he's attempted to go down the wicket and hit straight down the ground. Probably that was a premeditated stroke because it was flighted up by Shadab. Seeing yourself on big screen always get people excited. No different here in Faisalabad. Despite the heat of the afternoon, they've turned up. Some good action so far, Sikandar. I'll just put it to you. What do you make of action so far? We're into the 27th over. Mid-on has been brought up in the ring for Rizwan. There's a straight deep mid-wicket and there is a square leg.
It's looking very busy. Both Rizwan and Kamran Ghulam move a lot inside the box, looking to create gaps, a lot of body movement, angle bats. End of another over, 27 bowled, 145 for 2.
Good partnership between two similar players in stature. Kamran Ghulam has looked in more fluent form than Rizwan. Said Kamran Ghulam formidable off the back foot in particular. Was quick to punish anything. Like miscue, but still went through with the shot. That happened a couple of occasions in his innings. Tall limbs, tall hands, and Zishan grabs that ball. Almost caught Rizwan off his guard. You know, if you remember Sikandar, you remember similar incident, a famous West Indian fast bowler. Anderson Cummins, I think it was. He got Asif Mujtaba in one of the games, but this is Kamran Ghulam exploring all parts of Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad, at his best when he was looking to go downtown. Equally good off the back foot, using the depth of the crease. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Basir Khan sprawling himself. Excellent anticipation. That's a key area, backward point. You have to be very agile and you have to concentrate every single delivery. Setting a good example for some of the other youngsters in the team.
Good fielding there from Abasir. Shadows are lengthening here at the Iqbal Stadium. Still, the lights aren't on yet. You just hardly see the shadow anymore. The sunlight is hiding behind those shorter stands. And it does get a bit hazy as well. Usually you decide at the start of the tournament that what is that key time when you'll start switching those lights on. I wonder what the call is. But by 5 o'clock, you do see those bulbs coming up.
It has already started to get hazy, Sikandar, like you mentioned. Talking about the light, you see there is no more shadows. And also, it'll be difficult to keep the same timing every day because the sunlight hours are reducing as we head into the winter. Don't feel it like that at the moment. If you are here in Faisalabad, it's pretty hot and humid. But such is the case in September and October. The daylight hours come down pretty quickly. It would be pretty close to a scheduled close of play for a regular test match day, just after 5 here in Faisalabad. This was dug in deep, and it is very high for Kamran, and given a side this time by Waleed Yaqub.
Yeah, this one surely is on. Last time, what you can say is that Aleem Dar was very sure. It wasn't wide because Kamran had ducked a little bit. Yes, you can say that the umpire, looking at it straight on, didn't feel it was going down the leg. This was surely a clear call, straight away from the square leg umpire, Aleem Dar. It's a wide. Oh, he just gives the charge. Completely misses. It's one of those eyes wide shut kind of shot. You made up your mind that you're going to go after him. Now, he's actually shadow practiced what he should have played over extra, but he was aiming to go mid-wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, went right across. Did some part right. Probably he was second guessing that Zishan will bowl a fuller delivery, having bowled a wide over his head, the short one. But then the right stroke would have been over extra, like he realized just a little while after the event. Always easy.
A single brings the 150 for UMT Markhors, 28 overs bowled.
Wonderful partnership, and still counting for the delight of this almost capacity crowd in Faisalabad. So far, so good. 86 runs. And now he's also making a lot of use of his feet, which has been the hallmark of his performances in domestic cricket. 150 comes up already in the previous over for UMT Markhors. So are they on track, Salman Bhatt, or a bit behind?
I think they're doing pretty well, especially after the 2 wickets that fell, and they were pretty close to one another. And since then, these two have taken over, developed a very good partnership. Kamran Ghulam on 70 of 62 has been in control of whatever has happened in the center, along with the very experienced Rizwan, who is taking his time. He's gone to 24 of 41, and the team is 152, 8 wickets in hand, and another 21.4 overs to go. So the position is pretty solid. The base is set, and now it's up to these two set players and the ones to come to make the most of it. And Shadab is in his 4th over, hasn't had a wicket so far, given away 18 runs.
Metro 1 wicket is the call by the wicketkeeper, but another wide by the bowler. Shadab has utilized his fast ball, especially in the short burst. Hasnan first for 3, then for 2. And once again, back-to-back wides.
Yes, another wide, and I think he's just being a little more careful. He's bowling on the offside. He has his majority of fielders in the ring, on the boundary, on the offside. 2 behind point, 1 at covers, and 1 behind point on the boundary. And this one is cut straight to the point fielder in the ring. Dot ball after a couple of wides. So straight away the bowler is under pressure. He's just bowled 3 balls, given away 4 runs. Can't afford a boundary.
Was able to go past that inner circle. So how do you see the strategy of Shadab using his fast bowlers in quick burst? Ahmad Bhatt also came back for his couple of overs, and Zishan was not brought into the deck in the first spell.
Well, I think it was pretty sensible because it was very hot in the middle, and we saw some very long warm-ups going on, and then the fast bowlers who had to come on and perform with the new ball. This one, once again, pushed in the gap on the offside. And it's good to see that the fast bowlers were being looked after, giving short bursts and asking them to bowl in the right areas and then have a good rest after a short spell. That's the way how you manage your bowlers in such heat, just to make sure that you're managing their workloads and not exposing them to potential injuries.
And finally found the gap. Kamran Ghulam latched on to that opportunity and found it just behind the square. Boundary to end the over.
So it's going to be Ahmad Butt now to operate from the pavilion end. And Rizwan facing him. 160 for 2. 30th over to kick off. And match is evenly poised at the moment. Markhors would love to carry on, build on this platform. And Rizwan comes down the wicket, hits it over mid-wicket. Possibly just one bounce before the boundary. The umpire will just make sure, and that also brings up the 100 partnership.
Clearly, this is the action time for this partnership. Walid Yaqub requesting to go upstairs. But when you are starting an over in this way, then this is going to be a huge one for Lake City Panthers. Made good use of his feet at one moment in time. It was looking that he was losing, going towards the pitch of the ball, but finally find it. Just made it. It's a maximum.
Yes, just crossing the ropes and gets the maximum. So first ball straight away he puts Ahmad Butt under pressure. He knows now he's got his work cut out. The next 5 deliveries, he's already conceded 6 of the first one. And Rizwan, the very experienced batter, knows when to attack. And goes again, repeats the stroke, this time more convincing, even bigger, another 6. Brilliant shot.
And when you add the acoustic angle to that shot, this is even more delight for this almost capacity crowd in Faisalabad. Almost an action replay of the previous shot, but even better and with a lot more distance to cover. No doubt about that one. Almost into the crowd. Rizwan has finally put his dancing shoes on. Great connection, massive sound. And when you count the last ball of the previous over, these are 16 runs of the previous 3 deliveries, Salman.
Yes, he started off carefully, making sure that he is around. Remember, he's the leader of this team and also the most experienced player that they have. So he made sure he took his time. And now, when he's watching the ball well, he's starting to take chances, looking to dominate. And once again, good cricket this. 2 big blows and then a single down to the 3rd. Putting pressure on the bowler and the opposition. 173 and touching distance with that 6 runs per over mark.
So these are the 2 sixes. The first 2 deliveries of this over. Ahmad Butt already in back foot. Even better, almost in a replica, but with a lot more power and that acoustic angle, giving a lot more confidence to Rizwan.
This time, good line, good length, a dot ball, some relief for Ahmad Butt. Out of those 2 strokes, Akil, if you had to pick the one and only difference, it was the distance. The second one going further into the crowd, in the stands, and the result the same. 6 runs on both occasions. So already 13 of this over and 12, I believe, in the last over. So runs coming thick and fast and pressure on Panthers.
A good comeback by Ahmad Butt. Remember, he's already under tons of pressure, bowling his 6th over. But the good part for Shadab is going to be they've got plenty of options remaining. Hasnan and Zishan could still bowl 10 overs in between them. He has got 4 more to go, Ahmad Butt.
Yes, bowled pretty decently. The first 5 overs costing only 23 runs. And this over already 14 with those 2 maximums that Rizwan took off. And once again, Rizwan is the man facing. Last ball. Pushing down the ground. And no run this time. 30 gone, 174 for 2.
So this is just in anticipation of what is going to transpire in Faisalabad. As they say, fun begins when the sun sets. And looking at the different phases of this innings so far, the first 10 overs, they were a little bit steady, perhaps going in the third gear. But since then, they have made a huge comeback in the last 10 overs. And looking at the captaincy and also the bowling of Shadab.
Once again guided through the two fielders, point and the third, and a chase for Zishan, who manages to stop it. And the batters will come back for an easy couple. Talking about Shadab, and the line that he has been bowling has been touch outside off, providing the room to the batters to cut him through this region again and again. And I think it's a defensive ploy, because as a leg spinner, you're there to pick up the wickets, to bring your side back in the game. Remember, he's the champion bowler in the team, also the captain. So if he picks for himself a defensive line, things won't be easy. Once again, touch on the shorter side, pushed in the gap, looking for two. Both of these guys are fit and good runners, and they make it another couple to the total. And coming back to the city, Faisalabad, long time since last international cricket was played here. One thing is certain, that the crowd, they're very passionate, and they turn out in numbers. Even in 40 degrees, they've come here to support their international stars who they are watching in front of them after a long time.
Yeah, Shadab still into the attack, bowling his fifth over. And the remarkable aspect of this partnership is that they started slow, but now they are able to find those gaps, especially behind the square on part of Kamran Ghulam, approaching his century. And once again, almost fully exposed his stumps, but found the gap on the onside. Brilliant batting by Kamran Ghulam, the run machine for UMT Markhors.
Yes, once again, providing stuff for the batter to take advantage. He just moved outside the off stump. It was a safe stroke, because even if he had missed it, wouldn't have been leg before, was way outside the off stump, and the batter taking a calculated risk, making sure it went along the ground. And once again, trying to bowl the other one. Shot. So runs coming thick and fast. And at the moment, the Panthers side don't seem to have many effective answers. They're just going through the motions and letting the Markhors run the show with full authority.
Yeah, almost an hour to go to the sunset. But still, lights are already on, and also is this great partnership going in between them. 31 gone, 183 for 2, UMT Markhors. So far, so good for UMT Markhors in this curtain raiser. Kamran contributing heavily, 85 for 72 with better than runner ball, and Rizwan, the captain, also catching up. The breeze is now nicely blowing in Faisalabad. The crowd has been building up right from the get-go, but almost reaching the chock-a-block situation, and a good time to have a sip of tea. And if that is being provided by Tepal, what else could be better than that? Perfect timing, great cricket, music coming up, company of Salman, but everything in its perfect place, Salman.
Thank you for the mention. Just on the edge. I know how much you love Tepal tea, and just a few overs till you get the next cup. At the moment, Rizwan and Kamran making hay and delivering the goods for their team. The partnership already 119 runs of 128 deliveries. They've been together for 17 overs approximately, and Hasnan is back in the attack. He has given 23, taken no wickets, and is into his 6th. Once again, driven to the onside, and just a touch of hesitation and a good decision not to take the run. Hasnan, we all know that he's famous for his rapid fire, quick bowling, bowls around 150 Ks. Today, just looks a little bit rusty, not being his usual self, not being as fiery as he is. But this time his team needs a wicket from him. Trying to york and set Kamran Ghulam is batting with authority. Another easy couple to him.
Yes, nice understanding between these two, which has been one hallmark of this partnership so far. They've been easily converting these ones into twos. Good call by Rizwan. He was good, coming back for the second right from the get-go.
Kamran Ghulam is batting at 87 of 74, a strike rate of 120 plus. And this one was a rank full toss on the leg side. Lucky that it just goes for a wide. Hasnan not in control of this delivery. And Kamran Ghulam probably would be thinking that he missed a stroke, missed a boundary over there. So talking about Kamran, he hasn't looked as a batter who is firing all cylinders, and still he's going at a very, very decent rate. Scoring freely, minimum of risk involved, and looking in control. Hallmark of a batter who is in control, decent technique, and batting sensibly. And once again pulled, and this time just to the fielder of one bounce. Once again this over, Hasnan has been straying on the legs mostly, giving absolutely no problems to the batters, who look in absolute control at the moment. Still 18 overs to go. Markhors would love to score in excess of 300 and as many as they can get.
Perhaps that's the line which he was trying to find. Hasnan came to the spotlight about 5 years back, but since then his career has been marred by multiple things. That one kept low.
Rizwan, well, he has struggled to connect his cut stroke, and the reason that, the technical reason might be that the back foot hasn't gone towards the ball to play this stroke. He's been stuck in the crease and just the hands have been going. If he could show the deliveries that we saw when he came into bat, he missed quite a few exactly same deliveries in the same region, and even after reaching on 39, he still wasn't able to connect. And this one flies over his head, wide signaled. Hasnan clearly not happy with the decision. A side angle probably will give us a better picture. And yes, I think it was pretty just, the decision. It was quite high above the head of the batter, and rightly so, signaled wide. This time connects straight to the fielder. Dot ball. Would have loved to see a speed gun here operate and see how quick Hasnan is. He's been around the circuit, was part of the 2019 World Cup in England, and has been in and out of the Pakistan team. And since then till date, I believe this is his 23rd or 24th List A game in 6 years. So he hasn't played much, should be fresh, and should be bowling quick.
Just a single to end the over. 32 gone, 189 for 2. Six bowlers tried so far. Shadab came last to the 4 and he has been at the receiving end, so it is going to be interesting that he will be continuing. Most likely there will be a replacement from the end. Shadab was bowling. Mubassir was the first wicket taker and he has been phenomenal in terms of his economy also. Just still under 3 runs in an over, but perfectly aligned, all the bowlers after Hasnan and Ahmad with 5 bowlers each.
Interesting, that bowling card. We shall come back to it once Mubassir kicks off with this over. Straight away fires one towards the legs, and the batter equally good to the delivery, works it on the leg side for an easy one. So coming back to the bowling card, see at the bottom, 2 most experienced cricketers, international players, 5 overs each, and collectively have given away 75 runs in the 10 overs they have bowled without picking up a wicket. And this is very important. The leader group, the core group, the senior players need to deliver in situations such as this. But at the moment, they haven't been successful. And once again, and this is where regular bowling becomes so important. Mubassir anticipating a big stroke, firing the balls down the leg side.
Great economy so far. Remember, he is mostly into the teams due to his batting ability, but a useful all-rounder, the off-spinner Mubassir.
Another single, and the batters, they're just milking the bowling. And just a little correction, Hasnan is playing his 26th List A game. Still not many, just add a couple more in the 6 years. And not having enough game time, although he's been around the international circuit for quite a number of years now. And this one cut away in the gap, looking for 2, and he's coming back and will make it easy. Rizwan is such a good judge of runs, and he knows when he can get back. He's very clear-headed, calls clearly, and no half my ears when he's running between the stumps.
Yeah, despite the heat, they have run fast. Good calls in between them, and clearly added at least 10 runs due to that partnership and that running in between them. They have seen off the biggest challenge, which was the heat, and now the onus is on Shadab and Lake City Panthers, that now how they are going to bowl in the final few overs.
Mubassir is just firing it towards the wicketkeeper. Lucky this occasion, Rizwan missing. Had he connected this one, would have been 4. Once again, quick delivery. 33 gone, 195 for 2.
A good time to be in Faisalabad and a challenging one for Hasnain to continue his bowling. Two batsmen are set, partnership of 131. And they are now regularly trying to find gaps also. And whenever Kamran Ghulam is going to be on strike, there would be that anticipation among the crowd that he's going after the bowling, perhaps for a big one, approaching his century, which is going to be monumental. This is the first game, the curtain raiser.
So Hasnain continues, bowling his 7th over. Hasn't looked in full throttle. And I've just been confirmed by my statistician that he has played 26th game today. He's playing his list A game, out of which 9 international games. So you can see the lack of exposure to domestic cricket. Only playing his 16th game, and 6 years back he was part of the Pakistan One-Day World Cup squad, which played the World Cup in England in 2019.
Yeah, we often talk about the conditions which are going to suit specific type of bowlers. He has always been relying on his bounce and pace, and he made a comeback against Zimbabwe back in 2021 when Pakistan were playing against the touring team, and that was the time when I think he made a good comeback in terms of his bowling angles and discipline outside the off stump. That was right on the spot, no hesitation whatsoever. He's taken the huge wicket of set batsman Rizwan. The fast bowling sensation from Hyderabad has got his first one.
Yes, full delivery, and Rizwan missing it. Should have gone for runs, but he was late, and the front foot looks absolutely fine, and Hasnain picks up the wicket. Will give him a lot of confidence. In form Rizwan, trapped in front of the stumps, and rightly so, given out by the umpire. A relief for Hasnain and his team, because these two batters were looking set, and Rizwan, we all know how dangerous he can be. 45 he scored of 57 deliveries, and he has to now go back to the pavilion. Salman Agha, the new man in, 94 games and 2,467 runs, decent average of 38, 14 50s and 400s to his name. Age 30, where the batters start to really get in control of their game, and that is what his team would be expecting of him. The UMT Markhors. The platform is set now for the rest of the batters. Agha just playing test cricket for Pakistan, and to follow him would be Iftikhar, the very experienced Iftikhar.
It must add fuel to the fire the way Hasnain was trying to get his first one, changing his length and also angles outside the off stump, but that one came back sharply in. Once again, Rizwan totally missing the line of the ball, found right in front of the stumps. Walid Yaqub has no hesitation whatsoever. And once again, there would be questions if they will be able to cross 300. A lot will depend on Salman Ali Agha and Iftikhar, who is yet to come. Still some time to go. Good change of pace on part of Hasnain, trying to surprise Salman Ali Agha. He has been a prolific run scorer, not only domestic cricket, but also now has got the taste of international waters.
This looks confident. Timing well the first delivery to mid-on. Hasn't got her off the mark as yet, but he's looked confident. And a bird's eye view of this Faisalabad stadium. Looks wonderful. It's getting cooler now. And this one is square cut. There's a fielder on the boundary. We'll cut it down to just one. So run to finish this over. And 198 for 3 Markhors at the end of 34.
Iqbal Stadium looking lovely in this late evening sunshine. The sun is on its last legs. About half an hour to go to the sunset. This is mid-September when the summers are going away, but still not faded. The temperatures were crossing about 40 degrees, but now it is much bearable. Lovely breeze going around. Perhaps too much of ambition on part of Salman Ali Agha.
Yes, perhaps not required at this precise time, the kind of stroke that he opts to play. And lucky that the ball didn't hit the pad. Look at Aleem Dar. He was ready to raise the finger. And he doesn't need to. The wicket has fallen anyway. Goes straight back in the bowler's hands. And Mubassir Khan is happy. He has taken another one. So 2 fall in quick succession. And Markhors now in a spot of bother.
The smiling assassin from Rawalpindi, the young boy, has once again done the trick. Golden arm. Soft dismissal in the end, but that will count for Lake City Panthers. Played right into the hands of Mubassir. Just as if he's getting a gift into his lap. Salman gone, and they are in some sort of bother. 198 for 4 UMT Markhors. Oh, this was some welcome for the man from Peshawar, Iftikhar. And I hope that our viewers got that roar from the crowd, which was backing up Iftikhar. Tons of experience under his belt, more than 100 matches, a decent average, and 10 centuries, 22 50s.
Yeah, a very healthy average of 47. Lots of experience Iftikhar has. And just the other day, he was talking to some media, and he was not happy with the less overs that he had to face. So today he has 15, and he can make the most of it, and the team also needs him to fire. Starts off very confidently, drives down the ground, takes the one, and gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, got 1 century last year in the Asia Cup in Multan, but since then his batting form has been in some sort of trouble, and after which feels like ages, Kamran is going to face the music once again from Mubassir. Already got a couple of wickets.
Yes, Kamran, with the experience that he carries, he knows what his role is. He just has to carry on till the end, at least till the 45th over, and develop more partnerships, because they've just lost 2 in quick succession, and they cannot afford to be 5 down from here onwards. Another easy single for Iftikhar. 201 it is. And the Markhors just in some trouble, losing 2 quick wickets. And Mubassir Khan, he's had a good day. Picked up 2 wickets, both when required, given away only 23. Shadab. It's always a live wire in the field. So 35 gone, 201 for 4.
...201 after 35 overs, 4 wickets down. Crucial part of the game. Hasnan has found a little bit of rhythm. Iftikhar greets him with a beautiful on drive. A little bit of a knockdown and a tidying up job by Osama will allow Iftikhar to get a couple of runs. Hasnan has looked at better rhythm with a slightly older ball. Got the ball to tail to get rid of Rizwan, but now Iftikhar is in. Kamran Ghulam closing in on yet another list 100 and have settled in. Alongside me is Ali Yunus. Good evening, Ali.
Yeah, very good evening to you too, Faisal. What a fantastic inning it has been by Kamran Ghulam. And now it's up to Iftikhar Ahmed how they finish this inning. They should be eyeing to get anywhere 330 from here on. If they two stay, you got to give it to Kamran Ghulam.
Definitely, he's really played well. Something to look forward to for the rest of the season. And Blue World City is something to look forward to as well. Pakistan's first purpose-built tourist city. Plenty of attractions there. And talking about Kamran Ghulam, he's really played nicely this afternoon. He's lit up this Iqbal Stadium. Iftikhar goes bang! Shot of a length, and he's absolutely dismissed it.
Oh, he hit it hard, dangerously hard it was. Just smacked it. This is what you want to see. Well, look at that. Length picked up beautifully and just built it up. Hard shot, hard, strong shot, that one.
First boundary of after 28 deliveries. Really sweet sound of the middle of the Iftikhar's bat. That'll make him feel really good. And that will hurt Hasnan as well. Big, tall, fast bowler. An even better one. Don't need to run for those, Iftikhar. Absolutely gorgeous cover drive.
Effortless. Just fantastic timing. He's not a tail-ender. I heard him say that. But have a look at that for a try. Beautiful. High elbow, just placement, the balance, everything gorgeous about it, as you said.
At his very best, Iftikhar has really put Hasnan under pressure. This is the time where we've seen Hasnan wilt in the past. Iftikhar, due respect to the good delivery, good to see. You're talking about his frustrations of not having long enough time in the middle in recent past. Iftikhar was really frustrated, but that remaining part of this innings, almost 15 overs when he walked in, and then those two blistering boundaries will really give him some confidence.
Yeah, but the question, Shah Faisal, is can he do it for a long period? I know he's been limited to those 3 to 4 overs in T20 cricket. Here's an opportunity in this tournament, and the way he started, just wanted to leave it outside the off stump, change the pace. Hasnan, a bit expensive over, as Hasnan has bowled beautifully throughout the inning. 36 done, it's 211 for 4.
Solid looking batting card, held together by Kamran Ghulam. Grabs another single. Mubassir probably has been the pick of the bowlers for the Panthers. He's really shown his skills, his variations, only 22 years of age. Must have seen Mehdi Hassan Miraz and thought to himself, I can be like him, or even better.
And also Faisal, the pitch has suited his bowling too. Probably more of a finger spinner's pitch, where you can bang into the pitch and then you'll get that purchase out of it. So he's utilized these conditions to his best. The line and the length and the variation in his pace, it's been brilliant.
That's the variation in pace. You're talking about quicker delivery, hurrying Iftikhar into his stroke. And we've covered a lot of cricket where Mubassir has played. He's very good red ball player. It means that his basics are very strong. Strays down the leg side, quicker in pace, wrong line, will pay the price. Nice little tickle from Iftikhar.
Yeah, this is some start by Iftikhar Ahmed. He's quickly moved to 16 of just 11. Markhors are looking for a similar sort of inning by him. Quicker one, but as you said, wrong line. He's always going for a boundary. Just a tickle.
He's trying to attack that midland leg, not allowing Iftikhar any room to free his arms. Iftikhar generally find life difficult at the international level against wrist spin. Not so much against finger spinners. Mid-off is up. Young off spinner is throwing challenge to Iftikhar to go over the top, not to be on that occasion. A good one from Mubassir has come to an end. 37 gone, 216 for 4.
Great view, that one. We were hoping for a full house and we're almost there, almost there.
And we're right at the top, Ali, in the middle of the picture. 5th floor of this main pavilion building. So we got a great view here. What a great start to this event. The crowd, the action so far has been superb.
359 is what they would be eyeing on. 11 runs per over from here on will get them to that score. And the way Iftikhar has started his inning, that is definitely in their eyesight.
Ahmad Butt returns. Kamran Ghulam. Just another single. Probably wants to accumulate and get to that 100 before going big. Iftikhar's good start has probably helped him. Ahmad Butt at this stage of the innings is known for his variations. Good new bowler. And also I think Kamran Ghulam has felt a little bit in his wrist or forearm, probably cramps. It's been very humid today this afternoon.
Yeah, and not to forget, he's taken lots of runs by running through. Not hit many boundaries. 10 fours and 2 sixes though, but he's ran well with Rizwan when he was there. So as you said, it has not been an easy afternoon. It has been very humid, hot. It takes a lot out of you when you're running that much.
Having seen what 37.1 overs, Ali, on this pitch, what would you think would be a good total from here on? And I know first game everybody was a bit skeptical on how to go on this pitch. What's your take on it so far?
Well, to be honest, Faisal, first 20 overs it looked different, but after 20 overs, when Kamran got settled alongside Rizwan, they've changed that run scoring. Maybe earlier I was thinking if they can get to 280, but now 330 is definitely on. provided Kamran Ghulam stays fit, stays till the end, alongside Iftikhar Ahmed.
At current rate, they'll get up to 290. Pretty respectable, but you're right, 9 and over will get them to 330. The way Iftikhar is going, if he stays till the end, it can go beyond that. Bowlers have had their moments. Mubassir, the pick, got rid of the dangerous Fakhar Zaman. Youngster Zishan producing an absolute beauty, a little bit of tail in at pace. So was Hasnan. When he found that fuller length, he got the ball to tail in, the slightly older ball. Mubassir wheeled away diligently, gets his second wicket when he got rid of Salman Ali Agha. Ahmad will be challenged by Iftikhar Ahmed, who's good against pace, especially the kind of pace that Ahmad offers. Although Ahmad has got that very good back of a hand, slow delivery as well. But I think Iftikhar looks in the mood.
That's Shahnawaz Dhani. Really looking forward to see him bowl, because he will be looking to make a comeback. It's been a while that we've seen him in action. So this tournament, people like him, it's very important.
Good work, Ahmad. But talking of Shahnawaz Dhani, what do you think when he takes wicket? Which side of the ground is he going to run?
Well, you can never predict. You can definitely not predict which side he's bowling at. But he is somebody who enjoys his bowling, enjoys his wicket-taking ability, and he just celebrates every time he takes the wickets. Something like Imran Tahir values the wicket that he's taking.
Sweetly timed again by Iftikhar for a run. You mentioned Imran Tahir as well, both real characters. You have a feeling in this day and age, cricket does need characters to bring that entertainment value, and Shahnawaz Dhani definitely is an entertainer. I don't think many of his relatives or friends will live in this area, so that's why I asked you which way is he going to run, because normally he finds his friends and run towards them.
Yeah, the only problem with such characters is when they don't perform, it just goes against them. That's the trouble, and then the people start judging them from their characters rather than their performances, and that has actually happened with Shahnawaz Dhani, I believe.
I expect a lot of good things from him. He's got all the ingredients. Just that final touch-up, the final fine-tuning to make him into a product for the Pakistan national team. Very relaxed changing room there for the Markhors.
That's the length. Previous couple of deliveries that Ahmad bat bowled, there was a little touch fuller or shorter side. But in the middle, the way Hasnan bowled, I think it was very impressive. He bowled a maiden to Rizwan, bowling that length. And that is why Shadab Khan has persisted with the fast bowlers from this end. You have not seen a spinner ball from this end. It has been the other end, the far end, that the spinners have been used.
You make a very good point, Ali. And I'll take you back to the beginning of the game where we were figuring out which ends could be the best for spinners. And it's exactly turned out the same way. That far end has been good for spinners, and pavilion end is good for the pacers at the moment. 38 gone, 220 for 4. Plenty of color in the stands. It's a great atmosphere now. The lights are on in Faisalabad. It's cooling down a little. Music is thumping and the action has been non-stop since the beginning. Mubassir will look to grab a couple of good wickets to bring his team back in the game. 2 for 28 of his 8. Very good return. Iftikhar gave himself some room and will find the fence. Not quite. Arslan Ash, it looks like it. Made ground very quickly and saved the boundary.
Yeah, change in pace, a slower one this one, a touch slower that he's been bowling. Had he bowled at the previous pace that he was bowling, it would definitely be a boundary. But good effort by the youngster. Oh, he's done well, easily well. This is what you want to see, these youngsters throwing themselves around, because it's about them. They need to be on the highlight in this tournament. We've been talking about the established players, but this one is about these youngsters, how much they can learn from this tournament.
Iftikhar has really steadied down after those beautiful boundaries. Probably he's more relaxed now, and he's eyeing till the close of the innings. Kamran Ghulam has dropped something along the way, which will be picked up by wicket-keeper. The throw came right at him. What do you make of Kamran Ghulam's effort, Ali?
Superb. According to the situation, according to the need of the team. Lots of Rizwan fans. Well, he's earned his respect. He's earned the name for himself, for sure. Excellent bowling. Talk about line, length and control. Mubassir has all three attributes.
Very good temperament too. He's keeping an eye on Iftikhar, who's moving around the crease. Oh, unlucky there. These are the kind of misses that you want to avoid in the field. Mubassir won't be happy if Iftikhar collects a boundary through a sloppy effort in the field.
But Faisal, if you are going to bowl at this pace, this is not the line. Although he is one of the best fielder in Pakistan domestic circuit, Ahmad Butt. But if you bowl at this pace, and if Iftikhar just had to put the bat on ball, it gets very tough for the fielder. If you bowl at this pace, just try to be within the stumps. That's where you can trouble the batters. 39 done, 228 for 4. Yeah, Faisal, you just were talking about Kamran Ghulam. He's been a consistent run getter. 1,249 runs, a record for Pakistan domestic, most number of runs. 4-day, that is. And he's one of those unlucky ones who's just not been able to cement his place in Pakistan side, although he's been around. But do you think, is it this the time? Because he's performed well, consistently well. Do you think this is the time that you get him in, especially in white ball cricket?
His best formats are red ball and 50 overs. It's an irony that such few 50-over games are available these days. Middle order batting, it's a big call. He's been in and around. I just can't see him breaking into that fold. I mean, he could be in the squad member, all right. Pushing his case and putting the ball away in style. Just the one bounce inside the rope. Takes him to 99.
Yeah, it's not easy. You can just tell at the end, he's not 100%, but he's still hanging in there, not giving it away, because he understands the value of this inning. He's done all the hard work. Now just don't want to give it away. Just be there for the team, for himself. Just one run away from a magnificent 100. It will be the first one for the Champions Cup. He hit it straight. That was the best part. So maybe this is the moment. He's moved to 99 of 87 deliveries.
There you go, Kamran Ghulam looks to come back for the second, will do so, or will he? He's pronked the bat once again. Nonetheless, he still got to his 100 because he's completed 1 run. Umpire Alimdar wants to have a look. Kamran's technique with the running hadn't been perfect, but he can raise the bat in celebration. Brings up his 7th century and first in Faisalabad. Prolific run getter in the last few seasons. Well played, Kamran Ghulam.
Sensational stuff. 1 for the team. The way he batted in this inning is just amazing. It was not easy when he came into bat, but he stuck there to the task. He knew that it's not easy early on, and he's earned this inning, these numbers. Out or not out, that doesn't matter because his celebration is done. It will be mighty close though. Mighty close, yes, he's made it. He surely has made it, in my opinion.
Yeah, Usman, the wicket-keeper's hands went right around the stumps before dislodging the bails and allowed the bat to slide in. Kamran Ghulam, 101 not out. What a knock from the little right-hander. Incredible in a way that this is his 7th 100 in just 42 innings of a career of 82 games. So he had a slow start, but the improvement is there for everyone to see.
Yeah, not to forget that he started off as a left-arm spinner. He was more of an all-round cricketer early on in his career, but then has graduated to being one of the best batter of Pakistan domestic circuit. And how well he's deserved this century. Because when he came, as I said earlier, it was not easy. The conditions were not easy. Hasnain, Mubassir, even Usama Mir started off brilliantly. But he knew if he stayed, he will get runs. And he did.
One thing for sure, he does know how to craft an innings. Sweet strike for no runs.
Yeah, you can tell by the expressions, he just missed out on that. It was there to be hit, full, but just straight to the fielder.
Still probably on the high of that 100, the adrenaline rushing either side of that fielder in the ring in extra cover. It would have been a boundary. Slow delivery, back of a length. Really waited. Kamran Ghulam, no bounce as well. Good bowling, Ahmad Butt.
Yeah, that's the variation you mentioned earlier. He's got beautiful slower one. Probably the best anyone has in Pakistan's domestic circuit. The back of the hand delivery that he bowls. It really gets tough for the batter, even who's playing on 101, to pick that one up. Because with that quick arm movement, it gets very difficult.
That's a gift. Kamran Ghulam accepts it gleefully. Sends the ball soaring into the Faisalabad crowd.
Yep, that's one for the crowd. That's poor bowling. Just helping itself for a 6. 40 done. 240 for 4.
Into the last 10 overs, 240 for 4. The platform is set. Unless the Panthers strike back with wickets, this innings is going to end with plenty of runs. Into the final 10, Ali, what do you reckon?
Well, I'll still state 330 is on the cards. 90 runs, maybe more. Maybe you can look at 345 if these two stay. There's still Samad to come who can bat too.
Wrist spin against Iftikhar. Do you think Shadab missed a trick by not getting him early?
Because Mubassir was bowling beautifully, and they just wanted to put a break on the run scoring. That is why Mubassir was bowled. But now in the last 10 overs, his experience of Osama Mir to be used against Iftikhar, who likes batting against off-spinner because he fancies that mid-wicket, cow corner, long on area. So it will not be easy bowling against a wrist spinner, playing against a wrist spinner in that area. So maybe that is what Shahzad will be thinking in the last 10 overs, using his best bowler.
Osama needs to strike. There's a slight hint of confusion between the two. It was an easy run. Fielders were hanging back at the edge of the 30-yard circle.
And it's Ahmad Butt again. Not the first time he's been sloppy in this inning. That's not what we expect of him. He's one of the fittest and a better fielder. Just could not quite gather the ball in the first attempt.
Well bowled. Excellent bowling from Osama. Usman. There was another little confusion between the two fielders. It's all happening here. It's action time, the last 10 overs of a 50-over innings.
Especially when you've got Iftikhar Ahmed on crease and his partner is on 108, Kamran Ghulam. So it's all action from here on. See, that's the key, Faisal. Variation in the pace. That is what Osama Mir has realized from his first spell. 5 overs he bowled. He was bowling touch quicker at that time. But now watching Mubassir bowl from this end, he's realized and is bowling now touch slower. And that is the requirement of this pitch.
Kamran Ghulam hanging deep in the crease, waiting for Osama to err in length, which he did. An excellent over from the tall leg spinner. 41 gone, 243 for 4.
Enjoy Faisalabad. This one's for you. And they've come out in numbers to support the cricket. Great weather, evening time especially. Best of the best cricketers, best facilities. Doesn't get any better than this at this level.
Indeed, Ali. Now the weather is cooling down, but they braved the weather. They braved the afternoon heat. Iftikhar would feel he's missed out on it. Again, big test here for young Zishan.
But that's what this tournament is all about. The test for these youngsters. And that line, be very careful, because Iftikhar, he fancies this area, square leg to long on to mid-wicket, all this area. He shuffles across, goes deep in the crease, and then uses the pace of the bowler to hit it through that area. So it's all about learning, Zishan. Be very careful with the line and length.
Fine leg is up in the ring. Iftikhar goes big. This is a terrific strike on the up. One bounce for.
I just forgot to mention, be careful on the offside too, because once he gets going, no area is safe. And that is what he's showing at the moment. The range he has. Just playing with the mind of the bowler, just going deep, realizing that he's not going to bowl in that area, the leggish line. Forced him to bowl that offside line and then hit it over the head of the fielder. Super batting, experienced batting.
From that length, wasn't a half volley by any means. It was back of a length actually. Youngster responds very nicely with a slow delivery, although Iftikhar was eyeing the second run, not to be. Excellent comeback from Zishan. This is good cricket.
Yeah, exciting stuff. One of the youngsters bowling against experience.
Tapal Tea Lounge. It's time for some tea here after the hot afternoon. It's starting to cool down. re-energize yourself because action has only started and Tapalti Lounge is the place. Nice variation, although it was dug in deep, but it didn't rise very much. Ghulam not even a tall man.
Yeah, he's smart. Zishan bowled it into the pitch, slower in pace. Look at that, into the pitch, shorter one. It had no pace whatsoever. It just takes me back to the wicket he took off Faizan. He set him up beautifully with those short pitch deliveries and then one fuller Yorker. So that shows that this boy has got brains for a fast bowler.
Is it a Yorker loading? Not quite. This one was way too short. This one bounced over the head. Zishan is thinking if Kamran Ghulam was as tall as me, probably it wouldn't have been a wide ball.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's where he'll learn. Not everyone is tall. You got to be able to bowl those shorter ones to the shorter ones. 50-run partnership, have a look at that, too short. But one thing is for sure, that he is thinking. He is not just running and hitting the deck hard or bowling fast. He's trying different things.
Kamran Ghulam was shaping up for that big slog over mid-wicket. Really got hurried by the angle and bounce of Zishan.
Well, he's got the license to thrill from now on. He's taken his team out of the trouble, himself out of the trouble. 109, he's on of just 96. Now he can enjoy himself, hitting a few boundaries. That's Iqbal Stadium for you. Now we can tell cricket has not happened here in the stadium, but still in good shape. Crowd, they don't want any facilities. They just want to see some good quality cricket.
Absolutely. Another slower bouncer goes wrong again for Zishan. He really doesn't want to get in the hitting arc of these two batters. If the Khar's arc you would think would be bigger than Kamran Ghulam's is.
Well, that's where the test is for Zishan. Bowling his 6th over. Can he bowl with the same passion, the same rhythm, same intensity?
Looking at the bowling card, Shadab has only bowled 5 overs so far with only 8 to go. Very interesting from the skipper. Solid thump down the ground will make Iftikhar keep the strike when we come back. 42 gone. Markhors 252 for 4.
Almost exactly the time when the sun is setting. And it is action time for UMT Markhors. Osama coming back to bowl in his 7th over. A big test for 28 years old leg spinner. He has made it count, Iftikhar. He came with backing of the huge roar from this almost capacity crowd in Faisalabad and never looked back. But so far, run rate which has been better than run a ball right from the get-go. A couple of sixes to begin with.
Down on one knee. Doesn't time it at all. Kamran becoming the first batter to get the 50 in the tournament and now 100. Looking to get to the 300 mark or more as a team, UMT Markhor. Osama, He's into his 7th over. He's pulled it back a little bit. He was touch expensive in the first couple of overs of his spell. They don't have much batting, if you really see and ask me, the Lake City Panthers. Just look at their side, which is in front of me at the moment. With Saim Ayub, Usman Khan will be opening, and Abdul Wahid Bangalzai and Azan Owais. Haider Ali, and then you get to Shadab. Mubassir can bat, yes. I'm looking, as a combined unit, are they a side who can chase 300?
Yes, the onus is on them. They decided to bowl first. They have seen the worst part of it in terms of the humidity. And now there will be a little bit of unknown that how the pitch is going to play. But I've observed so far, there's hardly any question of dew coming to act for this game. A good over by Osama without any boundary conceded. 7 to go. 2, 5, 6 for 4.
Picked up nicely. This is a wrong line with your fine leg up. You will be going for runs. Hasnain not learning it. He's gone for more.
The areas to ball has always been a problem for him, and when you are bowling against a batsman who's already scored a century, got his eye set in, it is going to be double trouble. You cannot even set a field for that kind of a delivery. Great way to start the over and washed away whatever was done by Osama Mir in the previous one.
Picked up and gone. Ahmad Butt takes the catch, and Kamran Ghulam perishes down at wide long on.
Reprieve for Hasnain. That was the action time for UMT Markhors, and he realized that but couldn't get that timing going and played right into the hands of Ahmad Butt. Perhaps he would have waited for a bad delivery. Still some time to go in this innings, but a good take by Ahmad, and second wicket for Hasnain. But after scoring a brilliant century, Kamran Ghulam is back in the hut. UMT Markhors 260 for 5.
New batter in, Abdul Samad. off the mark straight away with that single. 26 years of age. He's from Faisalabad, Abdul Samad. List career has just about 600 runs. Got 203 50s.
Iftikhar started well. Now it is going to be important. He stayed right to the end of the innings. After them, there is going to be Zahid Mahmood, Naseem Shah, and then Shahnawaz Ali Dhani and Akif Javed. You cannot leave much for them. Still more than 6 overs to go. Shadab still has got options. 3 more overs to go for Osama Mir. This is the last wicket. Kamran Ghulam trying to make 2 out of 2 after scoring boundary on the previous delivery. Played right into the lap of Ahmad Bhatt. So Hasnan has got 1 over more to go. Ahmad Bhatt has got a couple of overs, but he has been the receiving ends, especially 16 runs off his 1 over. Mubassir Khan has got 1 over, but it is going to be interesting if he will be coming back to bowl that one. He has bowled tremendously well, couple of wickets, brilliant economy rate as well. Kamran Ghulam, as if he was waiting for that opportunity. Right from the start, he made a decent scoring with good strike rate. In the end, he was starting unleashed.
Nicely disguised, slower one there from Hasnan. And also wide of that off stump to just make it even more difficult to put bat on ball. It's Markhors 263 for 5.
As they say, the fun begins when the sun sets. Almost exactly the time in Faisalabad. They are almost steadily approaching the 300 runs mark.
Just closing the face of the bat a little too early. Almost had that leading edge reaching the bowler.
Good going by Osama Mir. Just given away 4 runs in his previous over. And still no boundary during his last almost 10 balls or so. Almost on target and asking questions from the newcomer. Maybe the time for Iftikhar to face most of the deliveries to make use of that one. Still, it is going to be an unknown that what is the best total on this trip. Maybe 300 would be a good challenge for Lake City Panthers. But still, they would like to make the most out of it, whatever is remaining.
That's an excellent over up till now from Osama. Just keeping it very, very tight. And the good part is he's trying to keep Samad on strike, even if Iftikhar hasn't really found a way to get him away in the over. So he's got 2 deliveries to go. He's just looked over his shoulder on the onside Iftikhar. Is he going to target the area? That's well done again. He's not allowing him to move across and open that onside for himself.
Not much flight by Osama. He has asked the batsman to face the delivery. That one odd ball which is going to turn. Fielders are there in the deep end. Typical field for the final overs. Trying to be cheeky, but with no rewards. What an over by Osama. Just 1 run of the 45th over. That's like a gift. 5 to go. 264 for 5.
Arslan into his final over, 2 for 49 in his 9. He's bowling with that fine leg up, so he's got to be careful. If he opts for that leg stump line, he's asking for trouble. Still goes for that, running the first one hard, pushing, but Iftikhar would rather keep strike.
In the earlier part of his innings, he hit the ground running Iftikhar, but since then, I think he has been a touch too slow, especially for these final few overs. When Abdul Samad will find it difficult, this should be the man, Iftikhar, who is going to make the most out of it. And she is going to be the star just after these few deliveries. 4 overs and 5 deliveries to go, and then there will be huge show. And this is the showdown by Iftikhar, perhaps coming right into the comb box. Almost avoided it. Perhaps the tallest of them all, big 6.
Yeah, he was in the slot. He's swung through the line, and he's got a very handsome connection on that. He's a powerful hitter of the ball. And he's almost smashed into our commentary box, which I tell you is on the 4th floor. So imagine how much more the ball would have traveled had the building not been there. Look at that, top tier. Leg stump line is problem. Good recovery and release there in the deep, stopping them from taking that second. He's now given away 56. Such an important role Iftikhar has at the number he bats. Came in when he had around 15 overs available, and he's gone about with it in absolute precision. 43 of 37 and looking to smash some more. Likes the fast bowlers, likes the ball coming onto the bat. At the moment, Samad on strike.
Once again, trying to avoid the batsman, stay too much down the leg side. Samad is trying to make his contribution count, but it is going to be phenomenal for UMT Markhors to bring as much strike as possible to the man in form, Iftikhar. So Arslan is completing his quota of overs, got his part of success, but that was in a bit of interval.
He's better off keeping that ball at around off stump. Leg stump line has cost him. Meanwhile, great facility for the fans. Now you can charge your mobile phone or tablets through the Inverex Solar Energy while watching the match, just like them.
Coming back for the second run, will have to run hard, but in the end completed it safely. Arslan coming the first bowler to complete his quota of the work. Got 2 wickets in the end, 4 to go, 276 for 5. Almost everybody getting their share of the bounty, but Kamran has been phenomenal. Great century to begin the tournament. Rizwan played his part, but it's now all down to Iftikhar. Started off with a lot of success, but since then, just one sixer. And hardly getting the strike, which is going to be irritating for UMT Markhors. And the man in form, Iftikhar himself, has been pleading Abdul Samad to give him as much strike as possible. On the flip side of it, Usama has been bowling brilliantly, especially in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, I got hold of that. Showing some talent and power that Samad has, and giving some entertainment to his home crowd.
He erred in his line a bit and paid the price. And the best moment for Abdul Samad to tell Iftikhar what metal he is made of. Into his zone and a strong 6. The first boundary Usama has conceded in the last 3 overs, and a big one. And backed it up with another one, even taller and much longer. Back-to-back 6s for Abdul Samad. Usama on the back foot.
Yeah, he's a tall man, Samad, so his reach is pretty good. You got to really watch out your length. What are you bowling at him? On the front foot and just gets underneath it because of that reach. He's got a wide stance. He's got 2 very strong hits on the onside now. 12 in the over of the 3 deliveries. Where does he bowl now? Pulls the length back a bit. Rightly so. He's got a protection square of the wicket. Those 2 6s now race the UMT Markhors to 289. Now that 300 or more is well within reach.
So all the great work done by Usama has been dissipated. He is greatly frustrated and disgruntled on the effort of Zishan. Not much you can ask. This moment of the game, once again given away a single. 14 runs given so far in his 9th over, which well could be the final over of this innings for Usama.
.47 bowled, it's 291 for 5. He tried to take the pace off, but he's got too much power. Samad is now enjoying this outing here in Faisalabad. Held his shot for a moment and then got into a good, solid position to smash it.
Yeah, as if he was saying, with love from Lalpur, already his 3rd maximum. Clearly telling what metal he is made of. Welcome Ahmad Bhatt with this big bang. Going to be a long over for Ahmad Bhatt. He has always been at the receiving end whenever he's coming back to ball. And this is huge test on his part. And Shadab is going to defend these 5 deliveries. He's got another option for Zishan, who's got 4 overs, but this is looking difficult that how he will be bowling from the other end. Protection on long off, long on and mid-wicket.
Yeah, the idea was to bowl full and wide. He just got a little too wide.
And still they have got sweep cover and man at backward point. On the cusp of 300, UMT Markhors, and now going to be clearly over and above that, maybe 320, 330 would be on their minds. And once again, another wide. Ahmad Bhatt clearly frustrated and overwhelmed the way some of the started proceedings in this over.
Yeah, you can do that to a bowler when you're trying to stay away from that bat swing. You try to go wide outside off, but the margin of error is very thin. And that's what's happened, 2 wides now. And Samad is not even moving around that he will be saving anything for the bowler. This time, just a single. 300 up for the UMT Markhors in the first game of the Beria Town Champions Cup. First 300.
Remember, there is going to be a bonus point if you are going to score 350, which looks far-fetched at this point in time. But remember, this was going to be a long-awaited dream for UMT Markhors if they will be able to cross 300. And now look at them. There's still 2 overs and 4 deliveries to go. They can make the hay while the sun is not shining, but the final few overs are still in progress. But this is a bit tricky for UMT Markhors. They haven't got much of batting left, so this was a tightrope for walk, and they have done tremendously well. Iftikhar, 1 stroke away from his 50. He got back in form at the best moment.
That's well fielded there at point. It's a good bit of a battle going on between bat and ball. Some lusty blows, and then you got some smart thinking bowling. Good piece of fielding. So both the sides are having a go at each other and showing that they mean business in this opening encounter. And then the mid-innings, you'll have Aima Beg's performance in front of the Faisalabad crowd, marking the opening of the Beria Town Champions Cup. Oh, he's gone through. He just fielded so well at point, and this time has just gone through him.
One man falling to his left, the other one trying to save it, dived it towards it right, but no one could save it. Great going by Abdul Samad, the man from Faisalabad. 3 sixes down the leg side on this brilliant connection. As Patian, the fielder, the backward point within the circle, and a tall chase for Haider Ali, but in the end could not even touch the ball from his fingertips, and more runs. Clear frustration for Ahmad Bhatt, inside edge, but everything is happening for UMT Markhors. Back-to-back boundaries. Great escape, but good evening for Abdul Samad.
Yeah, you probably call this shot touch lucky, but talk about his innings overall. It's a very important knock here, 17 balls and 34. He's provided that the catalyst that the Markhors needed in helping them cross that 300 and more, which is counting. Oh, he's got bat on that. He's gone over that short third. Another boundary. We spoke about him at the start of the game's play. And the man to look out for, as Salman mentioned, Samad, is now coming into his own. We'll talk more on that. 3-1-3 for 5. Iftikhar is now on strike. We've got 12 deliveries to go in the innings, and Osama into his final over. None for 63. Osama Mir. And that's going to be very straight, hard to cut off for any fielder at long on, long off. It's been hit hard, drilled down the ground.
50 up for Iftikhar. What a way to start your domestic season. The line has roared for UMT Markhors. Straight down the ground. Beaten long on and long off with pin and picture perfect perfection.
Direct hit, non-striker would have been a better option, and Usman Khan in not a very good position to take that ball. Should have been behind the stops.
Yeah, perhaps too much of an ask from Osama Mir to bowl these final few overs back to back, especially the way things transpired for him the previous over. Osman was coming to collect it right in front of the stumps, and then he has got to move backward and take that movement towards the stumps, which has taken away a bit of initiative and some time from that moment.
That's hit hard. That should be a boundary. Runs are flowing from Samad's bat now. Smashed away through extra. Osama's spell is getting more and more expensive. None for 72. 3 more balls to go.
So far this evening clearly belongs to the man from Faisalabad, Abdul Samad. He's easily finding those gaps. Landed outside the circle and no stopping to that one. Once again into the gap, into his 40s, Abdul Samad.
That's a flat bat shot, a horizontal bat shot. It has nothing to do with anything except power, sheer power.
Fireworks in Faisalabad. Where were you, Abdul Samad? In a blink of an eye, he is approaching his 50. And Usama under tons of pressure. Quick use of feet, rocked onto the back foot. And then perfect connection. What a moment and a brilliant evening for Abdul Samad. Just a couple of runs away from his 50.
Just realizing a little too late that there is a second probably. Yeah, when you're playing that good, you want strike. This over is already gone for 16. 1 more ball to go. At this rate, he'll cross Iftikhar in no time. Another ball that's asking for problems, trouble, runs. Osama Mir finishes 83 in his 10 overs for no wicket, and the Markhors 333 for 5.
Wow, it was looking like a pipe dream to go beyond 350, but now they are at a touching distance. 17 runs away from a bonus point, but now all eyes on Abdul Samad.
Shot. That's a shot and a half. That's not an easy shot to play over extra cover. What an innings, what a knock.
Wow, if you went for a cup of tea, welcome back. This is Abdul Samad. In the blink of an eye, he's completed his first 50 of the Champions Cup. 450 of his listed career. And remember, he has already got a couple of hundreds also under his belt. But he started the proceedings in a way as if this tournament was made for him. 4 fours, 5 sixes, 250, rock and roll strike rate, and still counting. Welcome to the big stage, Abdul Samad. Still 5 deliveries to go. And remember, if they could score another 11 runs, which is now pretty much possible, they would be in a position to claim a bonus point. Remember, if they are going to win.
Oh, he's opened the face, sliced it, and that's gone all the way. Tell you what, this boy is special.
If somebody told you there would be fireworks this night in Faisalabad, this was the moment perhaps which was being targeted. Unstoppable Abdul Samad, unbelievable scoring. All 4 corners of Iqbal Stadium, as if he was waiting for this opportunity right from the get-go. Hit the ground running and still counting.
81 scored in those last 30 deliveries. Would you believe that? 5 overs, 81. Slow one attempted. Still can come back for the second. Might not. He's totally overshadowed Iftikhar's 56 in no time.
Perhaps in the height side, Sikandar, people would be asking that why was Zishan not called on to bowl for the final 4 overs. He has given away 41 runs in his first 6 overs, but he never came back in the final 10 overs. Osama was asked to continue for the final 4 overs during these dying moments of the game. He started off well. There was tons of pressure in the final 12 deliveries of his quota, given away 83 runs. Ahmad Butt is now going to concede more than 90, perhaps 3 more deliveries to go. So there would be question raised and a lot to learn for Shadab to understand as far as the captaincy, especially in the final few overs, are concerned.
Iftikhar and some they've really taken the UMT Markhors in top gear. You imagine first 5 overs just give away 23 runs at Ahmad Butt, and now he's looking at 89 to his name with 2 balls to go. That's how quickly they've scored in the last 5. It's just taken the game away from the opposition. The kind of momentum they've gained getting into the next innings is surely showing in a lot of pressure. And then we'll come back after the innings break and see how much batting do the Panthers have and who can take the responsibility. Clever bowling, slowing it down and slowing it to the extent that it doesn't go anywhere, and it's been taken by Shadab down at wide long off, but he's done the damage. He's done his job, what he was sent for. He's completely single-handedly taken his side to a titanic total, which is almost touching 350.
It felt like as if he had to wait for ages to get on to that ball. Got the connection, but played in the air. An extraordinary innings by Abdul Samad in his home ground. Taken away the initiative from Lake City Panthers. 1 delivery to go. Abdul Samad gone back 347 for 6 UMT Markhors. So they are 3 runs away from a bonus point. If they could score a boundary, most likely only, that is the way to get to that bonus point. And Asim Shah, most likely he has been given away those instructions from this dressing room, which has been buzzing after that extraordinary innings by Abdul Samad. So final delivery of the innings.
Can he smash one and take them to 350? One ball for Naseem Shah. Full toss, gets a bit of an edge into it, but a dot ball. So 347 for 6 is what the UMT Markhors have managed to get in their allotted 50 overs.
So in the hindsight, they would be thinking that the bowling options were perhaps utilized upside down. Ahmad Butt was asked to bowl in the final 10 overs, given away 89 runs in the proceedings. The most expensive of the lot. Osama Mir tried his best during the dying moments of the game, but given away 83 runs, which was massive, without any success. They bowled phenomenally during the middle part of the innings, but then the initiative was taken away. Messrs Abdul Samad and Iftikhar joined the party, and in the end got to this unbelievable score of 347, which was far-fetched, especially during 40th over or so, when they were hardly looking around 300 or perhaps 10 runs lesser than that. Let's go down to Misha, who is now going to talk to the man of the moment, Iftikhar.
Thank you. First day, first match, and the first innings of the Bahia Town Champions Cup 2024. And I've got someone with me who caused a total havoc here in Faisalabad. इनको इफ्तिमेनिया ऐसे ही नहीं कहते. इफ्तिखार, क्या innings आज खेली है? Track कैसा play कर रहा था?
बिल्कुल ज़बरदस्त विकेट है. बल्ले पे बॉल आ रहा था. पहले मेरे ख्याल में थोड़ा ग्रिप हो रहा था, मगर थोड़ा टाइम लिया तो फिर बल्ले पे आना शुरू हो गया बॉल.
आप उस वक्त आए हैं जब रिजवान से स्टेज तो सेट कर दिया था, बट फिर भी वो 190 था. अब आपने इनिंग्स एंड की है 347 पे, क्या कहेंगे?
जी बिल्कुल, मेरा काम है एज ए फिनिशर. अब जब भी मैं खेलता हूँ टीम में एज ए फिनिशर खेलता हूँ और कोशिश करता हूँ कि लास्ट तक जाऊँ और मैच को फिनिश करूँ.
आपने फिनिशर की बात की, लोग आपको काफ़ी टेल एंडर का नाम देते हैं. ये क्यों है? क्योंकि आप डोमेस्टिक में अक्सर 4-5 नंबर पे आते हैं, फिर भी आपके साथ ये टेल एंडर जुड़ गया.
हाँ बिल्कुल, ऐसा ही है, क्योंकि मैं डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में ऊपर की नंबर पे खेलता हूँ और जब पाकिस्तान पे टीम में जाता हूँ तो हमेशा मैं 7वें-8वें नंबर पे खेलता हूँ, तो इसलिए मैं अपने आप को टेल एंडर कहता हूँ.
लेकिन आप अपने लिए कौन सी पोजीशन को कहते हैं कि ये मेरी पोजीशन है?
मेरा पोजीशन 4-5 नंबर.
4-5 नंबर, ये तो हो गया. अब 347 का स्कोर है, डिफेंड हो जाएगा?
जिस तरह हमारी बॉलिंग है, एक्सपीरियंस बॉलिंग है, तो मेरे ख्याल में मेरा उम्मीद है कि इंशाल्लाह इसको आराम से हम डिफेंड कर लेंगे.
चलो, I wish you all the best for this match and for the tournament. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
And with that, it's back up to the com box.
Yes, Iftikhar clearly over the moon and realizing that that was his role to finish the innings, and he had taken the initiative earlier on. The ball was gripping, but then once he got the hang of it, there was no stopping to that one.
Yeah, they started off a little careful. 64 balls for that first 50 with Faizan and Fakhr Zaman. In fact, the second 50 was also of 64. But they made sure that they get a good idea of how the pitch is playing. And then Iftikhar, rather it was Fakhr Zaman who tried to go for those big hits and lost his wicket to Mubassir. Then it was Faizan to go to young Zishan. After that, a partnership came about between Kamran Ghulam and Mohammad Rizwan, who started building that foundation for that big total that they were eyeing, especially Kamran Ghulam, who got a very well-deserved massive 100, along with the experience of Mohammad Rizwan, who kept going. The strike rotation and the runs on the board were a regular feature, whether it was spin bowling or whether it was the faster bowlers. The Panthers were continuously under pressure after the 23rd or 25th over, with Kamran Ghulam playing every shot at will.
Yes, during the middle overs, they utilized their bowlers in short bursts, especially the fast bowlers, and that was the moment when Hasnan came back and got rid of the captain. And then the softest of all dismissals, Salman Ali Agha played right into the lap of Mubassir Khan, and Iftikhar joined the party with a huge roar from the crowd. No looking back by Iftikhar. He had taken away the initiative, and then Kamran Ghulam got the opportunity to also go bang after Iftikhar as well, and that partnership had taken away the advantage from Lake City Panthers in the final few overs of the game. Kamran Ghulam scored the first century of the tournament, and then Iftikhar continued with his momentum, but then Abdus Samad joined and never looked back. He came, saw and conquered. 3 sixers down the leg side, all of them were huge ones, and then went on towards the offside, completed his 4th list A 50 within no time. And after scoring all those great runs, he perished only to a slow delivery and played down to Shadab, who made no mistake to grab, but only after Abdul Samad made a huge total of 62 only on 25 deliveries.
Yeah, big runs for Kamran Ghulam, 45 in the mid for Rizwan, and then the partnership of Iftikhar and Samad took the side to 347 for 6.
Hasnan and Abbas started off the proceedings, and Mubassir was the first one to get wickets. Osama was at the receiving end and couldn't find an opportunity to find a wicket. Ahmad Bhatt became the most expensive of the lot, giving away 89 runs. They were getting wickets in regular intervals, but in the end, given away too many runs.
Well, time for a break. You come back and you find out if the Lake City Panthers can get 348 at 6.96 runs and over. Don't go too far.
back once again to the beautiful Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad, where Lake City Panthers required 348 runs to win of 50 overs at 6.96 runs per over. Remember, the Panthers decided to bowl first. There has been some excellent performance. They've been rocked by a fantastic inning by the youngster Abdul Samad, who scored a magnificent 62 runs, courtesy to some fantastic clean hitting. The way he started, it looked like $1 million. Strong, got variety of shots, the range of shots, the way he just demolished the bowling was just magnificent. It was such heartening to see a youngster coming and taking the big stage and hitting those big sixes. Have a look at that for a powerful shot. His footwork was immaculate. May it be a spinner or a fast bowler, he's been excellent in all the areas. That shot over extra cover was probably the best shot, and that celebration, he deserves it all, Shah Faisal, isn't it?
Absolutely. What a treat to watch this youngster was, Abdul Samad. He really turned it on when it was needed. If the Khar was going great guns at the other end, but Abdul Samad really showed that he means business as well, and that was a fantastic passage of play. Another fantastic passage of play in the offing. Saim Ayub, 31 matches, prolific at this level. That average of 41, strike rate 106, 179, just 22 years of age. Sometimes we tend to forget this. He's been around for a while now, but he is as good as Samad or Iftikhar offered, especially in this power play, and they have to be really good in this power play because they're chasing a mammoth total. But how about this man, Ali?
The numbers says it. 34 wickets, still very young, 21 years of age, 5 for 33. Sensational talent. Naseem Shah has made his name, courtesy to some fantastic spells that we've seen in all formats, not just white ball but red ball cricket. Has been amazing. Well, Lake City Panthers, if they have to come close to 348, it's Saim Ayub who needs to go big, needs to go long and play a big inning. Here's the first delivery of the run chase. Naseem Shah to Saim Ayub. One slip in place. On target, and a little bit of swing also in the air for Naseem Shah.
Interesting field placings for Saim Ayub. We've seen him get dismissed deep on the onside, where that fielder at fine leg is slightly wider, but then there's almost a leg slip as well for him. Naseem Shah, who brings the ball into the left-handers, hoping that Saim will lose his balance and clip one to that fielder at leg slip. Equally able to take the ball away from the left-hander, Naseem Shah. This is a great contest in front of a full house here at Iqbal Stadium.
Beautiful. Finds the gap, finds the boundary. It does, yes. Didn't have enough, but still he will take it. So that's an excellent start by Saim Ayub.
Not quite off the middle of the bat, but leaning into the shot very nicely. He's got that languid backlift as well. When he comes good, he really looks stylish. You can see that it didn't come up the middle. Just hit the bottom part of that bat and trickled away. That long chase was in vain. But good start for Saim Ayub. He'll take it. Got his balance spot on, got his feet moving. That's the early signs the batters look for when they walk out to bat first.
The fielder from leg slip has moved to the second slip, and the fielder who was in the middle of fine leg and square leg has moved a little finer towards fine leg. So a few changes being made as he just times it beautifully, but straight to the fielder. So that's the difference will be between the two sides. The Markhors have got all the experience in them, led by Rizwan. They've got Misbah Ulaq as mentor. Plenty of senior members around, which Adab didn't have when they were fielding. And we know we saw that they did struggle at times. Bowling changes, not bowling himself. There were lots of discrepancies that we can see in that captaincy in the first inning. But Rizwan, he will be spot on. Beautiful, what a shot that is. Just a pick-up shot towards onside. Second boundary for Saim Ayub.
Little bit of swing, but swung right into the middle of Saim Ayub's bat. The balance was good on that occasion. On occasions, he's been guilty of losing that balance. This time, he held his shape nicely. Just the flick of the wrist. And watch it all the way sail just inside the fence. This is glorious stuff from Saim Ayub. It's the kind of talent that he was expected to bring into the international game as well.
Looks so elegant. Whenever he's looking to play towards that onside, he owns that area. Because we've been talking about his no-look shot, that we expect him to play him all the time. The crowd has enjoyed the musical evening also, some quality batting they've witnessed. It's about time that they would be hoping at Saim Ayub show after the I'm a Big show.
It was electric during the break, but if Saim Ayub stays there for another half an hour, 45 minutes, this crowd surely will get their money's worth.
Good running, very good running. Realizing the fielder is coming from the circle. Got the single. This is good cricket. Got the two boundaries and rotated the strike.
Good call, good response from the non-striker as well. Good cricket, 9 for 1. Akif Javed has been around for a while, 25 games, 26 wickets, has battles with injury and fitness, looks in good shape at the moment. That 1-5 for in his career so far, economy of 6.2, slightly on the higher side.
Side edge. Be careful, good running in the end by Bangalze, good call. Well, this will be definitely a test for Saim Ayub, Shah Faisal. As you just mentioned earlier, we've been witnessing his innings at this level for a while now. But now that he is touched and has a place in Pakistan side, at this level, it should be different now. Should be able to perform consistently at this level.
Well, the flip side can be, Ali, that the bowlers playing at this level have seen how he's been worked over, what lengths he struggled with. Back of a length into his body, he just gives it a flick, and like it said, it's a no-look shot, and when you have a fielder in the right place, he could be vulnerable. See.
Again, a quick run. Bangalze, all the way from Quetta, Balochistan's very own. Bangalze, he's been around for a while. He's played some good innings, especially as far as red ball is concerned. Scored a double century in 4-day cricket at Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. She's got the talent. There is an opportunity. The platform is set. You got to transform that talent into performances at this level if you have to make it big.
Great crowd in Faisalabad.
Sharp. Good pace. Good aggression shown by Akif. Exactly the point you were making, because that's where he likes it. Not before we see trying or attempting one shot towards the fine leg.
See, all his weight is coming onto that front foot. And that length, and especially the line of that delivery surprised him. You give him any width on this length, he will punish you. But line was spot on from Akif Javed. There you go, caught him in no man's land. His weight is nowhere.
Yup, that's gone. You can easily watch it into the crowd. That's Saim Ayub for you. We've been waiting for a Saim Ayub show. Is this the beginning?
That is Saim Ayub at his very best. Looked ungainly on the previous delivery, but quickly puts it out of his system and picks up the length on that one really quick. It wasn't as high as the previous one. Allowed Saim to get his hand underneath and then up and over into the night sky of Faisalabad. That will make Saim Ayub feel very, very good.
It will definitely be a test for Akif. Because Saim Ayub looks to be in a mood. Can he be consistent? Can he play long enough? That's the question. Outswinger this time. Smart bowling, smart comeback by Akif.
Once again, Saim Ayub was nowhere with his feet. He just went through with his hands. And that movement really caught him out. Just a smallish stride and relying more on his hands. Too wide on that occasion. Even Rizwan won't be able to gather it cleanly.
See, the pressure definitely is on Akif. Because he's attempted that shot, he's just trying to shy away from him. Trying to bowl that outside off stump line. Because anything in his arc, in his body, or on the leg side edge is going to punish you if you get it wrong. That is why he's looking to bowl that outside the off stump length. Slip is there. A dot to end the over. It's 18 for none.
Excellent start by the Panthers. Pangalzai has only played one delivery in the 2 overs that have been bowled so far. Naseem first time to the right-hander.
He's gone for it. Got to be very careful because Naseem Shah, we know what he's capable of doing. He's got that immaculate line and length, but this one a little towards outside the off stump. Just went after it without any plan and purpose.
He wasn't into the shot. He just closed the face of the bat as well at the last time, although he was away from the ball. More movement for Naseem Shah.
Edged. There is no second slip. That is what we've been talking about, the quality of Naseem Shah. This is what he is inquiring to Rizwan. Why can't I have a second slip to the right-hander? Because he's bowling with that beautiful rhythm. Unlucky.
It's a genuine edge. Good length, movement and bounce. Caught the shoulder of the bat. Second slip would have parked it. A bit belatedly, Rizwan now puts the second slip in. Naseem Shah couldn't believe his luck.
Now he's got the second slip there. Salman Ali Agha. Huge appeal, very close, given. First one for Naseem Shah and Markhors. It's Bangalzai who has to move back now. He's disappointed and rightly so. He's given an opportunity the previous delivery, but not to be this time. It's hitting the leg stump.
He's not prepared to leave, but he will have to. Wants to check the front foot. There's no doubts here. Naseem Shah, look at that wrist locked in. That ball kept coming in. With the angle, the question was for Waleed Yaqub that that ball was sliding down, or was it going to clip the leg stump? He reckoned it would. To the celebration of Naseem Shah, Bangalzai, after a lucky escape, walks back for 4, and Panthers are now 22 for 1.
Arslan Ash, 19 years old, from Sialkot. Played the Under-19 World Cup 2024. Scored 147 runs at 36 the average. Scored 250s also, Faisal. Also was the part of Pakistan Junior League. So he's got talent. And as I said earlier, now he's got the opportunity to play with the big boys.
And not an easy task coming in after the fall of an early wicket and chasing a huge total.
Be careful early on. Naseem Shah is a very smart operator. And you can tell by the way he bowled to Bangalzai, the previous 2 deliveries, he moved the ball away from him and then one jack back in and got the wicket of Bangalzai. That's the smartness of Naseem Shah.
Very clever operator, Naseem. There you go. It was too full, probably. That went against Bangalzai. He lost his balance. Gave the umpire the opportunity.
Clipping, maybe.
Umpire's call?
No, we're going to give it to umpire for that. With that pace, it was moving quickly.
It was very full. It didn't have a long way to go. But Bangalzai didn't want to leave. He could not believe it. Obviously, it's a big stage, a huge crowd. Bangalzai's best format is red ball and probably list A, so that's why he was just reluctant to leave. Nervy start from Arslan Ash. Just pokes at the deliveries, just away from his body. Survives though, Naseem Shah with a wicket in the over. 3 gone, Panthers 22 for 1.
All eyes will be on Saim Ayub as far as Panthers are concerned, because they're chasing a king-size total that is 348. Will not be easy, but who said cricket is easy at this level? Away swing by Akif.
You made a point just a while ago that Sam, now that he's played international cricket, you would have felt that he would be tighter in his technique and those kind of deliveries. That was very loose. He could easily have sneaked it and he could have watched the rest of the 47 overs putting his feet up. You don't want to do that on this pitch in front of this crowd.
Absolutely. That is why Bangalzai was so disappointed. Lazy. Beaten by pace.
Swinging at thin air, Saim Ayub. He's got a couple off the middle of the bat. You would have thought it would have given him that rhythm and momentum. 2 deliveries in this over. He's looked ungainly. Look at that. His stride is there, but the weight is not coming into the shot, just collapsing on the back knee.
I've got a feeling that that inexperience in that batting lineup might hurt Panthers, because in a 50-over game, you do need somebody to play along. Wow, what a sound that made. Sweet. Through the gap for 4 by Saim.
Akif Javed was adamant that he will keep trying to bowl that wide line to Saim Ayub, who finally got one off the middle of the bat in this over. Elegant as anything, typical left-handers, lazy elegance. Fairly raced across.
Just hold the pose, Saim Ayub. Oh, has to be out, has to be out. Yes, yes, second one down. It's Saim Ayub this time. Played a beautiful shot, previous one, but this one again coming into him. And it was cramped straight in front of the wickets.
Did he pitch on one of those dry patches? Front foot is okay, just. But then length was good. Yes, it did pitch on one of those dry patches and it stayed low. Saim Ayub lost his balance and was plumb in front. Easy for Aleem Dar. Looks up in the heavens, Saim Ayub, who's shaping up nicely. Gone for 20, and Panthers now 26 for 2.
Usman Khan, the new man in. 179 runs with an average of 89.50. Strike rate of 91. 250s, the best of 87. It's an impressive record, but just 4 matches.
Remember, he came back into the fold because he left Pakistan, was trying to qualify for the UAE. When he got that close, he just performed so wonderfully well in PSL that he was made to make that decision to come back to Pakistan, which he did. Played the World Cup in 20-over format. Has been given this huge opportunity to bat at number 4, and his mettle will be tested here.
Definitely it will be, because 322 runs to get, either one of them will have to get a big one. Scored 200s and 250s in Pakistan Super League. Usman Khan, that's why he was rewarded a place in the World Cup side for Pakistan. Here is another opportunity to showcase his talent, Usman Khan, but this is a different ball game. He will have to do it for 50 overs, or in fact 46.2 remaining overs. Can he do it? That's the question. 20 overs is a different ball game. 2 slips in place. Just 1 run. Is it a leg by? We'll have to wait for the signal of the umpire. Runs given, so he's off the mark.
If you think Akif and Naseem have bowled well, they still got Dhani waiting in the wings. This delivery, look at that, just pitched in line, stayed low. Saim could count himself unlucky on that. But Akif was rewarded for bowling wicket to wicket. And that's a big wicket in the context of the game. That will put more pressure on Arslan Ash, the youngster. This is now an uphill task. 2 slips and a gully, or almost 3 slips.
Solid. Not easy on his debut, Arslan Ash, but that's the place to do it. 4 overs done, 27 for 2. Right, Faisal, coming back to the same point. The inexperience in the batting of Panthers. Saim Ayub, Abdul Wahid Bangalzai, Arslan Ash, Usman Khan. Haider Ali is looking to make a comeback. Mubassir is also very young. Maybe the eyes would be on Shadab Khan, the captain, who only bowled 5 overs. So we'll assume that he'll have more role as a batter in this side.
You make a good point about Shadab Khan. It's a really intriguing case in study. He's the captain. He only bowled 5 overs. And then he's got the likes of Haider Ali to come. And then what number is he going to bat? Mubassir at this list A format is very formidable as well. What is Shadab Khan's role in this team?
It's the captain. So more pressure. That's also the difference between these two sides. The pace of Naseem Shah, the smartness of Rizwan behind the stumps, the calmness of Misbah-ul-Haq in the dugout. So they've got lots of things going their way. Is there an edge? Is there an edge? Naseem Shah thought there is.
No signal from the umpire. But they brought the short leg in. It's well documented. Usman has his troubles against short pitch deliveries. Naseem was looking to surprise him with the Yorker. The line was not good. We did hear something. Did it just clip the back boot on the way? There was a little noise.
Yeah, Rizwan was never entrusted.
That doesn't happen very often.
So you can tell. Pace, good pace.
It'll be an interesting replay because if you look at Usman, he was backing up. You could see his middle and off stump when he was shaping up to play that delivery. Batting at number 4, that technique, very interesting.
I said in a very polite way, the pace. It was directed towards that, Shah Faisal. Exactly what you meant. Yeah, backing off, going towards the leg stump. That's better, covering the line. We all know what pace can do to the batters, especially when you're not used to of playing 140 plus. Short leg still in place. That's why. But this one is finer for a boundary to Usman Khan.
He did get away with a boundary, Ali, but this is very interesting technique from Usman. As Naseem is running in, he's not shaping to get in line. You see those feet all in a tangle. His hands get him out of trouble here. That's very interesting technique from Usman Khan.
Interesting comment also. And again. Not easy for the batters. 5 overs gone. 31 for 2. UMT Markhors got 24 runs, but they hadn't lost a wicket at this point. Whereas Panthers were in the pursuit of 317 more runs to win, have lost 2 wickets. And now it's up to these 2 youngsters, Arslan and Usman. Haider Ali still to come alongside Shadab and Mubassir. Ahmad Bhatt also can hit a few. but there's a clear difference of experience in both sides.
It is indeed, and it's showing. Like I was just mentioning, these two are bowling fantastically well. There's more to come in the shape of Shahnawaz Dhani.
Making lots of changes, Rizwan. You expect that to happen because he's that live wire in the side, being the captain. He's just making sure every fielder is at the right spot and having the right fielder at the right spot too. He's got two fielders, a short leg even for Rakif. He knows it. He knows something about Usman Khan. He's keeping those. That's why he's just trying to avoid, just trying to go towards the other end.
Well, it's 50 overs. 50 overs could be a long time. Imran Farhat, part of the Panthers coaching team. He must be seeing this and must be thinking to himself, Usman's survival is important here for Panthers.
Will the survival only do, Shah Faisal? 316 more runs to win of 44.4 overs. Is it only about survival? Or when he decides that he's going to unleash himself?
Ali, you think one thing about thinking a right game is just completely a different thing executing that game that is in your mind. There comes the ability, there comes the opportunities that the opposition may provide you. It's not black and white.
Markhor, if they get 1 wicket more, inside 10 overs, they'll get an extra point, a bonus point. We've been talking about the incentives through these bonus points. They will be eyeing on it because we all know that Rizwan is very particular. Have a look at that in the background, always animated. Although he knows that his team is in a very good position, but still is making sure that everyone is at the right spot.
Short leg is in place as well. Usman Khan will be peppered.
I'm telling you, Rizwan knows something that we don't. He's got a short leg, square leg, mid-wicket, and he's asking his fast bowlers to bang in shot. What does that suggest, Shah Faisal?
It's a very open secret, Ali Yunus. Usman Khan has played a lot of cricket at the top level, and things can get worked out very quickly these days with a lot of data available, a lot of analysts. And probably this is one of the more easier picks, that plan that has been worked over against Usman. You don't need to be a rocket scientist for that.
He's the captain of his Pakistan Super League team too, Rizwan, so he would know it. Multan Sultans. Azan has looked solid. Azan has looked definitely solid. That's what we want to see, a youngster being solid. 6 done, 33 for 2. Faisalabad looks beautiful at the night time from this view.
Third largest city of Pakistan. He's putting on a show here at the Iqbal Stadium.
Found the gap. This is what he's been searching for, Usman Khan. Does it have enough to go to a boundary? No, it doesn't. Good chase by KG and Fakhar Zaman. Couple of runs for Panthers.
Usman is not happy with the running. He thought there were 3 on offer. Once again, that delivery was pitched up. His weight didn't quite come into the shot. That's why he couldn't get the middle of the bat.
is enjoying himself as the captain of the side. I just very surprised. Again, a shorter one. Arslan, be careful, Arslan. Out. Direct hit. Samad the fielder. He can do no wrong today. But what a shame. What a way to get out, Arslan. He was looking so solid, but he's just wasted the opportunity.
What an evening Samad is having. Finds the bullseye. There was a little misunderstanding. Usman wasn't sure. Arslan kept coming. And by the time Usman turned him back, it was too late for young Arslan. There you go. Sold him the dummy, Usman. All the 3 stumps to aim for Samad from 15 yards. Finds them and sends young Arslan Abbas back to the dugout. He's gone for 1. Panthers reeling at 35 for 3.
Right, another talent who needs performance at this level. Haider Ali will be at the non-striker end. Usman will be facing. .35 for 3. Ball straight to the man. It's up Samad again. Naseem Shah gets his man. They've been planning, and now they've got the reward. Usman Khan goes. Usman Khan goes back for 8. Good catch by Samad. 4 gone now. Score 35. Right, this is not what he expected. That's why he was not ready, maybe, that he will be in the 7th over. Because Lake City Panthers have lost 4 wickets and the score is 35. That's what he's saying. I was not ready. Probably will be having a massage or something after fielding for 50 overs, but he's in pretty quickly. Oh, what a catch. What an evening Abdul Samad is having.
Usman Khan's misery came to an end. It was just a matter of time before Naseem had his man. He was not comfortable, Usman Khan, but Shadab also wasn't comfortable because he wasn't ready. And now he will have to be in the middle of the battle. His team really struggling, playing the all-rounder role here, but against some very, very good bowling from Naseem Shah. He's got his tail up, 2 slips and a gully. This won't be easy for Shadab Khan.
Good morning. Wakey wakey for Shadab. Sharp one. So 4 wickets down means that Markhors have earned themselves a bonus point. Because if you take 3 wickets inside 10 overs, you get an extra bonus point. And that's what Markhors has done. But what a fantastic catch. It was traveling fast straight to him. It's not easy. But Samad, it's all his evening. Got a run out, got a catch, played a blinder of an innings. Not ready yet. Still not ready. Still searching for his equipment, maybe. That's not a happy place to be, I tell you. 35 for 4.
Saklan Mushtaq, what would he be thinking?
Nicely driven. For no run. 7 gone. 35 for 4.
That's a series of bonus points that are available. Score more than 350 in the innings, you get one. Get 3 wickets inside 10 overs, you get one. That's a wide ball, surely wide. You score 100 as a team inside 10 overs, you get a bonus point. So quite a few extras available. Here you go. Just a confirmation of what I was saying.
Yes, interesting to see this chart. Bonus points available for batting. 350 to 374 is 1 bonus point. Exceeding 375 brings a team a couple of bonus points. And bowling, team taking 8 wickets, 1 point, and team taking 10 wickets, 2 points. And both these fast bowlers for Team Markhors, they've done well. Bowled in the right areas mostly. And Panthers, already 4 top batters gone to the pavilion. There's Mubassir and Ahmad, but the 2 all-rounders to follow. And if there's a hope for any miracle, Shadab and Heather have to bring it up. It's a huge total, 348 to get, and they've lost 4 wickets for 36 inside the first power play, still in the 8th over.
Yeah, when you walk into a chase with 6.96 runs and over a span of 50 overs, that's a high ask. And that surely in a team meeting during the innings break has its effects, where you discuss and talk how you're going to go about with this. But where is it written that you want to score those runs inside 15 overs? You start losing wickets earlier on.
Absolutely nowhere, Sikandar. The key is to develop partnerships and to pick the pocket of runs where available, and you need to force the issue where required. Once again, wide down the leg side, and Akif just putting everything in. Definitely the faster men get excited when they are among wickets, and he's just trying to put everything in, not concentrating on that consistent line and length. Akif is reasonably experienced, has played a couple of seasons and PSL as well, and he has been in the mix for quite some time now, playing for the Pakistan Shaheens and A teams.
You talk about balances of sides, and when you look at these two teams, you clearly see a visible difference on how a particular team management is looking at their 11. For example, Markhors have gone for more specialists. Naseem Shah, outright bowler. Zahid Mahmood, outright bowler. Shahnawaz, Akif. And then they have Iftikhar. You can call him an all-rounder. Yes, Salman Agha, part-time bowler. Whereas when you look at the Panthers, they've got a lot of all-rounders. Ahmad Bird, Mubassir, Shadab himself.
Except Rizwan, I think everybody can have a ball in the Markhors team. Faizan is an all-rounder, played for Lahore Qalandars. He bowls very decent Yorkers, especially towards the death bowling. And then Iftikhar can, we all know he can bowl well. And wonderfully kept by Rizwan. And there comes the famous cramp. And hopefully he carries on. There is no Sarfraz waiting tonight. But he's kept well. He's been tested by the bowlers on his left side and he's covered good ground and made it to the ball every time. Yeah, this was a brilliant take. Very acrobatic.
In this dive, I don't know where the pressure is on the leg. He's taken it all on his shoulders. And the dive is also perfect. So the whole fall has taken an equal distribution of weight.
That is a better line and a decent length. And he needs to be consistent here, not get too much excited. He's already bowled a couple of wides in this over.
Coming in big numbers here in Faisalabad, and why not? Cricket has returned to the city. You would love to come out here and see. Oh, he's claiming it. He's claiming it. Is it Fakhr Zaman? Umpire Aleem Dar is, well, not interested. He's going to his partner at square leg and wants to know what he feels about it. But the fielder, Fakhr Zaman, has claimed it.
Well, at times a claim is good for some rest. That's all I believe what happened, because Aleem Dar doesn't look very convinced with this appeal. Third umpire has had his work cut out tonight. Lots of boundaries that were checked by him, and now this decision of whether it was a catch or not, whether the ball hit the ground after hitting the bat, that's the question.
Yes, a legit delivery. Well, let's have a look. He sliced that. Hasn't hit the ground yet. We want to see, or has it gone through? Has he played it into the ground? It has come up. I'm not sure. I think, Salman, but he sliced it up. I don't think he's hit it into the ground.
Well, we haven't had a conclusive look at it till now. And I think front on will be a better angle, because from this angle it wasn't conclusive whether it hit the ground or not. You can see there, after hitting the bat, it hit the ground and just went straight to the fielder.
Well, you get the bonus point for being right.
Well, there are so many bonus points available. Why not?
Let's have a look. Yeah, it's not out. Umpire Asif Yaqub, the television umpire, had a good look, and yeah, it's not out. Eight overs gone, 39 for 4. Well, Naseem Shah will continue. He's got 2 for 19, and why not? Bowled 4 overs. Still got the 2 slips. Like that, the attack should be on. You got 39 for 4. And when you've got the opposition right under your boot, then you squeeze it furthermore. Regulation field, 2 men out. Wideish deep fine and deep third.
Interesting to see the replay. Again, no feet into the stroke, no position, just the hands and the bat going towards the ball. And that is what has been the problem of Haider Ali, by and large, in his short career. Just have a look at this. No position of the feet at all. Just the hands going towards the ball. And that is where I believe there's clear lacking of technique, especially against a moving ball. This technique is very vulnerable.
Shot, good runs here. He's found the gap. It's a push, so he'll get a couple. Another thing that we've discussed earlier where we were not on air is the fact, as a batter, you need to be a bit extra careful when technology is not available and the umpire is giving you out, especially leg before, on his feeling, and there's no referral, then you are extra cautious that you don't get hit in the pads in front or around the stumps. Whereas when you have technology, you're also relying on umpires' calls and various things. And we saw 2 occasions, one in the previous inning, one here, where the leg befores were given. Oh, glove, 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 glove. Yes, it is. Heard it here, heard it there.
Yes, 1 more down. 5 down, half of the team back in pavilion. Haider Ali trying to pull one, only managed his glove to touch the ball, and that was enough for Rizwan to take a simple catch. Umpire just confirming whether the foot was behind the line, and a lot of it certainly was behind the line. And Haider Ali didn't look convincing, and eventually has to go back to the hut. And while all that, a mini cramp for Rizwan.
Mubassir Khan is the new batter in, so now they're down to the all-rounders. It's an absolute mess here for the Lake City Panthers. 41 for 5, chasing a, well, gigantic total. They still need 307. Handy cricketer across formats. He's proven himself time and again. And he's got a task at hand. Naseem Shah is running in, steaming in with 3 for 21 to his name.
Yes, already 3 for 21 into his 5th over. He's bowled well. Could have had another wicket when he managed to take the outside edge, and there wasn't a second slip over there. And since then he's had one for him, an extra slip. And then this one is bowled into the wicket. And Haider Ali not very fortunate with what he wanted to do.
Interesting, got a leg slip there, top right of your screen. 2 slips to the right of Rizwan. And you've seen that he's been trying to bowl that shorter length into that rib cage. And he's got Haider Ali with that glove to the keeper, and probably a faint glance will bring that leg slip into the play as well. They're bowling with a purpose, and especially when you've got wickets against your name, then you've got that extra kilometers added to the game plan. He's picked it up nicely with Naseem Shah space. He'll go into 5 rows down at deep fine. He knows it. 6 added to the total. 9 overs gone. It's 47 for 5.
So it's a very sorry tale at the moment. 47 for 5 of the first 9 overs. And this target looks miles and miles away from the Panthers. 3 for 27 and a huge hit of the last ball from Naseem Shah. Wanted to bowl one in the ribs and wasn't well directed. Gave the opportunity. Pitching outside leg stick. And that is what Shadab is telling him. Extended spells for both the fast bowlers here, Sikandar. And this is something which we haven't seen much. But Rizwan is going on with his premier fast bowlers.
Nice pitching outside leg. I've seen him trying to bowl, angle it into the right-handers, but more often than not, what he's done is that he's missed his target completely, and you've seen Rizwan diving towards his left. We'll just come back to that after the delivery. That if he can actually angle it in, why not try and come round the wicket as well? Because he's mostly bowling that leg stump line at the moment. Just a thought. When you got 47 for 5, then why not? You can experiment a bit if you want.
Yes, he's shown good intent as a captain. He has had catching positions around the bat. We saw a man under the helmet, just a shot catching on the short leg, just a couple of yards behind short leg that position would be. And another bouncer. This could be a wide, and yes, signal from umpire Aleem Dar. Too short on this occasion. But yes, the bowlers and the captain, they can manage to experiment with this total on the board and already picked up 5 wickets. The amount of bonus points. And here is the Blue World City. Pakistan's first purpose-built tourist city, one of the big sponsors of this tournament, Champions Cup. So, among all the destruction that we have seen done by these two fast bowlers, just in the previous innings, we saw some real destruction with the bat, Sikandar. Firstly, Iftikhar started, and then Samad came in and took everyone by storm with the power that he possessed, with the huge hitting, and he showed us the wide range of strokes that he can play. Over point, straight down the ground, over cow corner, through the covers. It was brilliant to see. And poor delivery, and it got what it deserved on the legs and dispatched for 4. 50 up for Team Panthers inside the first power play.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the start of the over, that if you're really trying to angle it in, then why not come round? Because you just get a feeling with both Naseem Shah and Akif Javed, the fielding captain is focusing too much on that leg slip. And almost like a fine leg inside the circle, but this is not helping. Look at him at the top part of your screen, and then once it leaves the bat and beats that man, there's no way you can chase it.
And my worry is that there's another slip. Why not aim to get the ball going towards that slip? This is a better line. These young fast bowlers, they need to be more consistent with their line and lengths. Patience is what sometimes a bowler has to do, especially as you step up the levels of cricket. You need to be more consistent and patient and persist with good lines and lengths and ask the batters to take chances.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone. He was in no control of that shot. Playing it above the eye line is more like, it's not a cricketing shot. He was trying to keep it down. But this side, Lake City Panthers, is downright nowhere in the contest.
Yes, Akif bowls another short one. Would be interesting to see whether he rolled his fingers over and was that a slower bouncer, because Shadab was in no control of the stroke and hit it straight to the man. Kamran Ghulam waiting at square leg takes an easy catch. Shadab goes for 4 and Panthers in further trouble.
Signal that the first power play is done. The new batter in, Ahmad, who is the last of the all-rounders that the Lake City Panthers have. After this, you'll have Osama Mir, Mohammad Hasnain and Zishan, and that is that. 6 down for 52. Have a look at the wicket.
Yes, wickets coming up, and this one could have gone for the review if it was available. By Waleed Yaqub deciding, and this one was pretty straightforward. Would have missed the off end, the leg stump hitting middle. And this was great fielding, good pickup, and a direct hit. Abdul Samad has been everywhere tonight. And then a straightforward chance, and again it's Abdul Samad. Haider Ali trying to pull one, only managing some gloves on the ball. And failed to impress, and so did Shadab. A bouncer which he couldn't control, and an easy take for Kamran Ghulam. And the man, the showman, Shahnawaz Dhani, age 26 and 39 matches to his name, 75 wickets, and economy under 6. Decent figures.
He's leaning into that. Should be a couple here. Good stop. Excellent work done down in the deep. Zayed Mahmood covering a lot of ground to his right. That's what the effect is when you get the opposition down to 6 wickets with just 54 on the board. Everyone in the deep as fielders, they're right on top of their game. And that's the way to do it. Do not leave any loose ends. Keep that pressure on. That's a good stop. And more than the stop, it's about the recovery. Getting back into the game and releasing the ball as quick as possible.
Good line this from Dhani. Steered down to the third for one. And would be interesting to see how these two batters now take this match on from here. Whether they go after the run rate or whether they spend some time, get a decent hit in for themselves. Because remember, this is the first game of the tournament. And very important to build some confidence in the team and not give it all up all too early. Well bowled once again. Good line, hint of movement away, and was good enough to beat the outside edge of Ahmad Butt.
Yeah, that's the one. First ball for Ahmad to face. Each team plays the other once. So you don't get a second go at your opposition unless you make it to the playoffs. Mind you, they're playoffs, not semi-finals. 5 teams in here. So one will be left behind.
Dhani being the best bowler of the President's Cup, picking up 19 wickets, playing for Sui Northern Gas. And the team ended up winning the tournament, and he being the most successful bowler of the tournament. So he's had a pretty decent time in List A cricket. And he started off well, the first 4 deliveries. Once again, good lines. Eleventh over in progress, and so almost game over for Panthers. 55 for 6, and there we see a dressing room. Obviously, they know what has happened, and you can see what is reflecting.
Lots to ponder. First day of the tournament. But surely it will have its effects on the overall run rate when you get into the business end of the tournament. If you have a big defeat at your hands, then it's trouble. 11 gone, 55 for 6. What's going on inside that helmet? What are you thinking when you're out there and you got 6 down for 55? Are you looking to bat as much as you can? Have you already put the shutters down, thinking that it's game done? And now Samad is there. He's having a good day, so I'm pretty sure he'll do some damage with the ball as well. Starts with a wide. Getting, oh, leg by. He's got a bit of a pad on the way. You can't do anything wrong when you're having a day like this. A run out, a catch, and then that blistering knock.
One thing that he really doesn't need tonight is any more instructions, because everything he has touched has turned to gold. So any fielders on the left and right, they can rest in their positions. And Rizwan, seeing that he's had a great day, makes him bowl. Gentle medium pace from Abdul Samad. Ahmad Butt's bat seems he's playing red ball lately. driven straight to the covers.
I think he's playing with a red ball, which is a wet red ball. It's a lot of red.
Yep. There is a variety of red balls these days. A lot of practice being done with the synthetic red balls, and they leave a mark on your bat, whether you have tape on it or not. They do leave their marks, and this clearly shows that it has been used with the synthetic balls.
Now the thing is that Rizwan needs to realize he's been keeping wickets at a very brisk pace with Naseem Shah, Akif Javed and Shahnawaz Dan. He needs to come up. Military medium, the ball will bounce at him, and an awkward bounce.
Yeah, better idea is to get your helmet on and stand on the stumps.
I think there was a bit of bat on it, which is why he took it on the bounce and realized that it could have been a wicket. Have a look at that again.
And a chance for Ahmad, but to level a couple of blows that he received from Abdul Samad. Yeah, this reaction tells that the batter edged it, but didn't reach Rizwan. He was too far back. Just the leg by. In Abdul Samad's over, 12 gone, 56 for 6.
.56 for 6. That's the Lake City Panthers dugout. Imran Farhat there at the far end. Osama Mir up next with the bat. Slight hold up in play with Mubassir taking some help from Aleemda. Meanwhile, we just talked about Samad's day out there, first with the bat and then later on in the field with a catch and a run out. You get that kind of a start, an overall performance. It's just the perfect thing you need as a player. Start of a tournament and you're noticed right there. I'm pretty sure it is a one-day format, but there'll be a lot of franchises watching this. Headhunters, just to see what kind of form a certain player is in. And it matters a lot when a game is televised. Lots of performances go unnoticed. Then you need to have people you trust who've seen that and you take a call.
Wide this time, another short one, and Dhani gives a steer to Mubassir Khan. It's been a frequently used delivery, the short ones in this inning so far by all the three fast bowlers who have bowled so far. Be it Naseem Shah, Dhani on this occasion, and Akif as well. And they've been successful with it. They've bowled a few wides, yes, but they've taken wickets. Haider Ali, Shadab Khan, just to name a couple. Mubassir this time leaving, and the head coach and the batting coach, and they have got things to think about. Not a good day with the batters. Steered down to third for a single. Shahnawaz Dhani has been one of the most successful bowlers in the last 3 years in the domestic season. Probably has picked up the most number of wickets. We saw him pick up a fifer in the final of Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, and then we saw him be the top wicket taker in the President's Cup, and here he is, 21 matches, list a season for March 2022. 51 wickets from his 21 games, 6 for 19 his best, and good thing is that he's bowling in good areas consistently.
He shows the consistency with the player and his performances in the last 2 years or a little more than that. But Shahnawaz hasn't really featured in the 11. He's travelled a lot with the team, but then again you need a bit of luck. You've got so many fast bowlers available.
In this chart, the rest of the four are not part of this tournament.
Working it away, wrist work in that, just a single. 59 for 6 after 13. Back after the drinks break. 59 for 6 is what the Lake City Panthers are at. 13 overs have been bowled and they still require 289 from the remaining 37 overs. And the reason is that earlier it was the UMT Markhors who scored gigantic score of 347. Have a look at what Abdul Samad did earlier on.
Yes, it was a power show, a proper big hitting session from Abdul Samad. He just took the opposition by storm, showed a wide range of strokes, and just look at that brutal power. Wherever the ball came, he hit that, and this was a mighty six off the back foot to Sama Mir. And then this one over covers was another brilliant stroke, and he scored his 50 in quick time and in good style. And overtook the very good looking Iftikhar in no time.
And now he'll bowl his second over. He bowled a maiden to start with. And now he's already got a run out and a catch. We'll show you that as well. But right now he's ready to go. That's the run out. Direct hit at the non-strikers. And then the catch of Naseem Shah's bowling. But he's everywhere. When you're doing well, then the ball keeps chasing you. When you're not doing very well, the ball keeps chasing you.
In any case, the ball is after you. And a bird's eye view of the very beautiful looking ground at the moment. Under floodlights, lots of people coming in to watch their national heroes. Abdul Samad having the game of his life. No runs of his 8 deliveries so far. Scored a magnificent quick fire 50. Put the pressure onto the opposition and then took a good catch and a run out of direct hit. What more can you ask for?
Almost a wicket in his first over. Yeah, that's the kind of pace as a batter, you just don't know which way to go. You defend or attack. He reminds me of that Ravi Bopara kind of a bowler who will just keep coming at you, aiming the stumps, and yes, he doesn't provide you enough room and to work it around, and secondly, he doesn't have pace that you can use it to get those big shots going. Tries it and gets that boundary because there's no one in the deep.
Yes, in the zone, and Ahmad Butt, he goes after this one, connects and puts it over mid-on for the boundary. Abdul Samad, the first runs of his bowling come in the shape of a boundary.
When he was hit for the boundary, immediately Samad asked his captain, can I push the mid-on back to the row, but he refused it. And that's fine. Let him go after you. You've got all the runs that you have to defend this score. You got the wickets that you've taken, so why would you push the fielder back? Keep your attack. Ask and see if Ahmad would go after you again. This time it's going to be around deep mid-wicket area as a boundary. Now interesting to see what Rizwan does. It's end of the over. 14 gone, 67 for 6.
Lovely night in Faisalabad. Iqbal Stadium itself looking like full moon, but a lopsided contest so far. Lake City Panthers has been taken to cleaners courtesy some extraordinary display of fast bowling by UMT Markhors. From the look of things, it is all over bar the shouting, but still they could get a hang of it. Mubassir, the youngster, and the experienced Ahmad. The Honey has been a prolific bowler in the domestic arena. and he would like to have his share of bounty among all things, the way UMT Markhors has performed so far.
You're absolutely right, Akhil. This has been a one-sided affair. Panthers looked out of their depth. Talented youngsters, but they couldn't come to the fore tonight. Even skipper Shadab, experienced Saim Ayub, they all were found wanting. Brutally exposed was Usman Khan as well. And you'd feel the kind of form that Mubassir has been in domestic cricket. He's batting a number 2 low for his prodigy. Plenty to think long and hard for Shadab, and also Haider Ali, yet to perform on the big stage for quite some time now.
Moved on his feet, but a big drop by Akif. It was coming right under his eyes line and onto his throat, but maybe he had lost the sight of the ball due to it being in the line of the floodlights.
Not many bowlers will bear such a big smile after a catch getting dropped off their bowling. That's Shahnawaz Dhani for you. That's the other side of the picture. You've seen his celebrations, but he took that drop in the outfield in his stride. Mubassir failed to get over the top of the bounce, top edge. It doesn't get easier than that at that position. He saw it all the way at a good height.
So the nature of this tournament is such that you will be most likely playing your next game within a gap of a day. You will have to get charged up, come back and get ready for the next game. Especially the workload which fast bowlers will have to manage is going to be phenomenal. How they are going to manage themselves if Rizwan would think that they would need to go. Is there an edge? Is he going to reap the reward of the patience and that smile? No. Bit of sound, but perhaps from something else. And he started his appeal also quite after a bit of gap.
Whenever Rizwan is behind the stumps, he makes you believe everything has got an edge. This one was a good delivery, straight and down the seam. There was a little, no, it's probably the bat brushed the pad, or Rizwan went up immediately, then pulled back out of the appeal. And by once again, Rizwan went up and Walid Yaqub had nothing to do with it. The previous delivery, the outside edge, 2 balls ago, and you can watch it at real speed and see if we find any noise there, because well, we did hear something, but Rizwan pulled out of the appeal and the umpire said no. How was that, Akhil?
Yes, an eventful over coming to an end. And a quiet one as well. 15 gone, 69 for 6. Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad, basking in the light of these floodlight towers and looking like full moon. Lovely evening. The temperatures have now gone down less than 30 degrees centigrade. It was almost unbearable during the afternoon. The onus is on Lac City Panthers to make the most out of the conditions which were given to them in the first innings.
How about that? Don't bother chasing those. Long time coming, this boundary for the Panthers, but Mubassir will gain plenty of confidence from that.
Lovely piece of exquisite timing and placement. And then he capped on his shot, and that pose for those photographers, and also give a lot of confidence to the youngsters for the games to come. Remember, it is going to be a fairly long tournament. They will need to get charged up. But if any of the fans who are here in the stadium forgot to charge their fans, they've got great facility to get their mobile charged up. Their phones or tablets through Inverex Solar Energy. You can watch the game, you can charge your mobile, and also you can have a great evening in Iqbal Stadium.
I need to be there. I need to charge my phone. Interesting ploy there, though, from Rizwan, bringing Samad in, holding on to his regular bowlers. Probably the game he thinks is in the bag. Not really a bad idea to give Samad, who's had a wonderful evening, to give him a go, a feel of how it feels to bowl on these conditions.
Yeah, remember, this is going to be the beginning of the domestic season, and right from the get-go you will have to play a game almost on every second day. So especially for the fast bowlers, this is going to be a bit of a challenge, that how they are going to come back. And if they are bowling the full quota of 10 overs or so, this is some requirement for them to be prepared for the game to come. And I think a captain who is as experienced as Rizwan is, it is going to be a straightforward chance which is given to his fast bowlers, that they can rest and get themselves geared up for the games to come.
Rizwan is very shrewd operator. But what about this crowd, Akhil? They're still staying on in huge numbers, despite this game as a contest has dwindled for the last half an hour or so. Single to finish off over number 16. 74 for 6 Panthers. $74 for 6. That's the bonus point system, and the way it's looking, the Markhors will go away with plenty of them. The victory margins by 100 runs or more will earn them 3 extra points, which is looking quite likely at this stage. Shahnawaz Dhani, never shy of a word.
Yeah, Shah Faisal, this is a new system, especially introducing bonus points in a one-day game. Perhaps they have lost the opportunity to earn the point while batting first only by a margin of a couple of runs. If they had scored 350, they would have taken away that as well. Otherwise, the more the merrier, and they are going to earn it at the highest level.
I'm very, very interested in seeing the growth of Shahnawaz Dhani, because we'll come back to that. But he's just lining up to have the mentor for Markhors. We'll take you downstairs in a minute, but for now, talk about Dhani's career, the way it has taken its shape. It's a case in study. We'll come back to it.
Yeah, let's go downstairs and see who Mish has got.
And I've got someone here with me whom we've seen in various mentoring roles for the Pakistan national team. Also somebody who needs absolutely no introduction, and the mentor here for UMT Markhors, Misbah Haq. Thank you for being here with us. Misbah, the team posted a mammoth total on the board, and now they're defending it quite well as yet. So what do you have to say about that?
I think it's pleasing to see team performing well. It wasn't an easy wicket, but I think batsmen played really well, especially the top order, the way they just set the tone. First 20 overs were not easy, and even in the later part of the inning, the way Iftikhar and Samad basically finished the inning, and Kamran Ghulam, it was a special inning. So really happy to see them. I think it wasn't that easy pitch, a little bit tricky, but the way they batted, I think they gave us the chance. And then obviously our new bowlers, Akif and Naseem, they bowled brilliantly, and upfront wickets is always the key.
Definitely, and you yourself have played for Faisalabad for quite a long time. So what was, because you talked about the pitches, so what was really your guidance to the team while they were here playing in Faisalabad?
Yeah, I think it's the start of the season, so a lot of grass on the pitch, but still we feel because of the weather, we felt that it is going to be a bit tricky, and we need to build the inning and spend some time, and then we'll be able to basically score big. Foundation is much needed on this pitch, so I think the execution was perfect, the way our top order played. Especially I think number 3 Kamran Ghulam played brilliantly, and then obviously Rizwan's partnership, and then finishing is always important, and like Iftikhar and Samad, the way they just finished the game, I think this is something which Pakistan needs. Number 6, number 7, the guys who have good technique, who can play all type of cricket, score, I think rotation, play the spin, especially wrist spin well, and the way they batted against Usama and hit the fast balls in the last overs, I think that was really pleasing to see.
You talked about what Pakistan really needs. You have Mohammad Rizwan in the team. He's the skipper for your team. And right now, when we talk about the national circuit, there is a lot of talk about the captain, a lot of talk. So what do you really think? Because a lot of people are talking about Rizwan as a very potential captain. So then what is your take on him being a captain for your team? How do you see him?
Yeah, I think everybody knows that he's been captaining at domestic circuit for a longer time. He's experienced. He's a very good captain in the PSL 2020 format. He captained different teams at domestic level. He's smart, shrewd, and especially he just leads the team with his own performances. So he's always like that. I mean, good to see him performing like that, and obviously it's competition in the team. Everybody wants to just do well, whoever is captaining for the different side. So good to see that these stars, these international players are playing there, and they just want to prove their point, and they want their team to basically win.
When we see your team on paper, it's a really strong team. So I wish you all the very best for the next matches for this tournament. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we'll go back up to comms.
Interesting chat from Misbah Haq, who obviously played for quite a while for the Wolves in Faisalabad.
Oh yes.
He's a great thinker of the game, Misbah Haq. You could talk to him all the time, and he will talk on cricket forever. One of the great minds of Pakistan cricket as well. As we watch Zaid Mahmood, the star from Dadu, 48 List A games, 68 wickets. This is the top edge. It will go away from the fielder, and it's gone all the way. Didn't feel like it came from the middle, but it still had the distance on it. And Ahmad Butt breaks the shackles.
Yeah, this is the go-to shot by Ahmad Butt against spinners. Full swing of arms and a good stretch. And in the end, a perfect distance as well. So it is going to be interesting that what strategies they are going to take, whether they would like to play for the remaining quota of the overs and take it as deep as much as possible. They would like to change their gears and also start targeting a specific set of bowlers.
That fielder has gone a bit squarer after that last delivery.
Well bowled, well bowled.
Akhil, there's no point sitting in. These two are very capable, it has to be said. They can play along, play instinctively, and see where they end up. Use of the wrist, it was full toss, he could have hit it anywhere. But this roll of the wrist behind square on the offside will earn Mubassir a boundary now.
Second boundary of the over to end over number 18, 87 for 6.
'87 for 6. In terms of the runs, Markhors were 82, but the platform Misbah was talking about is just the wickets, 2 wickets.
Maybe a good time for the teams to enjoy their cup of tea, and these are the hard workers, the ground staff and the fans who are enjoying this tapal tea. Perfect time to have it. A nice breeze going along in Faisalabad, and good time to have a sip of it. So one thing which is now coming into the equation at the time of the toss is that whether you are going to bat first or ball first, and I think this will add color to this tournament, because if that is going to be a straightforward decision, be it bowling first or batting first, then that takes a lot of action and interest out of the game. But now the captains would be thinking, especially in the days to come, that whether this is going to be a bat first wicket. And looking at the way the pitch has behaved so far, it has something for every type of the batter and also the bowlers, especially those who spend some kind of time on the pitch. They were able to make full use of those settings and the picture perfect conditions in Faisalabad. This time this pitch offered some bounce. Ahmad Butt is a fan of the bounce. He can go on the top of it. He has shown some signs of individual brilliance, but a long way to go for Lake City Panthers.
Definitely we got a template now after this game. Kept low. Yeah, like Misbah said, the pitch wasn't easy to begin with, but the template is, the way he explained it, the batters will need to take their time, set up the foundation, and then with a slightly older ball, you can go big. This is what exactly the Markhors did. Rizwan and Kamran Ghulam's partnership was the key to set up that platform. And then Abdul Samad and Iftikhar Ahmed, they reaped the rewards. They went berserk in the last 10 overs.
So if you were the captain at the toss tomorrow, that would be a straightforward decision to bat first, or there is something further added to it?
Well, it also depends on the balance of your sides as well. And Shadab having won the toss, but at the toss it was very interesting that as if he had no opinion whatsoever of how this pitch would play. So it wasn't a decision that he took based on the combination or strength of his team. He just couldn't figure out what was the right decision. So he just let the opposition in. So all the other teams will be looking at this very keenly.
Just one run of over number 5 at the Harney, 19 gone, 88 for 6.
Zahid Mahmood was expensive in his first over. Not a bad time for the leg spinner to bowl with his team right on top.
Allah! Good ball, good ball.
And talking about sitting and having the facility of being in the com box, in the hindsight, how would see that Shadab used his bowlers? Because at times, yeah, when you're talking about a leg spinner bowling in the middle part of the innings, perhaps it was too much of an ask to bowl during the final few overs of the game. And in the end, Osama had to pay the price.
You'd beg the question that why Osama was bowling the final overs and not Shadab himself being the skipper. And also the choice of Ahmad Butt bowling the last overs. In the middle overs, somewhere along the lines, you'd feel Shadab missed the trick by not bowling himself for an extended period. That left him, unless he's decided he's not going to bowl in the final overs, that left him with limited choices. And that it really backfired towards the end.
Yeah, because at one point in time, it was looking that everything was perfectly balanced.
Oh, yeah!
Until that perhaps 40th or the 41st overs had striked, and then things went haywire for Shadab and company. And even Zishan was only utilized for 6 overs, and that was a bit of a surprise for me.
Another single. Talking of those middle overs, he never gave Saim Ayub a look in. We know that Saim can bowl. Definitely in this 50 over format, he's good for a few overs, but he never got a look in. Yeah, Shadab hasn't had a great day. Bat bowler with the captaincy. Nicely swept. Runs coming in singles in this over. Just the 3 of them from Zahid. 20 gone, 91 for 6. An hour and 50 minutes, Akil, in just 20 overs. The over rate we saw at the test match as well. Pakistan got penalized for slow over rate, although it's a different format. And also during the first innings, I think it went on for a little longer than it was supposed to. An important facet of the game these days, the penalties are coming harder and harder for teams and captains at not keeping up rate with the over rates in terms of their timings or timekeeping.
Yeah, this even further raises the need for having great fitness for the demands of the modern day cricket. Akif Javed coming back to bowl for his second spell, bowled brilliantly in the first set of 5 overs. Couple of wickets under his belt. A wide to begin with. This is relatively early start for a season, because at the time when the One Day Cup comes, that is maybe the peak of the winter during the most of the season, but Now PCB has decided to begin with a one-day cup, looking at the Champions Trophy, which is going to be at the end of the season. So they will have to bring their A game, not only in terms of their talent, but also as far as their fitness is concerned.
Absolutely, this is fast-paced. It requires a lot of energy in these hot and sweltering conditions. It is definitely a test of a player's fitness as well, as long as they... And also the games keep coming thick and fast, like you just mentioned a while ago. There's literally a game every other day. That is very hectic.
Good bit of partnership in the meantime between these two. If they were not chasing around 350 runs, they would have given some kind of hope to Lake City Panthers. 41 runs of 61 deliveries, bringing some steadiness to this rocking ship otherwise. That was all over by the shouting so far. And good running between the wickets as well, which was the hallmark of the partnership between Rizwan and Kamran Ghulam.
You make a good point, Akil, because at the same stage, at the end of 20 overs, Markhors were 91, but the difference was 2 wickets. That was when Kamran and Rizwan was building the platform. Look at the number of wickets for the Panthers, 6. They went gung-ho too soon, and they're paying the price for it. Nicely timed. This will run away. Ahmad Butt really sweetly caresses this into the gap on the onside for a boundary.
Excellent use of wrist by Ahmad Butt. He clearly is enjoying this evening so far. And this is going to count at least for the games to come. If not for this one, played into the gap. Placed it perfectly in the vacant area and earned another boundary. So fastly approaching 50 runs mark, this 7th wicket partnership. Ahmad Butt, at one point in time, he was earmarked as the solution for the next best all-rounder. Maybe at times he was considered in that league of Abdur Razzaq and Azhar Mahmood's, but then maybe lost his way. This is a great opportunity for this right-handed batsman to make the most of it, and especially in the late order, when the time comes and it would be crucial moments, he can make use of this form.
It's a loose stroke. Probably that's one of the reasons he couldn't progress from being a very good player to becoming an international player. Those lapses in mind, the brain fades, a shake of the head from him, probably looking to shake off those demons that made him play that stroke. Ahmad Butt.
A bit of start-stop, but completed the run in the end. 8 runs of Akif's first over of his spell. 21 gone, 99 for 6.
Inside part of the bat, smashing it onto the pads.
Some sign of aggression here from Ahmad, but he's been there for a while now. And we know his capabilities. He's got that power. He's got the skill to go big. He's been there for 44 deliveries. For how long can he be defensive? That's the question. Still 249 runs to win of 28.4 overs.
Everyone did, ooh, when the umpire not interested. He's it wide. 100 up with that extra.
One ball, shabash.
Good opportunity for Zahid Mahmood to make a mark. He's desperate to make a comeback to Pakistan side. This is a good opportunity. No pressure whatsoever. The way he's bowling looks confident.
That's the 100 partnership and also a boundary here. 50 partnership with 105 on board now. So it's been a while since we saw that blurry of wickets falling. These two have sustained and got themselves to a score of 100 plus.
Yeah, they wish, Panthers, that this partnership gets to 100. Slowly, gradually getting there. But what a talent Mubassir Khan is. Bowled beautifully. Although, yes, there's not much expectation at the moment. But still, he is proving his wealth. That he can do it. He can be a big match player.
106 for 6. Nothing from the top order, and then some, you can say, a bit of a mini partnership and a fight back, Mubassir and Ahmad.
Yeah, inexperience showing in that batting order. Clearly, Shadab, lot was expected of him. Haider Ali, I thought he's making a comeback, so a lot was expected of him. We got to give the credit to the bowling of Naseem Shah. He bowled fast, he was furious, very aggressive, held by some poor shot selection too. Good captaincy, still a slip in place. He's giving his bowler maximum opportunity to get a wicket.
No ball. Overstepping there, Akif Javed roaming round the wicket. First no ball of the game. That's overstepping no ball. That's a free hit signal.
They're trying too hard. Akif. Eyeing on that leg side, Mubassir. There's a fielder at deep mid-wicket, deep score leg and long on. What can he do?
Yeah, doesn't time it, but still gets the result. A boundary. You just get a feeling he was trying to play it mid-on.
Yeah, not where he wanted exactly to go, but he still is able to flat bat it because the fielder is inside the circle at mid-off. So that was always a boundary once he crosses that fielder. He will take it, no matter how they come. They need runs. 237 more, rather.
Oh, it's a good ball. Should be out, should be out. Yes, what a catch taken by Rizwan. flying, diving forward. Umpire says out. The partnership is broken. 7th goes back.
Yeah, the reward of some aggressive bowling by Akif. He's learning from Naseem Shah, surprised him, shocked him. He's not expecting him to rise that much. Hope there is no problem there. Yeah, I think it's fine, it's fine. But it was a sharp bounce up, great length. Surprised Mubassir, looked good for his 33 runs. Will have to walk back. Well caught by Rizwan of Akif. It's 1-1-1 for 7 now.
One for 7. How many times we've seen the Nelson brings in itself in the game. A good delivery from Akif. Took Mubassir by surprise, and a great catch taken by Rizwan. We'll show you that in the replay. But first, Osama Mir is the new batter in. He can talk a few. He can hit the ball a mile, but still 237 needed. How long can the Lake City Panthers survive out there? 3 more wickets to go. 1-1-2 for 7. For 7. The leg spinner from the far end will continue. 3 overs, none for 22 for Zahid Mahmood. Leg spinner to leg spinner. And it's a great understanding and friendship between leg spinners. Nice, juicy full toss, and he just pushes it for a single. Keep each other's integrity intact.
Gentlemen's game, they say. Slip in place.
Should be a boundary. Got a good connection there, Ahmad. Has been put away. Has been in recent times the go-to shot against leg spinners.
Too full by Zahid Mahmood, and he's looking good. He's looking dangerous. Oh, look at that, too full for that. It was there in his zone. That's where he likes it. He's got that range of shots. There has been a clear difference in experience in between these two sides, especially in the batting department. Saim Ayub, Abdul Wahid Bangalzai, Arslan Ash, Usman Khan, Haider Ali, all young and inexperienced, other than Shadab Khan. Well, hasn't lived up to the expectation that we were hoping, that all these youngsters, they may have that flair, that aggressive nature. Saim looked good, only for 20 runs, but that's not enough. We got to do big. The crowd has definitely been entertained by a few quality innings, starting off with Kamran Ghulam scoring 100. Iftikhar also getting a 50. But cherry on top was the local lad's fantastic inning. Samad, the way he batted. I'm sure all the Faisalabad fans, they would love that local boy to get that 50. Now they loved it. 24 done, 119 for 7. Yeah, don't forget to come tomorrow. Another big game lined up. All this crowd, they've been brilliant. It will be Shaheen against Babar. There will be some competition. Three slips in place.
Edged and drops short of that first slip. Iftikhar there just takes his fingernails, a bit of manicure and 4.
Yeah, that fell short off Iftikhar, but definitely never the easy ones. And the ball bounced right in front of you. These are natural reactions. Couldn't do much. And you got the boundary. They need runs. Look at that. Yeah, you can't help it. You can't do much about this bounce. Awkward bounce. Now they've just checked the slip fielders. Probably they were standing a bit far. Now they've adjusted few lengths.
That's a good corridor. He's bowling at, just angling it across the right-hander, bringing those 3 slips into play. And you as a batter try to push hard at something that's going away from you with the angle. There's a high chance that you end up edging it because you knew at the crease. And he's bowling some immaculate lengths at the moment. 7 down. Will it be 8th in the over? You get a feeling something's got to give. Something's about to happen.
And good pace too. We've all been talking about Naseem Shahs and Dhani. He's been very impressive too. Akif quietly taking those 3 wickets without being noticed. Although he's given away 41 runs, but in this format you will take it. He's into his 8th over. 3 for 27 for Naseem Shah in his 5. They've been the 2 wicket takers. So this side looks sorted in every form. But there are troubles. There are things to think for Lake City Panthers.
Well, while this match is going on at its own pace, some more news for you. Pakistan's first purpose-built tourist city is the Blue World City. They're eagerly waiting for this to be up and ready.
Good pace again. Changing the angle, coming around the wicket, Akif. It's never easy for the middle or the late order batters. Ahmad has shown some fight, 32 of 54. But there's literally been no one with him. Mubassir looked good for 33 before one got big on him. Now Usama, how long can he sustain? How long he can hold himself from playing a big shot and making a mistake. 2 slips are there too still.
Oh, he's patted it. There's no bat, I don't think so. Rizwan went up immediately. The umpire also nodded his head, not sideways.
Yeah, sometimes it's appeal, sometimes it's fun for Rizwan. And he's paid the price. That's what he does. Still talking to Aleem Dar, but he's the leg umpire. Suggesting that it came off the thigh pad. That's what we thought from here too. 25 done, 125 for 7.
125 for 7, halfway through, 25 overs bowled. And there was a big shout on the last ball of that previous over for a caught behind on Osama Mir. He was put down by the umpire. Rizwan was sure, the bowler was sure that he got the man. All that matters is what the umpire feels. Bit of an expression from him also, a very sheepish smile on his face. Just suggested that maybe he did nick it.
Right, let's have a look at it one more time. The smile that you're talking, well, from here we can't really tell. It's come off the thigh pad, that's what we can suggest from here. But how many times we've seen Rizwan do a casual appeal as the next one has been played towards cover for 1. And on this occasion also, he was very casual in appealing. So that may be the thing in the umpire's mind. That is maybe a casual appeal by him.
Oh, he's actually swept that. Used it as a broom from a 180-degree arc.
Standing tall, standing alone is Ahmad Butt for the Panthers as he moves to 37 with that slog sweep. Realizing that there is no fielder there and played it in the gap too. Good cricket. He's just making use of this opportunity that has been provided to him. Short of partners though, but still is proving that he's got lots of skill in him, lots of talent. He was expensive with the ball, but he's a bowler who can bowl 10 overs with good aggression and pace, and he can bat like this too.
Just a little bit of room to rock back, use the depth of the crease and maximum.
Wow, how quickly he picked up the length. Zaid is bowling with a good pace. It's never easy to pick up the length with this pace, but he did it with some ease. Just hammers it towards mid-wicket for a 6. He's got that power in him. Good cricket. The one, he will ease it to long off for 1. Very good cricket by Ahmad Butt. How far he can go, that's the question. 26 done, 138 for 7. At the same stage, UMT Markhors were 141 for 2. That's where the partnership was building between Kamran Ghulam and Rizwan. That was a tough period when they both were going on. And then what happened, we all know what Iftikhar and Samad did in the end. What a finish. But lots of credit has to be given to Kamran Ghulam, the way he paced his inning. He came to bat at a difficult time. Bowlers were fresh, they were bowling at great pace, great length. It took his time, paced his inning.
Well, by the looks of that, they're just 3 runs behind. It's the wickets column, where it takes 1 to demolish the hopes of the opposition, what Abdul Samad did. Who would have thought they'll get as close as they did to a 350 mark, 347.
Cherry on the top, that inning was. The cake was actually built or made by Kamran Ghulam's mammoth effort. The foundation was set by him, and if the Khar and Samad capitalized on that foundation, that's what good teams do. Everyone chips in, everyone has their own role. And as far as Markhor is concerned, everyone has nicely done their roles. May it be bowlers, may it be spinners, may it be batters. Everyone has contributed.
All said and done about the contributions, but you can't take it away from Abdul Samad. 62 of just 24 balls. That has an impact on the opposition, especially when it's the latter part of the innings. When you go into that dressing room, the opposition is under pressure. And when they came out to bat, they were looking at 350.
'83 runs. Both Iftikhar and Samad scored in the last 5 overs, remember? So that's exactly what Sikandar Bhai is referring to. But I still believe the foundation was very important. That gave them the opportunity. Nothing taking away from the brilliance of Samad. He will be a happy man. There's a cool and calmness about this team. You can just tell by the performance and the way they've all been today. Well led by Rizwan. Ijaz Jr. also there, Samuel Anyazi. Very close. Going down. Maybe. He wants a wicket every delivery. Shanawal Dani. Very animated. What is he referring to? Maybe we need a referral? Maybe it was umpire's call if they had a referral.
Pulled away and nicely in control of that shot, and just gone over the diving Abdul Samad.
27 done, 142 for 7 with a brilliant boundary. Lake City Panthers need 206 more runs of 23 overs still. Ahmad Butt, the lone warrior, is on 48 of 65. It has not been easy for the batters. There has been some aggressive yet controlled bowling by the Markhors. Started off with the brilliance of Naseem Shah. Bengal's aid was very good for him. Sam Ayub looked good, but that one kept low. Akif was the bowler that time. So new ball bowlers were brilliant. This was a brain fade. There was no need of this to happen. Azan was looking solid, but still lost his wicket. This was a good catch. Very sharp catch by Samad. Just can't keep him away. Heather Ali's poor run continues. Wanted to pull this one. Beaten by pace. Again, simple, easy dismissal. They've just been unable to control that hostile and aggressive bowling by the Markhors. It has been all bowlers who dominated so far, and that scorecard tells you a sad story for Lake City Panthers. Ahmad Butt only 48, only there of 65 deliveries. Usama can bat, but can he bat for 23 overs? That's the question, Mr. Sikandar Bakht.
No. Well, you can bat for as long as you want, but what's the purpose behind it? You maybe want to reduce the margin of defeat. Yes. Picks up. Should be a maximum. It is. You're just coming back to that 206 of 22.5. The equation still favors. You can get there, but 8.2 or 8.8 runs and over for 25 overs with 3 wickets in hand is a miracle to be expected. Well, I've seen stranger things happening. Have a look at that shot.
Iftikhar getting the taste of his own medicine. That's where he hits them most of the time, that leg side, square leg area. Yeah, in a buys wide, 2 runs. I remember seeing Usama Mir hit Imran Butt for 5 sixes in 1 over in a tournament organized by Mr. Salman Butt in Lahore. I saw that happen. He has that potential in him. He has got that skill. But the problem, as you suggested, 197 runs. That's too much to ask.
You are very optimistic. I don't mind that. But if he actually makes them win this game from here, well, surely you're going to take him to a Champions Trophy as a batsman.
The fight should continue. I'm not in favor of giving it up. The fight should continue till the end, till the last ball.
Pressure is a funny thing. Even if you are in one of the best of forms, you do understand what's the requirement out of you as a player in order to win a game. And that's what I've been saying, that the kind of knock Abdul Samad played, the impact of that in the changeover of the innings was immense on the opposition. And they came out chasing 350 and started losing wickets quickly. We'll take this discussion to another day. 155%.
Ahmad Butt fighting for his team. 49 not out. Really a disastrous batting card there for the Panthers. None of their top orders could really come to terms with the pressure of this big stage. And although for the first 20 overs they kept up with what their opposition did, but they lost way too many wickets. That will bring up Ahmad Butt's 50, his third 50 in this format. Fighting the lone hand, the all-rounder. Went for plenty with the ball, giving some back to the opposition.
Yes, he's batted well. And he's got to a 50, he's shown some fight from the position his team were in. And they really needed somebody to stand up to get this score to somewhere in the column where it can be called decent in hunt of a big total. This one is pulled away straight to deep square leg. Abdul Samad, the man who has been everywhere tonight. A run out, a catch, a few big hits, sixes all around the park, announcing his presence in this form of the game at this stage.
Use the word announcing his arrival. That was the celebration was key to that. The way he celebrated after that 50, as if he was to let everyone know that I'm here. That was a fantastic knock. Very few from a newcomer in the middle order in that situation that he came in recent times in Pakistan's domestic cricket. That was the most outstanding thing about that knock.
Yes, and after quite a bit of time, we've seen somebody who has a sort of a physical presence at the crease, where you see the man and you think if he hits the ball, it will stay hit. And that's what his innings was like. And Naseem Shah is in the picture, took the first 3 wickets out of the first 4, and almost single-handedly demolished the top order of the Panthers. A lot to ponder for this dressing room.
Head coach Umar Rashid and skipper Shadab. I'm pretty sure these discussions will go long into the night, because the game's coming thick and fast. This is a top edge. Will it carry? Almost did to Naseem Shah. Probably the reaction would suggest that it did. Disappointed with his effort.
Yes, could have been late at judging the ball where it will land, because in the end he seemed just a touch short of where the ball landed. Or has he dropped? Yeah, he's suggesting with this gesture that it just landed short of him.
Then the reaction would suggest that he realized that he was late.
There we see the action replay again. It was a good short one. The batter wasn't in control, and yes, just fell a touch short. Running around the ball rather than cutting the angle. And Dhani not happy.
Overdone, 159 for 7. Are we back? Comparative scores क्या थे stage पे? Iftikhar has really struggled with his line in this short little spell so far. Once again down the leg side, concedes a wide. This very, very interesting fact, Salman. At 29 overs, I'll come back to that. We're going to have a look at that catch that went towards Naseem. And Salman made a brilliant point that instead of coming straight towards the ball, look at that, Naseem Shah went around it. Any boys and girls watching, this is not how you do it.
And this one has been tonked hard. Back, 20 rows back into the crowd. Huge six. Pitching it short, and the ball deserved to go where it went. And Ahmad Butt, with the kind of power he possesses, there aren't going to be any half measures.
Picked it up nicely and it just set up. It went way back, 20 rows back onto the terraces.
It's coming back to this fielding point that we make. It is about cutting the angle when you approach the ball. If you start to run around, you're already late. And that is what exactly happened with that effort. And I'm sure Naseem Shah would have realized that, because he suggested that the ball did fall short of him, and his facial reactions did tell that he would have gone the other way, should have gone the other way.
And that's a split-second decision, Salman. There's not a lot of time for you to decide. The anticipation is the key. That's where your concentration has to be spot on every time, because that split-second delay in decision-making, that results in you not getting the catch that you would.
Interestingly, we haven't seen Salman Ali Agha with the ball tonight so far. He's been there in the field. He's a very useful spinner, probably the best off spinner in this team. And we've seen Abdul Samad bowl a few medium pace. And then we have just seen Iftikhar bowl 2 overs. He's given away 22 runs, 30 gone, 168 for 7.
.168 for 7. Interestingly, at this stage, Markhors were 174 for 2. Not much of a difference in terms of runs, but 2 key battles were lost by Panthers. That was in terms of setting the platform. And I'm pretty sure that innings that Samad played, which really made the difference between a 310 and 350. Ahmad Butt is trying his best though. Really neat strokes all around the pitch. Good against spin with the slog sweep. The wristy flick through the onside. Take that. Sweep either side of the wicket. And then good against pace. Showing good all-round ability.
Another single this time to Madon, and quite a long time since he's been playing in the domestic circuit, and he's shown a lot of promise in all 3 departments, whether it may be his bowling, batting, fielding. He's a brilliant athlete as well, one of the fittest guys in the domestic circuit, and he's been part of the Islamabad United team for quite a number of years, but didn't get many opportunities over there. But tonight he's shown good promise with the bat once again.
With his kind of ability, I think, that's my opinion, I'll ask yours after this, that he's suited more to the longer formats. This one goes past his glove, but not getting any connection.
It's been a couple of times now that Dhani starts to appeal, and as soon as he turns around, the umpire has his arms wide open, signaling a wide. So I wonder where this one was a serious appeal, because Rizwan didn't look interested. Not for a moment.
And that also doesn't happen very often, because Rizwan has a habit of throwing each and every ball up in the air when he catches one, to suggest that he was going up for the appeal. Coming back to the debate for the all-rounders, in the same era we had Amir Yamin, Fahim Ashraf and Ahmad Butt in the mix. This is up in the air. This is not a clean strike. Fielder getting underneath it and taken. Fakhar Zaman is the man, and Shahnawaz Dhani is off. Look at him go.
I wonder wherever he plays in the world, the guy he's signaling to is always in the cow corner. And once again, he went straight to him. So wicket for him finally. Is bowled well into his 8th over, halfway through. And he picks up his first wicket for the night, only giving away 20 runs. The foot perfect, half and half, over the crease and behind the crease. And Osama Mir just skying one, well taken by Fakhar Zaman, who is a very safe hand.
Osama gone for 21, and the Panthers slump further, 170 for 8. Mohammad Hasnan, 89 runs, but the figure that we discussed earlier and Salman did as well, just the 27 List A matches, he's been around forever it seems.
So it's time now for Hasnan to show some skill with the bat in hand. And at the moment, his side is in a hopeless position, 170 for 8. And he goes after one. Dhani.
They've been teammates together and Dhani cannot believe. Hasnan, first ball, gung-ho. Big swing, but he's just swinging in the thin air. Hasnan, Dhani was just putting so much effort. He just fell delivering that delivery, just like Markhors.
Yes, Hasnan just tried to throw the full Monty, and Dhani was like, excuse me, you too? He had that sort of a look on his face. Just have a look. Once again, a friendly half volley, sliced away. Will be one down to the third.
I'll ask you one thing, Salman. We've seen now, what, 50 and 30, 80 overs. None of the quick ones. We haven't seen, barring that one or two, there haven't been many Yorkers. This was a slow delivery too, which was just away from the arc, the hitting arc of Osama Mir. Is in the air. Oh, what an effort it was. That man, Abdul Samad, once again, almost in the game.
I hope he hasn't hurt himself in the process of making an effort, because his teammate has just ran up to him to check whether he's fine. And hopefully everything is fine with him. All eyes on him, the way he played today. He's had a fabulous night. And this effort could have been another sensational thing done by him tonight. Not to be. 31 gone, 175 for 8.
Still no Salman Ali Agha. Iftikhar has bowled 2 very expensive overs. Samad is coming off now. He banged his head, feeling his neck, I think. Just the jarring. This is a hard surface, this outfield.
It's a hard surface and he's a big frame. And here we have the replay. Ahmad Butt pulling one and a full stretch dive. Yes, his chin has hit the ground really hard and he must have felt the shock in his neck and that tailbone. And Dr. Asad taking him back, would inspect what's wrong with him.
Well, couple of very quiet deliveries. Everything seems to be happening in slow motion. Iftikhar still not prepared to tempt the number 10.
Well, what I'm wondering is, why Iftikhar? Why not close the game right now, or maybe give one to the leg spinner? Absolutely see no reason for him to be bowling at this point in time. Should be looking to close the game. Maybe give Naseem Shah a go, or Akif.
You think that the idea of all those bonus points would have been, although they're still very comfortable with that 100-run margin, that will give them 3 bonus points. But the idea behind it would be just to kill the game. And to not let it drag. It does seem that this game is dragging just a little bit. 30 to go on, 175 for 8. Another 173 needed of 108 deliveries. But the problem is they only have 2 wickets standing.
So Ahmad has just refused a leg bye. And he is going to take on the bowlers all by himself now, not letting Hasnan face the music. He's on 63. Must be feeling confident. Let's see how he approaches the next few balls.
And although Salman, at the moment, the game may seem to be dragging just a little bit, word for the Faisalabad crowd, it has been electric. And something that domestic cricket hasn't had for a while. For the opening game to have an atmosphere like this, wow.
Well, hats off to them. It was a hot day and they turned up in huge numbers. And they've added to the scenes here at the Faisalabad Iqbal Stadium. And the tournament all eyes were waiting for has had a good crowd to kick off with.
It's a good bumper, but Ahmad has dealt it quite nicely. Just a single. And Salman, I know that you played in front of huge crowds as a player, especially at the national level. It really inspires you. How about a word for a domestic cricketer that doesn't normally get to play in front of these big crowds? How important is that for them in their development?
Well, it is extremely important for them to also have this same taste of the crowd and what sort of a noisy stadium offers you. And it's a good idea to play in places like Faisalabad, Gujranwala, Sialkot, Hyderabad, and you will have full houses over there. I remember any time playing in Faisalabad, games where Pakistan players would come and play, even for their regions or their departments or whichever teams, you will get good crowds. You will get people coming in large numbers to encourage the boys, and it is a requirement. You can't teach how to deal with this sort of pressure if you don't go through this. There is no class that teaches this. So it is very important to play in cities where not much of international cricket has taken place lately.
And for me, the moment of the evening was when Samad got to his 50. Imagine if there was no crowd or very little crowd, we won't have seen that kind of reaction. As we watch another wide from Dhani, from Abdus Samad, the way he was pumped up, his adrenaline was running because of the noise that was made by the crowd. He felt a few in the middle of the bat and there was no stopping him from there.
Yes, it always adds to the spice when there's a noisy crowd and they're cheering you on. And, just gives you that extra push in whatever you intend to do. I would like to see a few quick Yorkers from Dhani. Try to finish off the tail, finish off the job. At the moment, it's just going through the motions from both the batter and the bowler.
It's exactly what you asked for it. Dhani was appealing and appealing again. Gets a smile from Waleed Yaqub.
Well, I wonder, was that an appeal or what was that? Because clearly the bat hit the ball. If even the bat hadn't hit the ball, it would have been going down the leg side. And it was as if the ball has hit a pad after a couple of decades.
It reminds me of the great late Abdul Qadir appealing against David Constant, because back in the day, the umpires had no clue what great Qadir was bowling. Well. They're falling everywhere. Hasnan and Rizwan behind the stumps as well. No wickets for Dhani in this over. 33 done, 177 for 8. He's just cluffed it, but mid-on was up in the ring, and Ahmad will collect another boundary. Ahmad is not giving up the fight. He's a real fighter. Zaid has had a difficult evening, and he was greeted to the bowling crease once again by that aggressive strike from Ahmad Butt. Once again, a little too short. There's no fielder deep on the offside. Ahmad was looking for that gap. Mid-on has gone back. Mid-off has come up in the ring. Well, he brings out the reverse sweep again. Switch hit, rather.
Yes, he seems to have a lot of authority while playing the sweep shots, both the conventional sweep and the reverse sweep. And he has good hands, good bat speed. That enables him to connect mostly. Just have a look how his hands go. And he completes the stroke with full authority and control.
Without changing the grip on the bat. We've seen some players, when they go switch hit, they change hands. but it doesn't look unnatural when he attempts that. Well, he loses his stumps, exactly repeating the shot, but this time Zahid has had the last laugh. Ahmad Butt's fighting knock has come to an end. Just as I said that he doesn't look unnatural playing this reverse sweep, he went for a rather fuller one, yorked himself, but he can hold his head high because he fought very hard for his team, making a very decent 72 as he takes the long walk back. The Panthers 185 for 9. Rizwan celebrated as if there was a lot hanging on this wicket. He's a character.
Sure is, and we just spoke highly of his sweeping ability, and but one too many reverse sweeps. The bowler targeting the stumps, flatted trajectory, and missed a straight one. The tallest boy of the tournament probably is into bat now.
Got a big stride out. Yeah, what would be a game of cricket without a commentator's curse, Salman?
Exactly, Shaji, and what a good platform to tell your channel's name. Well, wonderfully put, and this has happened all the previous season that we were talking on the mic, and I think this is something we have to refrain from.
Well, it's universal, Salman, I can tell you that. It's not just us. 185 for 9 Panthers. Faisalabad has seen the return of top-tier cricket after many years, and Faisalabad didn't disappoint. Panthers did disappoint, though. If you're a Panthers fan, you just look away, especially number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Single figures. That's where the game was lost. Dhani probably going a bit light on his fast bowling mate, Mohammad Hasnan. They played together for Sindh. Coming back to you, Salman, this is the last rights that we're seeing for this game. Surely Samad's innings has to be the most impactful performance of the evening.
Has to be, and certainly is. The way he batted took everybody by a pleasant surprise. Just leave out the opposition in that case. And it was a great show of huge strikes, and that too within his comfort zone. Something that is not commonly seen here in our part of the world. And the dressing room over there. And Zulfikar Babar sitting in the middle, the spin bowling coach.
Never short of a joke or two, Zulfikar Babar.
Yes, he's witty, and we've had quite a few lively moments in the Wabra dressing rooms over the years. A special bowler.
Absolutely, and he's one man that I think didn't play as much as he deserved for Pakistan. He was very, very skillful. Will it carry? Not quite. Kamran Ghulam once again falling a few yards short. Dhani has done everything, but a big haul of wickets has eluded him. Just the one for tonight.
Yes, Dhani has been the most successful list A bowler in the last few seasons. Only picked up one tonight, but he's bowled very economically. Bowled within himself. And 2 balls for him where he can finish the game off and maybe sprint once more towards the mid-wicket boundary.
This has gone straight up. Rizwan has called for it, and he takes the game. The Panthers and the Dhani is off once again to that cow corner area. This time, not as far as the last occasion, but a comprehensive victory for the Markhors. They have started off this tournament with a big flourish, a clinical performance. The fireworks have lit Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad. Dhani's feet in perfect position, and the celebrations are on for the return of cricket here in Faisalabad. Great scenes as I have been joined by Ali Yunus. What a night, Ali Yunus, for Faisalabad.
Absolutely. I think they are celebrating in that exact manner that you just said. Cricket has returned to Faisalabad in a grand way with a victory of UMT Markhors, winning with a grand total of 160 runs. That's a huge margin. They thoroughly deserve it. But more importantly, it's Faisalabad who deserves all the celebration. They've been brilliant. The crowd has been amazing. They've come in numbers. They've enjoyed the cricket. They've been very disciplined. They've been marvelous, and this celebration shows that it means a lot to the people of Faisalabad.
Fireworks at the end of the game. We saw fireworks during the game as well. Iftikhar, Samad, Kamran Ghulam, they put on a show. And now this is a show indeed. There was music, there was action, there was an electric atmosphere, and an evening to remember. Whoever showed up here at the Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad, they will remember it for quite a long time. The cricket in the end turned out to be quite one-sided as Panthers really fizzled under extreme pressure from Markhor. Skipper Shadab and mentor Saklan Mushtaq will have plenty to ponder, but this is a time of celebrations for UMT Markhors because they have kicked off this tournament with a heap of points, not just collecting for victory, but plenty of bonus points as well. Congratulations to them and a great start to the tournament.
Authoritative win. Doesn't get any better than this. Everyone has chipped in. The batters, they knew the plan, they stuck to it, executed it. They fielded well, and the bowlers, they were on target. They were aggressive. They bowled with some venom, with some fire. Naseem Shah leading the back with 3 for 27. Akif Javed, he was very quick at times. 3 for 43. Shahnawaz Dhani in the end wrapping it up with 2 for 29. But credit has to be given to Markhors. They've been very cool, very calm. They look like a team which will be very tough to beat in this tournament. Mainly because of this man on your screen, the way he's led the side. Mohammad Rizwan didn't get many runs as per his potential, but he captained well. No wonder when you've got a bowler like Naseem Shah in your side, it gets very easy. On the other hand, Lake City Panthers, they've got lots to work on. They need to get some experience as far as batting is concerned. Maybe, just maybe add Umar Siddiq into that batting lineup, which has got lots of skill, talent, but inexperience also in that lineup. They've got Saim Ayub, Haider Ali, Shadab also. A lot was expected. I thought they were better than this, the way they've played in this match as far as the batting is concerned.
plenty of handshakes. And Markhors will celebrate this victory. And cricket was electric, like I said, but the occasion was even bigger.
Yeah, standing tall. Markhor alongside their owner. They're a proud side. They've got all the boxes ticked. They've got so much variety. And Shah Faisal will definitely agree with me. They've got Abdul Samad, somebody to look for in this tournament. He's impressed us all with his magnificent power hitting ability.
That's the batting card. That top order was blown away, and that's where the game was decided. Those cameos from Mubassir, Ahmad Bhatt and Osama Mir were in a losing cause. The game ended just a moment ago, but the result was out of question long time ago when those wickets fell at the top. 347, and they fell a long way short, the Panthers.
160 to be exact. Those UMT Markhors have won by 160, courtesy to some excellent bowling. They were on target, on spot from ball one. That was the first one. Naseem Shah was the feather of Bangle's eye. He was quick, and then that one was a straightforward decision for the umpire, keeping a little low. But yet shot selection will be a question mark for Saim. This was needless. Azan looked good, but there was no need of this run. Naseem Shah was brilliant. So was the fielding of Markhors. Again, another poor shot by Haider Ali.
If the damage had been done at that stage, wickets continued to tumble. Shadab Khan, after a day to forget with the ball, loses his wicket, and this is a terrific take from Rizwan to send Mubassir. Osama, with a couple of lusty blows, bowls out to Fakhar Zaman, attempting yet another one. Ahmad Bhatt, after making 72, trying one too many. And that is the moment which sealed the victory and the start of a famous Dhani celebration, which was matched by the fireworks after that. What an evening. And this is the bowling card. Naseem with 3 wickets, really looked in good rhythm. Akif was very impressive. His short pitch delivery, he bowled some good bounces at very good line. Shahnawaz Dhani, once again proving as he is the best bowler in the country in List A for the past 3 years in domestic cricket. 1 wicket for Zahid, who went for quite a few runs. It has to be said, Iftikhar went wicketless. 34.5 overs. All it took the Markhors to take care of Panthers.
And collect 14 points, 10 for the win and 4 bonus points to go for UMT Markhors, who won by 160 runs. So we're gonna take a short break. When we come back, we'll have post-match presentation ready for you. Yeah, we're back once again. And the big news is that UMT Markhors have won by 160 runs. That's a comprehensive win. Let's have a look at the summary. They were asked to bat first by Lake City Panthers. They scored a king-size total 347, courtesy to a brilliant 100 by Kamran Ghulam, 115 of just 102 deliveries. Samad was brilliant for his 62. Iftikhar, where he always gets runs, 57 runs he scored. Mubassir got 2, Hasnan got 2, Zishan got 1. And in reply, Lake City Panthers were bowled out in 34.5 overs, scoring just 187 runs. Ahmad Butt was the lone warrior, scored 72 runs of 84 deliveries, supported by Mubassir 33 and Usama 21. Naseem got 3, Akif got 3, Shahnawaz got 2 wickets. Right, it's time for the post-match presentation. Let's head down to Sikandar Bakht.
Thank you, Ali, and welcome to the first ever post-match presentation of an opening game of the Berrier Town Champions Cup. And what a performance that was from the UMT Markhors. Outplayed the opposition, won the match by 160 runs, and they were extremely good in all departments, first with the bat and then came out very clinical with the ball. To give away the awards, I need to introduce my presentation party. Starting to my left, Mr. Asad Shafiq, Selector, Pakistan Cricket Board. And next to him is Mr. Mohammad Ehsan, Authorized Dealer of Inverix Solar Energy. Thank you for joining us. For the awards, I'll request Mr. Mohammad Ehsan to please step forward and present the Inverix Solar Energy Energetic Batter of the Match Cash Award of 50,000. And that surely, definitely goes to Abdul Samad for his blistering knock of 62 of just 24 deliveries, helped the side to get to 347, which probably looked impossible at one stage. Also had a run out and a catch in the field. So it was all Abdul Samad's day today. Well played. I'll now request Mr. Asad Shafiq to please present the Berrier Town Player of the Match Trophy and Cash Award of rupees 25,000 to Kamran Ghulam for his brilliant 100 up in the order to set the platform for that big total that the UMT Markhors were able to put on the board. Have a word with Kamran now. Kamran, बहुत शानदार परफॉर्मेंस रही. किसी भी टूर्नामेंट के आगाज में अगर ऐसा एक इनिंग मिल जाए तो एक सेट हो जाता है पूरा फॉर्म.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. बिल्कुल जी, काफ़ी अच्छा फ़ील होता है जब स्टार्ट के मैच में इस तरह परफॉर्मेंस हो तो बहुत अच्छा फ़ील होता है, क्योंकि पहला हमारा वार्म अप मैच था, उसमें भी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मैंने 100 किया तो उससे भी काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंस मिली. और ये मैच में पहले मैच में मैंने 100 किया तो इससे भी काफ़ी बूस्ट मिलता है. और आपका टीम मैच जीते तो उस पर कॉन्फिडेंस काफ़ी मिलता है, काफ़ी बूस्ट मिलता है.
अच्छा, 347 रन तो बनाए, लेकिन पहले जो 100 रन थे वो तकरीबन 130 गेंदों बाद बने हैं. तो क्या थोड़ा सा असेस कर रहे थे पिच को या बाद में पिच अच्छा हो गया?
जी बिल्कुल, हमारा प्लान ही यही था, मैनेजमेंट के साइड से प्लान था कि पहले थोड़ा पिच को असेस करो, कंडीशन को चेक करो, उसके बाद अपने फिर जो बॉल मिलते हैं अपने स्टॉक खेलो. तो उसका अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बाद में पिच का असेस किया तो फिर हमारा शॉट भी स्टार्ट हो गया तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह सक्सेस हुई.
चलिए, शानदार परफॉर्मेंस, वेल डन, कांग्रेचुलेशन.
थैंक यू सर.
Kamran Ghulam, the brilliant performance from him, 100. He's the Berrier Town Player of the Match. Now I'm going to invite the losing captain, Shadab Khan, to talk to us. Shadab, the captain of Lake City Panthers. Shadab, I think the last 5 overs or so where you conceded 80 plus runs, that's where probably the match starts slipping away.
Bismillah. Yeah, definitely, because we give the momentum to at the end, because we control the game. They make a partnership, but we come back in. But I think the last 5 overs we gave too many runs, and 350. I think under 300 or 310 was a par score on this pitch.
Yeah, that was an extraordinary score today, but you'll still go with that decision of chasing. Chasing would be possible out here if the score, like you say, is around 300, 310.
Yeah, definitely, because how we see the combination of our team, and I think we have a depth in the batting, so we want to utilize that. But unfortunately, today not was our day, so I think in the next game, because now is a back-to-back game, so we have a young team, and some of the players was playing a first game, and they was a little bit under pressure, but hopefully they get rid of that game, and hopefully next game we will be fine.
You know, like you said, it's the first game, and back-to-back games are coming in quick succession. What are the areas that you're looking to, immediately improve?
I think especially attitude in the field, we was not spot on. As a young team, we have a more energy than other players, but I think our energy level was too low. That was my concern. Otherwise, I think skill-wise is fine, but I think the attitude we can control that. So I think next games we have to control the attitude.
Well, hard luck today and good luck for the games to come.
Thank you.
Shadab Khan, the captain of Panthers. Now, Mohammad Rizwan, the captain of UMT Markhors. Rizwan, congratulations on winning the first game. 347 was never the target when you came out to bat.
Yeah, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. We didn't think about that. Personally and honestly, when I was there inside, I made around 300 runs. But our head coach, they said, for me, 330 is enough on that pitch. But when I was played here, so I made around 300 is enough score on that pitch. But the batting of the summer, this is exceptional. That's why they made a good total on the board.
What do you make of this? I mean, overall performance of the team, first with the bat, of course, 340 odd, and then with the ball, you feel that the balance is perfectly right from what we've seen of the team?
Yes, Sikandar, but whenever you won the match, so you will be, obviously, you are thinking, look about the whole teams that things are going well. But we need something like, some more energy, more energy in the between hours. But the bowlers did very well because we made a plan against these guys and they execute very well. So that's why looks everything is our team is fine now.
This tournament will provide Pakistan a lot of talent to see at the end of it. As a captain, how did you see someone like Abdul Samad's performance with the bat?
Yeah, Samad is the whole Pakistani seen him the way he batted in the death overs. But it's like if I ask, this is the start of the tournament. Let's see how we'll get more players from this tournament as well. But the message from the mentor is that we can improve this tournament to like how is the PSL? So we want this tournament like a PSL.
Okay, congratulations to you.
Thank you, thanks.
Okay, Captain Rizwan from the Markhors, and that sums up the presentation here, but don't go too far. We've got our post-show lined up.
first day, first match of the Town Champions Cup 2024. It was a match of UMT Markhors with Lake City Panthers. UMT Markhors won by 160 runs against Panthers, and this is how the match went. Kamran Ghulam with 115. Abdul Samad, a great blistering knock of 62 from just 25. And Iftikhar again pitching in with 57. On the other hand, if we look at the Panthers, Ahmad again with 72 runs. Mubassir did make some impact, and with Osama 21 runs. Naseem Shah got 3 wickets for UMT Markhors, and that is why he's also here with us today. Again, 347 was a mammoth total which was set by UMT Markhors, and Panthers unfortunately could not defend. In the end, UMT Markhors won by 160 runs. Welcome to the post-match analysis of this very first game of the Town Champions Cup 2024. I have with me here Shah Faisal and somebody who needs absolutely no introduction, got 3 wickets in today's match, Naseem Shah, the star of the Pakistan team. Naseem, I'll start with you. मुझे बताएं, आज 3 विकेट्स हासिल की हैं, मैच भी जीत गए हैं, फैसलाबाद का ट्रैक कैसा खेल रहा था?
देखिए, फैसलाबाद के जिस तरह के पिचेस होते हैं, बैटिंग फ्रेंडली पिचेस होते हैं, और आई थिंक जो पहले इनिंग्स में था अर्ली ऑन थोड़ा सा मोमेंट मिल रहा था, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से बाद में काफ़ी बेहतर हुआ था, और हमारी सिर्फ यही प्लान था कि हम अर्ली ऑन विकेट्स लें, और उसमें हम कामयाब हुए, क्योंकि वनडे क्रिकेट में यही है कि आप अर्ली ऑन विकेट्स लेते हैं तो अपोजिशन प्रेशर में आते हैं, और वही किया तो उस प्लान में कामयाब हुए।
और नसीम, जो टोटल बोर्ड पे लग गया था 347, ज़ाहिर है एज ए बॉलिंग यूनिट आपको कॉन्फिडेंस तो होगा कि इस टारगेट को इस ट्रैक पर डिफेंड करना है, लेकिन अपने रिदम के बारे में बताइए। जब आपने बॉलिंग शुरू की, फुल बॉल कर रहे थे तो थोड़ी सी मूवमेंट अंदर की जाने मिल रही थी, जो आपकी स्ट्रेंथ है, तो आपका स्पेल कैसे आपने कंस्ट्रक्ट किया?
देखिए, बिल्कुल 300 प्लस रन जब बोर्ड पे लगे होते हैं तो एज अ बॉलिंग यूनिट आपको होता है कि अच्छा टोटल है, और आपने अच्छे टोटल को जो है वो डिपेंड करने, और अर्ली ऑन मेरा यही प्लान था, टीम का भी यही प्लान था कि हम कोशिश करें कि अर्ली ऑन विकेट्स लें, और वो जिस प्लान से भी लें, लेकिन ये है कि कोशिश की कि अर्ली ऑन विकेट्स लें, और जिसकी वजह से अपोजिशन पे प्रेशर आई और वो चेस करने में नाकाम रहे।
और अभी आप टेस्ट सीरीज़ खेल के आए हैं बांग्लादेश से, जाहिर है कि उसके बाद जो फास्ट बॉलर्स का वर्कलोड मैनेजमेंट जो है बहुत इशू होता है। आप लोगों ने कम फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट खेली है रिसेंट अरसे में, तो इस सीज़न को जिसका स्टार्ट अब 50 ओवर की क्रिकेट से हो रहा है, फिर टेस्ट मैचेस हैं, तो इस सीज़न का बिल्डअप आप कैसे देख रहे हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ योर जो बॉडी कंडीशनिंग है?
देखिए, बिल्कुल मेरे ख़्याल से फास्ट बॉलर्स के जो वर्कलोड मैनेजमेंट है वो तो मेरे ख्याल से लाजमी देखना चाहिए। जो भी प्लान होगा टीम का, और या जो भी पीसीबी ने कोई प्लान बनाया होगा तो उस हिसाब से आगे करेंगे, क्योंकि अभी हम टेस्ट सीरीज़ खेल के आए हैं और ये भी पूरा सीज़न है, उसके बाद इंग्लैंड की सीरीज़ है, तो आई थिंक पूरा एक प्लान बना होगा तो उस हिसाब से देख के जाएंगे तो आई थिंक बेस्ट रहेगा।
और अब
नसीम, मुझे ये बताइएगा थोड़ा कि आपके साथ बहुत यंग गन्स भी हमें दिख रहे हैं। अब्दुल समद ने आज बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है, तो थोड़ा सा मेंटोरशिप के बारे में बताएं कि मिसबाह की मेंटोरशिप कैसी चल रही है?
देखिए, अच्छी है ऑब्वियसली, एज अ मेंटोर वो जितना ड्रेसिंग रूम का माहौल अच्छा रख सकता है पॉजिटिव, तो वही कर रहे हैं, और बिल्कुल क्लियर एंड सिंपल वो चीज़ें पसंद करते हैं, जैसे कि वो सिंपल क्रिकेट को पसंद करते हैं कि सिचुएशन के हिसाब से जाके खेलो और सिचुएशन के हिसाब से बॉलिंग करो। और आई थिंक अगर बॉलिंग यूनिट की बात की जाए तो जितने भी बॉलर्स हैं सबको क्रेडिट जाता है, बिकॉज़ गर्मी भी बहुत थी और इन्होंने बहुत जान के साथ बॉलिंग की और अपोजिशन को प्रेशर में डाला और लियन विकेट्स भी मिले हैं, तो आई थिंक एज अ बॉलिंग यूनिट सबको क्रेडिट जाता है।
और जाहिर है आपके साथ पाकिस्तान की काफ़ी उम्मीदें वाबस्ता होती हैं, और फास्ट बॉलर जैसे आपने कहा मुश्किल काम है इस गर्मी में, इस हीट में, तो कंडीशनिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। लेकिन आप अपना जो है, आप बहुत यंग एज से आपको ये फेम मिली है, एज ए पर्सन आप कैसे ग्रो कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, हर दिन आप सीखते रहते हैं, नई चीज़ें सीखते हैं, नया दिन होता है आपके लाइफ में, नई नई चीज़ें आते हैं, नए नए ग्राउंड्स आते हैं, नए नए बैट्समैन आते हैं। तो एज अ क्रिकेटर भी आप लर्न करते हैं, एंड एज अ पर्सन भी आप काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें ऑफ द फील्ड भी इम्पोर्टेंट होती है कि आप अपने लाइफ को किस तरह जो इम्प्रूव करते हैं, अपने लाइफस्टाइल को, हर चीज़ को। तो आई थिंक जितना आप खेलते रहते हो, जितना डिफरेंट इन्वायरमेंट में जाते हो, एक्सप्लोर करते हो, तो चीज़ें खुद ब खुद आप सीखते हो। और आई थिंक इसमें सीखने वाले के ज़्यादा वो है कि जो जितना जल्दी सीखने की कोशिश करे तो उतनी जल्दी वो सीख जाता है।
नसीम, आप यहाँ पे गर्मी की बात कर रहे हैं, गर्मी हम देख रहे हैं बहुत ज़्यादा, और अभी आप रिकवर होके भी आए, तो थोड़ा अपनी फिटनेस के बारे में बताएं, क्योंकि हमें पता है ODI अगेन लंबा फॉर्मेट है।
देखिए बिल्कुल, अभी जिस तरह हम टेस्ट सीरीज़ खेल के आए हैं तो ऑब्वियसली वहाँ पे आपको 20-25 ओवर तो करने पड़ते हैं, और उसके बाद आपको वनडे बनिस्बत टेस्ट क्रिकेट आपको थोड़ी सी आपको थोड़ा सा बेनिफिट होता है कि जितने ओवर्स आपने कराए होते तो आपकी बॉडी की हैबिट बनी होती है। और ऑब्वियसली इस गर्मी में आपको एज अ प्रोफेशनल अपनी रिकवरी और चीज़ों का ख्याल रखना पड़ता है, क्योंकि आसान नहीं होता एज अ फास्ट बॉलर। आप अगर रिकवरी और चीज़ों का ख्याल नहीं रखते तो आई थिंक डिफ़िकल्ट हो जाता है आपके।
चलें नसीम, thank you. I wish you all the very best for this tournament, for your fitness, and congratulations again on the match.
Thank you so
much. Thank you, Naseem. Thank you, Shah Faisal, for being with us here throughout. And with that, we have the next match tomorrow, which is between Nurpur Lions and Allied Bank Stallions, live here from Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad. So do not forget to tune in exactly at 15 hours tomorrow on 13th September. And until then, it's goodbye from here.
What a catch! They are catching their way to the final.